You're listening to the Common Descent Podcast.
Hello, David.
Happy Croc Month, Will.
Happy Croc Month, and Happy Croc Month listeners. Welcome to episode 194 of the Common Descent Podcast. This episode, we are discussing alligators and caimans.
Hey, Croc Month.
Croc Month!
That seems like a fitting topic.
Absolutely. Alligators and caimans make up one of the two main lineages of crocodilians alive today.
They are half, kind of,
Yes.
modern crocodilians.
Indeed. And their history goes back a long way, all the way back to the Cretaceous, and they include today a good number of crocodilians, but have included some of the most diverse and bizarre and notable crocodilians that are famous from Earth's history. So we'll be discussing those, going over what makes an alligator and a caiman separate from crocodiles. Mm-hmm. You know, how do we distinguish them? What's the diversity today, which we can go through because there's only a bit more than a handful.
Yep.
And then we'll dive into what their evolutionary histories look like and the many forms the alligatoroids have taken.
Yeah, it'll be a zoom in on yet another cool group of crocs.
Yeah, it's not often that we could zoom in quite as much as we do at times this episode. So
yeah.
It's a lot of fun. We are discussing this because it's Croc Month and Happy Croc Month, but also because it was requested. It was requested by Josiah and Evan for alligators and Deinosuchus specifically, which fits in, because Deinosuchus, the big famous one, fits in this group.
It'll come up later.
Before we get to that, and before we get to our news, some quick announcements. As always, we have a Patreon. Our Patreon funds the podcast top to bottom, lets us do all of our cool things. When you join us on Patreon, you can get all sorts of cool benefits, but one of the big ones for certain levels is a shout-out. We like to welcome some of our most recent patrons. This time, we welcome Jamie, Ben, and Space Cadet.
Welcome and thank you for your support on Patreon. We hope you're enjoying your goodies.
Absolutely. If you are curious in checking out Patreon and supporting us there, you can find the link down in the description. You can get other bonuses like extra content from us, live streams, getting to ask us questions, things like that. So check that out. And as for extra content goes this month, since it's Croc Month and next month is Snake Month, we have extra stuff going on these months.
We sure do. Every summer we like to celebrate Croc Month and Snake Month in June and July in honor of our favorite groups of reptiles. By the time you're listening to this episode, even if you're listening to it very early, Croc Month is almost over, so a lot of our Croc Month stuff has already happened. We did our Croc Month live stream, which you can go back and rewatch on YouTube if you didn't catch it the first time. Our Discord channel, Croc Chat, has been open all throughout the month of June. And we had our Croc-themed Discord Q&A for this month. And on top of all that, on our Patreon, the Crocs and Snakes tier is open over the course of this month. Most of those things are going to end at the end of June and be replaced by the Snake Month stuff, but the Patreon tier will persist. It will become the Snakes and Crocs tier, but it's the same thing throughout the rest of July. This tier being open is a great time to join Patreon if you're interested, because not only do you get a bunch of goodies, you get Croc and Snake Month stickers, but the subscriptions that we receive at the Crocs and Snakes tier during June and July will contribute to charitable donations we will be making towards reptilian conservation organizations. This year, the organizations we have selected are for the conservation of crocs, snakes, and turtles.
Turtles!
We're expanding the umbrella a little bit. And even better, this year, a fan of the podcast has generously offered to match this year's donations.
Insane.
On behalf of Mayflower Enterprises, a small engineering firm in northern Indiana, here to help you discover your potential, capital D, Y, and P. Whether you're a newly founded startup, have been in business for 20 years, or just have an idea on a bar napkin, Mayflower stands ready to bring their Fortune 100 experience from automotive, aerospace, manufacturing, and construction to help your organization discover its potential through process development, personnel training, future-proofing, and more. At Mayflower Enterprises, they say, we have a passion for the environment, scientific discovery, and deeply nerdy hobbies that include listening to the incredible team at the Common Descent podcast. Aw, shucks. We are so thrilled to partner with them this year to help support Croc and Snake Month by matching funds, this is the important part, for the specialty tiers, that's the Crocs and Snakes tier, up to the first $1,000. Amazing. Huge thank you to Mayflower Enterprises for pitching in this year. A huge thanks to all of our patrons who have supported us in the past, and a thanks in advance to the new patrons who will be joining us and supporting not only our scientific education SciComm efforts through the podcast, but also lending some support to the conservation of some of our favorite animals that we share the world with.
Absolutely. It's very exciting. This should be an extraordinary Croc and Snake Months.
And we haven't even gotten to the good one yet.
You hush. This is my episode.
All right, you know what? Fair. I'll give it to you. You got it. You got another 2 hours. 2 hours for your month.
Behave yourself. As you said, next month is Snake Month, and at the beginning of that month, we will have the next episode of our Spotlight series coming out.
Spotlight 2024, a new episode every month.
Yeah, so check in to see which podcast we talk to this time. And finally, down in that description, you will also see that we have a mailing address. You can use this to mail us fun stuff, which people like to do from time to time. And we got some fun mail from Elizabeth, a postcard for Happy Croc and Snake Month, and some little Happy Croc and Snake carved figurines.
Yeah, these are super cool. We'll put a picture of these up. Mine looks like it goes to Jumanji.
It's very Jumanji
Very
figure.
Jumanji-esque. It's the right shape and pose and the right size.
Yes. I'm happy to add mine because I have a little carved like jade croc, and so now I have I have the beginnings of a rock croc collection.
It's got to be microchips or something.
And with that, we will wrap up our announcements, move on to our first official section of the episode, the news. Every episode, we like to gather some recent science news, things in paleontology, biology, evolution, and earth science that helps us all stay up to date with what's going on in the scientific world. David, what's the news?
Well, it's Croc Month. This is a Crocs episode. I've got news that is not about Crocs, but is about other archosaurs. Specifically, a newly discovered pterosaur down in Australia. This is research by Adele Pentland et al. Adele, who was our first Spotlight 2024 guest, who also does a podcast called Pals and Paleo. You should absolutely check out the first episode of Spotlight 2024. You can find it where you find our podcast, and then go listen to Pals and Paleo with Adele, where she talks about all sorts of cool paleo stuff. And I know she talked on her podcast about Pharaohdraco, the other pterosaur that she identified not too long ago, which I think we also talked about in the news.
Yes.
And I'm sure she will be talking about this one as well. Go check it out. Adele's great.
It's just podcastception, layer
This
on
is
layer.
This is the whole thing. So far, this episode, all we have done is advertise for other people's products. This is research by Adele Pentland et al. In Scientific Reports. And in the blog post, we will link to an article in ZME Science by Tibi Puyu. Pterosaurs, the flying reptiles of the Mesozoic, your pterodactyls and pteranodons and such. Pterosaurs are quite rare in Australia. Just not a great place to find pterosaurs for a number of reasons. As mentioned in the article, fewer than 25 specimens are known from Australia.
Yeah.
Most of these are fragments, isolated bits and pieces, and most of them come from one formation, geologic formation, the Tullabuk Formation in Queensland. This study describes another pterosaur specimen from the Tullabuk Formation in Queensland, but this one stands out for a number of reasons. First and foremost, because it is the most complete pterosaur specimen ever found in Australia.
Woo!
This pterosaur comes from the early Cretaceous. This is the Albian, so around 100 million years old or a bit older. This specimen preserves about a quarter of the skeleton, including partial skull, the complete mandible, the lower jaw, the hyoid bones, a few vertebrae, several ribs, and various parts of the shoulder and wings and legs. This is a shockingly complete pterosaur. Just generally, pterosaurs are not usually found very complete.
Yeah, they're fragile creatures to begin with.
And this, for Australia, this is unprecedented. This is great.
Awesome.
Features on the skeleton allow the researchers to identify it as being part of a pterosaur group called Onhagueria. Specifically, it is closely related to certain other Australian pterosaurs, like Pharaoh-Draco, the other one that is associated with Adele's research. And further than that, it is not only a new species, but also a new genus. Heliskaya petersoni, named after Kevin Peterson, the person who discovered and prepared the specimen, and Heliskaya, the genus, comes from ancient Greek words meaning sea and shadow or phantom.
Ooh.
To quote the paper, thus a flying creature that cast a shadow on the sea, or a phantom that haunted the long-vanished Eromanga Sea.
You got some good names for the pterosaurs you're discovering.
That's great. Way to go, Adele, and everybody else.
Heliskaya. I mean, I'm ready for the animated series of these pterosaurs, because their names are great.
Heliskaya is estimated to have been a good-sized pterosaur with an estimated wingspan of around 4.5 meters.
Woo!
15 feet. This is a biggin.
Nice.
It is distinct from other species of pterosaurs based on features of the teeth and the hyoid bones. Now, the hyoid apparatus we discussed at length in episode 192, not too long ago, when we talked about tongues.
Blah, blah, blah.
These are the bones that in most animals are located in the mouth-throat region that support the muscles of the tongue. If this had been published a month earlier, this animal would have been discussed in the tongues episode.
For sure.
For the following reason. The hyoid bones are about 70% the length of the lower jaw.
Whoa.
The largest ratio in any known pterosaur.
Whoa.
Big, long hyoid bones that probably mean a strong, muscular tongue.
Yeah.
Which the researchers here describe as probably being useful for holding on to difficult prey. This pterosaur also has curved teeth and is associated, as the name suggests, with ocean deposits. It was probably eating slippery aquatic food like fish, and that tongue might have been helpful for holding on to difficult-to-grab foods.
That's very cool.
They actually note specifically that the teeth don't show a lot of wear on them, which might mean that this specific species of pterosaurs was going after softer prey. So they might have been going after fish, or maybe like squid-like cephalopods, things like that.
Yeah.
And keeping hold of them with the curved teeth and a strong tongue.
Yeah, I wonder if there'd be more dexterity to a tongue like that for those floppier, softer things or something.
Yeah, I think in the paper there's a mention of, like, using the tongue to hold something against the roof of the mouth.
Yeah, pin it.
Yeah, which we've talked about in the tongue episode. There are some animals that will use their tongue to kind of chew.
Yeah,
like to crush things up.
Smush things against the roof of the mouth or grind it against the roof of the mouth. So this is a version of that, but used for prey capture, potentially.
Yeah.
Very cool. Oh, that's awesome.
How cool.
Like, that's it. Good name, cool pterosaur with interesting features.
Yeah, not only is it a unique and exciting pterosaur discovery for its entire continent, which is very cool, but also it has a superlative feature.
Yes. Which often happens when we have really nicely preserved members of groups that don't get that as often. Like, any pterosaur we find that's super complete, we often learn something really neat because we don't get that very often. But it's very cool that just the layers of neat aspects of this discovery.
Yeah, this is a really cool find.
Awesome. Well, my news is also about an archosaur from a flying group. This one's a boid. I don't know whether this one flew, though. I didn't see whether they mentioned if it is flightless. I assume it is, because it's a big bird, also from Australia.
We're very consistent.
This was noted in many of the news as a megagoose.
A megagoose? A beetlegoose.
This is research. Oh, yeah.
That was a very dumb... that was a very dumb joke. Keep it in. That was very dumb.
This is research by Phoebe McInerney et al. In Historical Biology, and the article is by Evrim Yazgin in Cosmos magazine. This study is discussing a group of birds from Australia that were known giant birds. You know, we've known about these for quite some time. Known as the Drome ornithidae, there are at least 8 species, and these were big birds. The largest grew up to be like 800 kilograms.
Yeah, this is one of the major groups of large flightless birds from the past.
Yes. Dromaeornis is one of the famous genus that gets discussed with this group. Certain aspects of their morphology, though, have not been well understood and established, notably the skull. The skulls have not been thoroughly understood, but mostly because of missing material.
Right, they don't tend to preserve very well.
So we don't have a good understanding of what their faces were doing and how it would have informed this group. This has affected things like fully understanding where their grouping is with other bird groups and exactly what kind of bird they should be considered. This study is about a new skull from a species, which is Genyornis newtoni. This is once again one we've known.
I think we've talked about Genyornis in the news in the
so.
past. I have a vague recollection of this coming up before.
This is another big bird, 230 kilograms, so not quite as big as the biggest ones, but still a hefty bird.
Yeah, a 500-pound bird.
Yep. This study is talking about a new skull from this species, discovered in South Australia, along with a mostly complete body fossil.
Oh, very nice.
But the skull is now one of very few good skulls for this group.
Yeah, this is a great episode for Australian paleontology.
Right? So in the study, they did a complete re-description of the skull, using this to just fully re-describe the skull of this species, giving updates to its biology and morphology, but also trying to figure out where this might help place this bird in among other groups. And they found a bunch of really unique features to this bird's skull. It had a tall and mobile upper jaw, which we've talked about that birds have more mobile faces. Their jaws and snout can move a lot more than us and other mammals. They compared it, though, to like a parrot.
Oh, interesting.
But shaped like a goose.
Yeah.
So like as mobile as a parrot's upper beak, but in a different shape.
Interesting.
It had a very wide gape and seems like it would have probably had fairly strong bite force. Mm-hmm. So a robust bite. They interpret that as likely meaning that it would have been being able to crush plants and other vegetative material up against the roof of the mouth like we see other goose-shaped creatures do. Surprisingly large brain case with an unusual shape. They noticed that just the shape of the brain case is unique, with certain bones enlarged in an unusual way. And that overall, this reanalysis shows that it shares a lot of features with waterfowl, goose and duck and birds like that today. And that with other evidences that seems like it was well adapted to aquatic environments. Some of which point to them having protections against an influx of water through the ears and throat. So it seems like this indeed was a aquatic, or at least aquatic adapted bird with a face very similar to a goose, which is why it's gotten the nickname Mega Goose by so many of the news things.
Yeah, that it might have been eating and living in a similar habitat.
Yeah, it has a morphology that seems to be very goose-like.
Interesting.
It also has lended some information potentially to the placement of the overall Dromaeornithids as a group. It's often been wondered how closely related they are to another group of birds, the Gastrornithids. Mm-hmm. This suggests that they are not close to that group.
Okay,
and that
the Gastrornithids is another one of really large-sized flightless birds. So it would make intuitive sense if you had these two groups of giant flightless birds being closely related.
Absolutely. This one, based on the features of this skeleton, suggests that it should be removed from that overall group and be placed separately.
So a fully separate evolution of that large body shape.
Yes. It instead supports it with a close relationship to a different group, the Enceriforms.
That's the group, interestingly enough, that includes geese and such today.
So it seems like they might actually be more close to big waterfowl than are other famous groups of large birds throughout Earth's history.
Yeah, so Mega Goose isn't just that it looks like a goose, it might actually be not too distantly related from the group that includes geese.
Absolutely.
That's pretty cool. Also, an interesting thing to consider. I have sort of a specific image in my head of giant flightless birds from the past, and all of them in my head are either terror birds, in which case those are the carnivorous ones, which are walking around like theropod dinosaurs hunting small stuff, or all the other giant flightless birds from the past, like moas and gastornis, which are herbivorous, and I just always picture them in a forest.
Well, and
I've never considered the idea of one of those large flightless bird groups in not a forest.
Yes.
In this case, on a shoreline or in freshwater habitats or wherever this is.
Well, I think because a bunch of them are more ostrich and emu shaped with long legs and a long neck. And those we tend to find either in like a grassland or a forested area, like cassowary. The idea of a giant water bird is not typical. Typically, if I think of large water birds, I'm thinking of like an albatross.
Right.
But
something that a large terrestrial, like a large water bird that spends most of its time hanging out on the ground, is a goose.
Yeah.
Like that's about as big as I imagine. That's a really cool. And there have been like island goose species that have gotten quite large. But this is an interesting. The idea of a semi-aquatic bird foraging in aquatic environments, bird the size of a tiger.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
And like we don't know what the rest of this group looked like, but there were other members in this group that got equally and larger sizes.
Yeah.
So it could have been that in Australia there was just a group of large waterfowl type birds filling whatever niche that would fill.
Yeah. Now it makes me picture the Dinochirus from Prehistoric Planet.
Yeah.
It's a big theropod waiting in the water.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, that's super cool. I've got a second news that is not from Australia and is not an archosaur. It is not even close. This is research that technically is about bear remains, but mostly is about Neanderthals.
Okay.
This is research by Tomas Pianka et al. In the Journal of Archaeological Science. And we will link in the blog post to an article on My Modern Met by Madeline Mazdakis.
A lot of M's.
Very alliterative. This study focuses on a single bone, a partial radius, that's one of the forearm bones, of a bear. It's a fragment of this radius. The fragment's about 4 inches long or 10 centimeters long. Just a little bit of bone. Discovered in a cave in South Poland, dating to between 130 and 115,000 years ago. What's interesting about this bear bone is that there are a series of lines, parallel, consistently shaped lines, that appear to have been carved into it.
Okay.
So the bear is not the interesting part. The interesting part is that this comes from a time and place that Neanderthals were around, and this appears to be a modified bone. It was first excavated back in the 1950s and interpreted as a bone marked by Neanderthals. It has long been cited as the oldest known marked object north of the Carpathian Mountains and the oldest evidence of symbolic marking from Neanderthals.
Okay.
However, this study notes that it hasn't been studied in great detail. It's been cited as this has been the interpretation, but there hasn't been like a good detailed study of it. This study is a good detailed study of it. They examine the bone and the markings with CT scanning, with microscope studies, and also they compare with experiments, these sort of actualistic experiments that you get to do when you're doing archaeological or paleoanthropological studies. In this case, they used stone tools to make cuts on, they were using cow bones.
Yeah.
To study what pattern that leaves behind.
I love that studying this kind of stuff, one of the steps can just be, we're humans, they were humans, we'll do what those humans did and see if it looks similar.
Yes. It's like a much more scientific version of that thing from the behind the scenes of Jurassic Park, where they're all running around like gallimimuses.
Yeah.
It's like that, but science. Using all of these techniques, they sought to investigate exactly how these cuts were made. There are 17 incisions on the bone. They're all fairly consistent. They're not spaced exactly evenly, but they are all parallel. The authors find that they do not seem to be consistent with this bone being used for something. Like, this isn't like wear because it was being used as a tool. It doesn't seem to be consistent with butchering. They don't think, based on the features of these cuts, that this is like an accidental side effect of something else that was being done with this bone.
Yeah, just damage.
Right, just damage in the process of something else. These appear to be deliberate lines made by the repetitive motion of a stone cutting tool. So a stone knife or something similar cut these lines into this bone using a repetitive motion. They said most likely a single carving person in one sitting. So the same tool and the same technique. And they note that a lot of the cuts have a, like, at the end of the incision is a little, what they described as a comma-like curve. So a little curve at the end that indicates that the carver was right-handed.
Yeah.
Using their right hand to make these cuts.
Neat.
With all of that together, they interpret that this series of cuts seems to have been an intentional modification of this bone, and it isn't a modification for any obvious use that we see. But, it's not being carved into a tool or a weapon or something that we're familiar with. So potentially some sort of symbolic meaning in these carvings on this bone. That sort of carving, these sort of striations and these lines, engravings, are known on objects associated with Neanderthals at other sites. This isn't the first time we've seen signs of Neanderthals carving symbols or something into bone or other objects. But it is the oldest example at least 115,000 years old. This, of course, then raises the question that we do not have a way of answering of what were these lines about.
Yes.
And that is way harder to interpret. They look kind of like tally marks.
Yep.
That's the first thing that comes to my mind is like, was this counting of something? It could also just be an aesthetic thing.
Yep.
Making it look the way that you want it to look.
Yeah. Like, the first thought I had was whether or not it was measuring or spacing thing.
Oh, like a ruler.
Yeah, like a ruler. Or if it's a guide, like, are you cutting something else and these are the points you need to cut that thing, so you line the bone up with it and cut the skin at those points or whatever. It could be a guide or something. Yeah, that's why it's so hard to interpret these things, because we just came up with 3 very different, fully separate uses. And then it also could be like, is this like the age of someone? And is this a representative of a person? You know? So, like, it could be something ceremonial and having a fully symbolic meaning.
Yep. Whatever the purpose was, it does seem to be the oldest evidence of Neanderthal intentionally modifying something, likely for some sort of visual or symbolic meaning, which, of course, gives us just a little bit of extra insight into the culture and habits, and it's often just, the cognition, but more broadly speaking, what Neanderthals were doing with their minds and tools.
Yes.
How they were adjusting the world around them.
Very cool.
Very cool stuff. We talked a bunch about this kind of cultural insights into Neanderthals in episode 177 when Dr. Alex joined us to talk about Neanderthals.
Yeah.
So if your interest is piqued and you haven't listened to 177, go check it out.
Also, the right-handed note, that's
so cool.
That's so much fun.
That's so cool.
Very Sherlock.
I'm not at all surprised. That's one of those, I'm not surprised at all that we can tell that.
Yeah, like, that makes sense.
And it's a Neanderthal. That's just a person.
Yeah, it was like how you can recognize handwriting if you know what to look for and you go, that's a left-handed handwriting.
Absolutely. If you said, could we tell that a Neanderthal was right-handed? Yeah, of course we could tell that.
Yeah.
They're humans. They
Yes.
they function the same way we do. The fact that we did tell that is very cool.
Cool. Well, my last news also has to do with interpreting behavior in the fossil record, but I'm going even farther from Archosaurus because this is about ants.
Okay, we're out of vertebrates.
This is way, way out of vertebrates.
We're way out in the grapes.
This is a study that is potentially identifying evidence for social communication in ancient ants.
Oh, they were carving notches in the bare bones.
Yep, into the stems of leaves. This is research by Rio Taniguchi et al. In Science Advances, and the article is by Murgakshi Dixit in Interesting Engineering. So when we talk about ants and ant evolution, the topic of... Episode 149. The topic of their social behavior is a big focus because...
Episode 111.
Yes, yeah, indeed. I forgot we had done a separate one.
We did both.
Yep. Because eusociality, the working together of a whole hive of ants or wasps or bees to act as a superorganism, is one of the most defining features of these groups. and has been a major aspect of their success on Earth.
Yes, and we talked in episode 149, we talked about how this sort of eusocial system is ubiquitous among ants, and how ants are among the top contenders for the rulers of the planet Earth.
Yes.
Just everywhere doing great.
So figuring out when that started to show up and what parts of it showed up when has been a big question with ant evolution, just because it's such a defining feature of how we understand ants. But that is behavior, and behavior in the fossil record is very hard to track down sometimes.
Episode 61.
Typically, we identify evidence of social behavior in ants by them being fossilized together, usually in amber. And so when multiple ants of the same species get trapped together, we interpret that as a decent sign that they were at least being somewhat social. They were together. It's not likely they all just happened to be competing. Maybe it was just a mating thing, but some form of social behavior was probably trapped by this. But that's rare, and that is not direct evidence of social and communicative behavior, because that's one of the key aspects of eusociality, isn't just that we group together, but that they are communicating, and they are collaborating with the signals being sent from individual to individual. This study attempted to look for direct evidence of at least this form of communication. The way they did that was by trying to look for specific sensory organs on the antenna that would indicate certain chemical communication.
Okay.
And support evidence for social communication between the insects. They looked at a piece of amber with 3 fossilized ants in it from the species Gerontoformica gracilis. This is Myanmar amber. So just as we like to note, there are certain concerns with the ethicalness of this kind of amber coming in and out of that country. But this dates it back to early Cretaceous, about 100 million years old. They wanted to try to look at these ants' antenna, see the sensory structures on the antenna, and identify what kinds of chemical senses these antenna are doing. Because the antenna do a lot of the smelling and tasting and sensing of the world around them, looking for structures called sensilla. But to do that, they had to develop a new technique because they can't see clearly through the amber due to the distortion of the amber and how light is scattered through the fossilized amber itself. So traditional imaging and like small scale imaging techniques wouldn't work well, like X-ray and CT scanning wouldn't have done the job. So they went with a technique that partially, like some of the steps were designed for this research, using lasers called rotating confocal laser scanning microscopy, CLSM. And to use this, they went through a few steps. First, gently removing the heads of the ants.
Sure.
In the amber, so just separating those sections of amber. Then they crushed and polished the surrounding amber around the head to create a very thin layer around 100 micrometers thick so that they could get a clear view to the structures on the head. And this is where the rotating comes in. To view and get a good look at the antenna, one angle isn't good enough, so they rotate it through multiple because one angle would shadow things in a way that would obscure the structures on the antenna.
Yeah.
So they get this multi-view scan with those lasers and this now thinned down layer of amber to get a very high detail look at the structures on the antenna.
Yeah, this is similar in some respects to photogrammetry, where you're using all different angles to then get a full 3D image of the thing you're looking at.
Yes, and it sounds like this was to make sure that you got a view of everything, because any one view would shadow parts and obscure key things.
Yeah.
So you're making sure that you're not accidentally losing something because your angle is only capturing or missing something else.
Makes sense.
This enabled them to see the sensilla and figure out what kinds of sensilla the antenna have. They compared it to modern ants and found remarkable matches, that they were very similar structures. At least a few of them were. Both had 4 types of sensilla used for things like detecting danger and identifying friends and foes. So they had sensilla that matched today's social ants.
Okay.
For at least danger sensing and recognizing other ants as their nest or other nests, which suggests that these ancient ants were social ants, at least to some degree.
Yeah, at least they at the very least, they had the sensory organs to detect those social cues. And if they're super similar to modern ants, there is a decent chance that they were living in somewhat similar ways.
Yes. Now, there are varying degrees of eusociality in today's ants, where you have some that are full-on superorganism all the time, and then others where they are individualistic a lot of the time. They go and hunt by themselves. So this could be a situation where they are living together or interacting often, but they might not be doing the superorganism thing. That's hard to tell, but it does seem with these adaptations, they're likely doing some amount of interacting with other ants on at least a regular enough basis to have structures on the antenna to recognize your fellow ants and the enemy ants.
Yeah.
This means that that level of sociality in ants could go back farther than initially had been suspected based on other evidence. They know that this group of ants is one of the most primitive groups of ants. So this is a very primitive group compared to others. So if it does go back that far, this could be something that goes closer to the base of ants than we had initially suspected.
Yeah.
So this could end up restructuring our interpretation of at what stages the different levels of eusociality and when we might have seen them in ant evolution.
Yeah, this makes sense. I think in episode 149, when we talked about ant evolution, we discussed evidence that ants have been potentially social animals since the beginnings of ants.
Yes.
That this might be something that has just always been a feature of ants.
It might be something that ants started with and then diversified with.
Yeah. And the idea that ants were doing some version of social behavior like they have today, all the way back in the early Cretaceous, is very fun. The idea that a dinosaur could step on an anthill and then get its foot swarmed, like can happen to you today, is a very relatable, shared feature of an environment.
Absolutely. I also really like this because this strategy is something that can be used on individual ants in amber that don't have any direct evidence, that don't have any suggestive evidence that they were interacting with other ants yet. But if this analysis of antenna structures is a supported way to identify potential social behavior, any ant in amber that's preserved well enough could potentially be looked at this way.
Yeah, that's very cool. That's a very cool kind of analysis that I wouldn't have thought. I didn't know you could see sensory instructions on the antennae.
I didn't think about that.
That makes sense, but I'd never considered what the physical structure of the antenna is that allows it to sense stuff.
But yeah, I thought I was picturing it like our nose and taste buds, like where there are different things in there sensing, but like I can't just glance at someone's tongue very easily.
Right, you don't see the taste buds.
I don't see them, so I didn't think about you being able to just look at the antenna.
Yeah, that's a cool thing. I didn't know about ants.
That's awesome.
You should get the orange soda. It's amazing.
Okay.
What would you ladies like to drink?
Orange soda, please.
I'll have the strawberry soda.
Me too. Strawberry soda.
I am so shocked and betrayed right now. Courtney and Chloe have completely thrown me under the bus. I can't believe you guys did that.
Did what?
You didn't order the orange soda.
We changed our minds, Kim.
You said you were getting orange soda.
Strawberry is better.
Whatever, you guys.
Kim, seriously?
Don't be stupid. This is stupid. Why are you being stupid?
This is typical of Kim. She always makes a big deal out of soda.
She's such a crybaby.
Should we check on her?
No, if we do, I'll start laughing. Kim crying is the funniest thing ever.
I just don't understand why they would get strawberry when I said to get orange. I admit I might have overreacted, but after taking a long I was finally able to face my sisters. Where did they go? They were my ride.
We ate and went home.
You should get
And speaking of awesome, the most awesome, Croc Month, alligators and caimans.
You got another hour, hour and a half max that I'll let you get away with
The
it.
top of the top, the best of the best. After the break, we'll start talking about what alligators and caimans are and what makes them so fantastic. Alligators are one of the animals that I feel like have probably been mentioned more than most on this podcast.
Yeah, they're probably way up there. Like specific species.
As far as specific species goes, the American alligator has gotten a lot of airtime on this podcast, thanks to yours truly.
So we won't be discussing it in
so
this episode.
Obviously, we've said everything we need to say.
That's it.
Moving right along.
Go back and listen to the other 193 episodes of the podcast.
He is hidden throughout there. Like the Da Vinci Code is the alligator episode. Alligators today are well known here in the U.S. They are our big crocodilian, and they are numerous and widespread and famous, and as a group are known mostly here in the Americas, but there is the one over in China, the Chinese alligator. Today, as is often the case with crocs, they are a small portion of what was a very diverse group. But they are one of the more diverse groups of crocodilians today.
Because not all of the alligators are alligators.
Yes, exactly. Because they include your caimans down in South America. And this group is the most diverse group in the Americas. They outnumber the crocs that are here, and they are the most widespread of the crocs that are of the crocodilians that are here.
Yeah, it's funny because we talk about crocodilians as being gators and crocs.
Yes.
Which leaves out some things, but crocodilians are actually split into the croc family and the gator family.
Absolutely.
And the gator family is bolstered by several species of caimans that are also included within that group.
And the reason you'll often hear it as alligators and crocs, even and crocodiles, even when it's like talking in more official terms, is because your two halves of crocodilia are the crocodilids, which include your crocodiles and your gharials, and the alligatorids, which include your alligators and caimans.
Yes, and they're also somewhat split globally, where your gators are much more diverse and widespread in the New World, and crocs are much more diverse and widespread in the Old World.
And this is one of those interesting things where some of that mirrors their evolutionary history, but there were tons of alligators outside of the Americas before they became centralized here.
Yeah, that split is a modern thing.
Yes, because their group goes back to the late Cretaceous. The alligatoroids go back to the late Cretaceous and have been around as long as crocodiles have. Many of them did not look like today's alligators, and many of them looked very crocky. That body plan was more the default crocodilian body plan. So your earliest members would have looked like a crocodile, not an alligator. But they go back all the way to the Cretaceous, and today include 4 genera. We have the alligator genus, which is Mississippiensis, the American alligator, and Sinensis, the Chinese alligator. We have the genus caiman, and the 2 other genus in the group caiman, Melanosuchus and Paleosuchus. The alligator group is split into the Alligatorinae and the Caimanae.
Sure. So those gators and caimans, two separate lineages,
are true branches of the alligator group. It's not just like what we call the smaller versions and the bigger versions. Those are actual groups and are described as everything closer to the genus alligator on one side and everything closer to the genus caiman on the other.
The Alligatoridae is named very conveniently.
Yes. It is very easy to follow their groupings. Among those 4 genera, there are 7 species, with some questions on exactly how related a couple of them are. But you have the 2 alligators, and then among caimans you have the black caiman, broad-snout caiman, dwarf and smooth-fronted caimans, and the spectacled caiman. All the caimans are found here in the Americas, mostly in South America, coming up into Central America, and a little bit outside of there because of introduced spectacled caimans in places.
Sure.
We'll go into that. Alligators are found here in North America, and the one in China.
Yes.
Which is the only member of this overall group outside the Americas. And it's an anomaly. It is a weird member for that reason.
Yeah, the distant cousin, even though it is within the alligator genus. It's the same genus split across the continents.
Yeah, and it's not like super weird particularly for an it just is in a very weird place. And we'll talk about that a bit more later on when we go into the evolution, because how it got there is a question.
Yeah.
It's a big question in alligator evolution. As a group, they do share certain features. And I think the easiest way to go through some of those features they share is to talk about one of the biggest questions that comes up when you talk about an alligator. How do you tell it apart from a crocodile?
Yes, these two big main lineages of crocodilian are different.
Yes. It can often be tricky to distinguish at a glance what sets the two groups apart, because crocodilians are a very conservative group. They have a lot of really similar features. Internally, they are very similar. Biologically, behaviorally, many of them are very similar. So it's not a very super easy, like, New World, Old World monkey kind of thing of like, there are differences, but they can be a little bit hidden. A lot of them are in the face.
Sure. Which is the part you should be looking at anyway.
That's where you want to get right up close. The famous example you'll hear is that crocodiles tend to have more V-shaped snouts, more like a triangle, a slice of pizza, while the alligators and caimans tend to have a bit more rounded, broad snouts.
Yeah, like a paddleboard.
Like a paddleboard. That is typically focused on the American alligator, since that's usually what most of that conversation comes around, because this is the only place in the world where you get an alligator and a crocodile in the same place.
Yeah, southern Florida.
Yep. The Chinese alligator does not overlap with any crocodiles. It's too far north for any of them to overlap with it.
So if you're in its range and you see a crocodilian, you know which one it is.
Yep. Caimans will have varying amounts of that broad snout. There are some that have fairly crocky snake-shaped snouts, but they're a little bit more boxy. Like, instead of being a V, it's more like a angled, like trapezoid.
Sure, I'm thinking of like the difference between a white rhino and a black rhino.
Yeah.
The narrow snout versus, even if it's not super broad, it's just a little bit more of a rectangular.
It's a little squarer.
Yeah.
They have very kind of boxy heads. I saw it described that in many papers as more boxy heads. Another difference that is consistent, but once again, there are varying degrees to exactly how extreme this is. The way their teeth interlock is different. When crocodiles close their mouths, their teeth interlock like a zipper, with at least one pair, and then some there will be others, that stick out of the mouth from the lower jaw.
Yeah, like little tusks,
like
sticking
kind of little
upwards.
Warthog tusks.
And if you look at the shape of their skull from above, their snout has a little notch in it, where the shape of the skull kind of pinches in a little bit, where those big teeth stick upwards.
And that's typically right around where the premaxilla and maxilla, so the two bones of the upper snout, meet. In alligators and caimans, their teeth will still interlock, like they're still going top, bottom a lot of the time, but the lower teeth fit within the upper jaw.
Yeah, they have an overbite.
They have an overbite. Now, a lot of caimans have not as much of an overbite. You can still see the lower teeth when their mouths are closed, but the tips are in the mouth.
Gotcha.
The tips are not visible like they will be on crocs.
All right, and the same thing about the skulls. If you ever get the chance to look into the skull of American alligators, show this really well.
Yes.
Instead of having a pinched-in portion where the big lower teeth stick up, they have a little divot.
Yes.
In the palate, the roof of the mouth, where their biggest teeth fit in.
They've got pockets for
pockets.
each of the teeth. And the alligator is by far the one with the most overbite bite of this group. The American alligator has just a blatant overbite. You can barely see any lower teeth a lot of time when the mouth is closed. Caimans, a lot of time, you can see where that notch would be. And you can see that tooth more visibly on some of them.
Interesting.
So it's like almost the same situation as a crocodile, but the tooth isn't actually sticking out. One thing that will mess this up for anyone trying to use this, in human care, the teeth can get messed up. And a lot of alligators and caimans, the teeth will start splaying out. Like they're getting flattened. If you were to like press the jaw between two boards and flatten the teeth out so they're sticking out horizontally to the mouth, that will start to happen sometimes. It's not sure why that happens. It might be a diet thing. It might be a way the habitat's built, but you will then find caimans and alligators in zoos that have visible lower teeth. And that's because of how they grew, not how they developed, not how they were, not their genetics or anything.
Yeah, this is something we've talked about before in regards to research, and it's one of the reasons why you always have to be careful if you're using zoo animals as your research specimens, because animals in captivity will develop certain traits that are different from what you would see in the wild. And this came up with your research when you were looking at alligator skulls. If you want to see the way that they naturally develop, you can't look at zoo specimens because they will often have their teeth are in weird positions.
It's the same thing that can happen with us humans, where like certain lifestyles and cultures can affect the way our skeleton grows. You can't just use one human as an example for all humans, because were they wearing weird shoes that made their feet develop differently? Then those feet are not actually going to tell you what what typical human feet look like. You now know what that person's foot looked like. Mm-hmm. Same thing can happen with individual animals. The big definer, though, between the crocodilia lineage and the alligatorid lineage is salt glands. That's the big difference. Salt glands are not present and as used in all members of crocodili and of the crocodilids. Gharials and false gharials tend to just stay in fresh water, and there are many other crocs that basically never move into salty water. But most crocodiles do have functioning, and I believe all of them, but they do have functioning salt glands in their tongue to be able to get rid of excess salt if they go into salt water. All alligators and caimans do not. They have no salt gland. It's not even seems like they lost it. This group does not have that. Mm-hmm.
Which makes the question even more interesting of how did the Chinese alligator get over where it is?
Absolutely. That is one of the reasons it's a difficult question to answer.
Yes, because it doesn't mean that gators and caimans can't go for a swim in the ocean.
We don't have salt glands and we can go swim in the ocean.
Yeah, but after a while, that saline concentration starts to mess with with your body chemistry. Yeah. Crocs are well suited to handle the same way a lot of seabirds have salt glands that help them to disperse safely the amount of salt coming in and out of the body.
Especially if you're eating things from the ocean.
Yeah.
If you're eating fish and creatures from the ocean, you're going to get a lot of that salt when you eat them.
This is why saltwater crocodiles can go for a big ol' swim across the ocean and go visit other islands, but an alligator would have a hard time taking a trip, across the Gulf of Mexico or across the Atlantic Ocean, for example.
Exactly. You will see them in brackish environments at times. You will often see, if you do see any of them like out in the ocean, will be big alligators, where their size can help them resist the toxic levels of salt for longer. But eventually they will need to return to fresh water to be able to rehydrate and drink fresh water. They cannot drink the salt water just like we can't. I did find some fun facts related to that, in that crocodile and alligator kidneys work the same when drinking fresh water, but if they drink salt water, the alligator kidney starts working overtime to try to pull the excess salt out of the blood, while the crocodile kidney basically continues to work as normal, because they have salt glands to handle that.
Yeah.
So their kidney can't really tell the difference. It's not having to do a big job differently because they have a way to get rid of the excess salt.
Yeah, by the time it gets to the kidneys, it's already been filtered.
Yes. They also noted that it seems like crocodiles know not to drink salt water if presented with it, and alligators have to learn not to, based on at least the studies done in it.
Yeah.
Exactly how they're sensing that's not sure, and exactly what's going on with that, but it does seem like there is an instinctual aspect to how they interact with salt water as young and between the two groups.
Well, so crocs are also ocean wise.
Yes, exactly.
In a way that gators and caimans are not.
Yep. So now let's meet the members of this group and just get a little idea of what the diversity today is. The American alligator is by far the best known of this group. This is partially because it is here in North America, so it is...
It lives where all the science has been happening for hundreds of years.
It also is right up against big human cities just all over the place. Like, it's right... We live right on top of each other here. They are also one of the most numerous crocodilians in the world. I've seen them noted as the most numerous crocodilian species in the world. I don't know the exact numbers. I've seen a couple of different estimates thrown around of 5 million or 2 or 3 million total, but that they are often considered to probably outnumber any other species of crocodilian on the planet today. So they are also readily available for us to study and get to know very well. They are also one of the largest members of this group. Females can reach lengths of 6 to 9 feet, so 2 to almost 3 meters, while males can often be found at like 4-ish meters, coming around like 12 feet, but there have been members that get up to 15 feet, so 4.5 meters. They are well known for being very cold adapted. They come much farther up north than most species of crocodilian would be found going into a continent. Mm-hmm. And they can handle freezing temperatures better than other crocodilians, with the famous examples of them like freezing into the surface of lakes. But very often they will just wait it out on the shore during cold months and just not eat while they don't have the energy to digest. One of the most famous things about them, though, is that they are one of the go-to conservation success stories of any animal on the planet.
When you were talking about them being the most numerous of croc species, that was the first thing that came to my mind. Is like they're also one of the least endangered of the crocodilian species.
Yes.
But they weren't always.
When European colonizers first started interacting here in North America with wildlife, alligator skins became a notable commodity. They became regularly hunted, both to like protect cattle. They were also facing that they were a big predator, so they were a threat to
pets and livestock
in communities, and very much like how wolves were driven out of places, they were driven out. I remember learning about at one alligator place them talking about their tradition of when cattle drives would be happening, it became a practice to go in and kill any gators in the watering hole. And then water your cattle so that you wouldn't lose any to the gators. You just go and pull them out and kill them, as many as you can, or the big ones you can find. But the skin trade was a big driver of their hunting. This started in the 1800s, and by the 1860s they were considered endangered. They made it onto the CITES Appendix 1, which means that alligator products can only be traded if they're bred in captivity. Shortly after this, hunting was made illegal. They were put into conservation programs and alligator breeding programs in alligator farms. Their population has been on the rise since that protection was put in place, and it is now still on the rise. And now hunting has been made legal during hunting seasons, and they are now at stable levels. They're doing well. They're doing fine. They are considered least concern.
And they're playing an important role in Florida, eating the Burmese pythons.
Yep. And reintroduced red wolves.
Right, yeah.
That was one of my favorite stories I ever heard, is they bred a bunch of red wolves, released them on some islands where they were from, and when they came back, they were all gone, and the only answer they could figure is that they got eaten by gators. Because they didn't know to be worried about the gators.
They were not gator-wise.
Nope. There are some parallels to the situation of the American alligator with the Chinese alligator, but the Chinese alligator is a very different alligator in the fact that it is tiny.
Yeah, they're much smaller.
They're
also, as far as I know, much feistier.
Yeah. One of the reputations that the American alligator, and I often push this to emphasize people not to be paranoid of them, not to demonize them, is that the American alligator is a notoriously non-aggressive crocodilian.
Yeah, they're pretty chill as animals go.
They will take down big prey, but they are not regularly taking down large prey animals. That they're not taking down deer on the regular the same way Nile crocodiles are taking down wildebeest. They're usually eating smaller prey, fish, turtles, raccoons. So we humans just don't usually fall within their prey size category unless it's a very big alligator. Usually that's gotten used to people.
Yeah.
So they don't attack very often. We have communities that have lived alongside alligators for generations.
Yeah, the way that I've heard you express it when explaining it to people is if you can see the gator, you're probably fine.
Yeah. And this is often in contrast to a number of species of crocodile which are more aggressive. In alligators and caimans, there's a range of there are some caimans that are notably skittish and some that are notably more dangerous. And the Chinese alligator I've never heard as more dangerous, but as more difficult to work with.
Yes. It feels to me like what I've heard a lot about water snakes.
Yeah.
The genus Nerodia. Water snakes are not a dangerous group of snakes, but if you try to pick one up, you're almost certainly going to get bit. They're very quick to bite in defense.
Yes, very bitey, very scrappy.
Yeah. And I've heard that same sort of thing about Chinese gators.
Yes. The Chinese alligator, Alligator sinensis, is the only one outside the Americas, and it is only found in very small regions and populations in China. They are known from the lower Yangtze Valley of the Yangtze River, known from 3 different provinces in China, and their population is incredibly small. I saw one estimate that said that the current wild population is considered to be potentially less than 150 individuals.
Ooh.
Like, very, these are critically endangered. These are one of the most endangered crocodilians alive today.
Yeah.
So it's weird that the alligators are on 2 separate ends of the critical endangered spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
One is, we very likely might lose this crocodilian in a number of decades if we're not careful. The other is, unless we just go back to the way we were, it will be hard to get rid of this one. The Chinese alligator was also hunted for its skin. It also suffered extremely from habitat loss, and that's why there are now just these pockets of protected, more pristine areas it survives in. There are programs to try to help it. There are breeding programs to try to bring back populations, and I know that at least more recently, reintroduction has been attempted. And in human care, there's the number I saw noted was over 10,000 captive Chinese alligators. So they are easy to take care. Like, they're easy. Most crocodilians, once you get them in a breeding program, do fine because they are not difficult to get to breed, and they're not difficult to feed, and they're not difficult to house. So
they're not picky.
They're not picky. We just have to stop killing them, and they need room to live.
Yes,
and that's it. Once programs get put in place, most crocodilians tend to bounce back. So hopefully we will see that here. This alligator is notable for being small. It is typically no more than 2 meters. So like just over 6 feet is about as big as they get. And that's for larger individuals. Mm-hmm. I've also seen them noted as being more terrestrial or burrow time spending alligators. And as compared to even other caimans, that they spend a lot of time in burrows and out of the water. Which is something that comes up with a number of smaller species. They often tend to spend more time out of the water than the larger species.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I assume that part of it is that it's easier to spend time out of the water.
Yeah, you can move around because you don't weigh a ton.
Yes.
Like, for instance, here they've been noted to hibernate in their burrows during the cold times because they are noted as the most cold-adapted crocodilian.
Oh, interesting.
Just slightly more northerly and colder temperatures than the American alligator tends to deal with.
Gotcha.
They can handle the coldest weather of any croc cousin that we know of thus far. This size range is actually fairly common when we look at this overall group because a number of caimans fall within this kind of size range. A lot of caimans tend to hover around that 6, 7, 8 foot. The alligator is a larger member. The American alligator is a larger member of this group. Most of your caimans tend not to get that big. The most famous of the caimans is the spectacled caiman because it's the most wide-ranging. This is Caiman crocodilus, found within South America, but also Central America. There's also feral populations in Florida, Puerto Rico, and Cuba. They are very opportunistic. And I saw it noted a number of times in areas where larger caimans or crocodiles have been evicted by human activity. Spectacled caimans often
they'll move in,
establish themselves and establish populations there. So if competition is ruled out for them, they do well. It seems like really
the weeds of crocodilians.
Yeah, bigger crocs are the only thing that keep them from just taking over. They are found in tons of different environments. They include a number of subspecies, which the exact relation of these subspecies and how accurate they are has been, discussed and debated, as often is the case with subspecies. It was noted multiple times that distinguishing them is extremely difficult. Mm-hmm. That is very hard to tell these different groups apart with just visual analysis. It sounds like genetic is where a lot of the info is coming from. This is still a fairly small species. Females tend to get 3 to 4 feet and up to maybe 2 meters and 6 feet, while males tend to max out around 6 to 8 feet. So still bigger than the Chinese alligator, but still fairly small. Another extremely similar cousin, the Yakare caiman, Caiman yakare, which was considered a subspecies of the spectacled caiman at one point, is basically indistinguishable, but lives in slightly different areas, slightly different enough to be considered its own species, grows the same size, and I didn't see too much noted behaviorally or anything that separates it, but just a slightly different member. A notably different member is the broad-snouted caiman, which is still fairly small, max of 6 to 8 feet. So we're still at just 2 to 2.5 meters as our biggest members of caiman so far. The broad-snouted caiman is known in a number of areas down in South America. It is often considered a very wary member, like very skittish.
One of those skittish ones. Yep.
I saw it noted that due to the wideness of their range and that they often seem to fall into cooler habitats, climates than some of the other caimans. So they are one of the more cool adapted, not nearly as much as the alligators, but still cool temperatures, less tropical, so to speak. That their time of laying eggs differs based on where they are because of those difference in temperatures.
Okay.
So you don't see a consistent timing for them laying eggs. It depends on where you find them. They are famous for their broad snout.
I was going to guess.
Yep. Caiman laterostris, broad snout. They have the widest head to snout length of any crocodilian.
Oh, cool.
Proportionately, their face is the widest of any living crocodilian. And it is notable when you see a picture of them. It's just this almost equilateral triangle, just very wide face that they use for taking down lots of like snails and crabs and things like that. I also saw it noted that they are in more danger of being hunted due to their skin because they have less osteoderms in their skin.
Less armored.
Mm-hmm. Many caimans are more armored than alligators and have more of those skin bones, the osteoderms, even going around into the belly and sides. Evidently, the broad-snouted caiman is clear-skinned, I saw it called at one point, behind the head, or at least more so in that they have one of the best skins of a caiman only after the black caiman. And so it's made them a higher target for skin trade. And speaking of the black caiman, Melanosuchus niger is the largest caiman and is way bigger. It reaches the same sizes as the American alligator, and I've seen multiple references that the largest members of the black caiman often are larger than the largest members of American alligator.
Okay.
That it may be, in the very outliers of the sizes, the largest alligatorid alive today.
Gotcha. So within the alligatorid lineage, we've got two giants.
Yes.
We've got American alligator, but we've also got black caimans.
Which are not super big as far as crocodilians go. You know, the Nile and the saltwater crocodile and a couple of others get up to like 17, 18 feet more regularly, and at the very top 20 feet. Mm-hmm. So not the biggest members, but they are among the large members of crocodilian.
Right. Well, and they're getting up to almost twice as long as all the other members of the Alligatoridae.
Yes, absolutely. The black caiman is also notably, I've seen many times described as more aggressive, which partially just makes sense because it's a bigger member. It can take down larger food, and so it is taking down larger food.
Right. It's not as intimidated by something human-sized.
Yes.
Whereas a smaller gator, that's just too big for it to want to mess with.
Absolutely. Like a full-grown black caiman is now the largest predator in South America. It's the heaviest weighted predator in South America, and is a bit more aggressive than is typically noted for a lot of the other caimans. It has been cited as more often attacking humans than many of the other species, and compared to the American alligator. So it is just a bit more likely to hunt larger things. It also, though, has had its numbers dropped significantly due to the skin trade, and it is the most sought after for skin. There are still areas that have large populations, but in many other areas they've been reduced or extirpated. And then the final genus is Paleosuchus, which has two species, the smooth-fronted and dwarf caiman. These are unique among caimans because they lack the interorbital ridge, which is a little ridge of bone between the eyes, which is where the spectacled caiman gets its name. It looks like where eyeglasses would be connected to each other.
Yeah, the bridge.
The bridge of the eyeglasses. They lack this bridge, which is it found in basically all the other caimans to some degree. They do have other features of the skull that still make them very caiman-y. They still often have those little eye bumps, those little eye spikes that are very common in the caimans. They have more ossified faces. This is one of the ones that was described as having a very angular, boxy face. These species are also interesting because they are typically found together. In most habitats, you'll find one, you'll also find the other. So they have a very overlapping range. They also tend to be found in faster flowing water, which is unusual for the other caimans, but also just more unusual for crocodilians in general.
Yeah, we typically think of them in ponds or lakes
Yeah.
or slow streams and rivers.
I saw it noted multiple times for these two
I was
that
finally able to
fast-flowing water.
face-
They still can be found in quiet waters. And like at one point I saw it that the smooth-fronted was fast water, the dwarf was slow water. And then another thing talking about the dwarf said they were fast water. They are notable. They're related to fast water environments quite frequently. They are also noted for living in lower temperature areas, specifically higher altitudes. 1,300 meters is what I saw.
It's also where you're more likely to find faster flowing water.
Yep, exactly. So it seems like mountain streams, cooler, fast-flowing mountain streams is more common for them. They also tend to be more individualistic. A lot of the others, like spectacled caiman, you'll find in these massive groups. Black caimans can often be similar. I think the broad-snouted is a bit more shy, a bit more solitary, but these were noted for often just being single individuals or pairs. You don't find them in big groups like you do American alligators basking on the bank.
Sure. Yeah, crocs tend not to be social per se.
No.
But they will be gregarious.
Yes, they will
gather
put up with
in
each
big
other.
Groups.
Some will like nest near each other or raise young in certain areas. And I know caimans have been noted for that with young. And they are ones that will be noted for like fishing together. Communal fishing where they put their mouths open in the oncoming water, lined up with each other.
So someone's going to get a fish.
So that you're all just chasing fish toward each other just by being there and putting up with each other. That's been noted in crocodiles as well, but caimans are famous for that because many species are found in large groups. The smooth-fronted Snyder's smooth-fronted caiman, Paleosuchus trigonatus, is a even slightly smaller member of the caimans, typically only up to like 5 to 7 feet. So 1.7, 2.3 meters. Females even smaller than that typically. They are considered one of the most heavily armored members, and potentially I saw it described as maybe the most heavily armored crocodilian alive today.
Interesting.
They're just very bony skinned, lots of bony deposits in the skin throughout their hide. They're just tough little caimans. This makes their skin virtually worthless, so they are not particularly hunted for their
Lucky
skin,
them.
because it's just full of pebbles. And it was noted that radio tracking has shown they leave the water at night, typically, maybe to hunt on land and in the foliage.
Oh, interesting.
So the water may be a safety thing, not a hunting thing as much, and they're going finding food out of the water. This is also, I saw noted for Cuvier's dwarf caiman, Paleosuchus palpebrosus, which is even smaller. Typical max length for males is 5.2 feet. 1.6 meters is the upper reach. That was
Yes.
the lower reach for most
That's
of the others.
as big as they get.
That's typically as big as they get. Females, it was said, do not usually exceed 1.2 meters, or just under 4 feet. This is maybe the world's smallest crocodilian today. The dwarf crocodile, the African dwarf crocodile, is very similar in size, I know, but I think typically the dwarf caiman is on average smaller, so it is probably our smallest croc alive today.
And still 4 to 5 feet long.
Yes, still not.
Crocs do not get small.
They're not
small.
itty bitty.
Yeah. It's an impressive feature of this group. These are large animals.
But this is for ones that very often 10 foot is an easy size to reach.
Yeah.
From many other species. Half that being your max is notably smaller. They're also the only crocodilian that the study that looked into it found wouldn't do a death roll.
Oh, interesting.
There was a study that went through every species to see, is the death roll universal across crocs? Partially just to find out, is this a thing that certain groups have, or did it evolve only in certain groups? And has it been lost in certain body types? But also, can we assume that fossil crocs probably were doing it as well?
Right.
Every species today can and will do the death roll. The dwarf caiman wouldn't. That might mean it just didn't want to.
Right, for that study.
It was being, in the study they say, maybe it was just being difficult.
Yep. Uncooperative.
Just been uncooperative.
Keep your secrets.
But it might not use the death roll.
Interesting.
Which is very unusual considering every other croc we know of today can and will do it. So something different might be going on here. And that's all the alligatorids today.
Every one of them.
That's all, everyone. Like I said, there's some subspecies. There's subspecies of the spectacled caiman. And Caiman crocodilus crocodilus is one of those, which I love. And like exactly the relation between it and the Yarkari caiman. The exact relationship between the three genera of caiman have sometimes been brought into question. But pretty much this is the solid list of species. I haven't seen many of them suggested to be split or grouped. So pretty solid. And that's all there is today. But they used to be one of the large groups of prehistoric crocodilians and have had so many different forms, it's kind of crazy. So we'll talk about that after the break when we go into the evolution of this group and their fossil record.
I'm excited.
So to talk about the evolutionary history of alligators and their friends, we need to go all the way back to the Cretaceous. True crocodilians, which include our modern groups and a number of extinct groups, but what ends up leading to the group of true crocodiles and true alligators, is estimated to have evolved somewhere around 86 million years ago, Upper Cretaceous. The Alligatoroidae, is the group that includes eventually alligatorids with alligators and caimans, but also a bunch of extinct groups. They also extend back to the Upper Cretaceous, some noting it to be 83 million years to maybe 72 million years ago. They are some of the first crocodilians in the fossil record. Alligatorids are actually some of the first ones we see, and they might have been some of the earliest successful members of that group. So even though it's named after crocodiles, the alligator lineage might have actually been the more early rising of the two groups. One of the earliest members in what is currently our basalmost, so closest to the base of the group, member is Ladiosuchus and comes from Cretaceous Alberta material. There are a number of species noted to this group. I think though the exact relation of them is potentially heavily under question. And it is pretty similar looking to just crocodile. It doesn't have that broad shovel-faced shape that a lot of alligatorids today have. It had longer snout. This one was a moderately sized. The full skull length was 40 centimeters, so not quite a foot and a half, which makes it, not a small one, but big enough to take down some prey. It did have at least one or two of the lower teeth poking up into that grooved area in the maxilla. So it had that notch still. That seems to be more ancestral to crocodilians feature that is eventually lost in alligatorids. There were larger members. Ladiosuchus formidabilis, which was a North American member found in the late Paleocene. This one had a skull that got up to 65 centimeters. So that's a 2-foot skull with some change, but still very crocodile shaped. They compared it to Crocodilus acutus, the American crocodile, which is a actually very narrow snouted croc compared to most today. It also is noted for having several teeth toward the front of the jaw being large and somewhat cananiform, like exaggerated big teeth.
Oh yeah.
Which crocs do have, but just the fact that they noted it, there have been numerous fossil crocs that had like almost saber teeth kind of situation going on.
Extra big grabby teeth up front.
This one seems to be one of those, so potentially a more macro predator going after bigger prey. And this holds true for by far the most famous early alligatoroid, Deinosuchus.
Yeah, that's the one.
This is probably one of the most, if not the most famous fossil crocodilian in history. It is a extremely large member of the alligatoroid lineage. This is a very basal member, very early in the lineage. They were found on either side of the Western Interior Seaway during the Cretaceous. We talked about this in our episode on the Western Interior Seaway.
Episode 71. This is the seaway that split North America into effectively east and west landmasses.
Exactly. They're known from deposits from northern Mexico to Montana in the west and Mississippi to New Jersey in the east, along what would have been the coastlines of this body of water, likely living in wetlands that bordered this inland sea. Estimates for the size of Deinosuchus have ranged over time and have become a bit more conservative as we've adjusted our estimates. Earlier estimates put them at over 15 meters. And so typically the size I used to hear in all my books would be 40 feet long. Nowadays, a bit smaller on the estimates of probably 9 to 12 meters. So still very large, still pushing above 30 feet probably for the largest members. This makes them one of the largest carnivores in their ecosystems at that time.
Yep, and these were ecosystems with dinosaurs in them.
Yep, which we know they fed on due to multiple feeding traces on dinosaur bones that can really only be matched to Deinosuchus due to the characteristic crocodilian aspect of the bite and the size of the marks.
Yes, if you've ever seen, there's a famous bit of paleo art, I don't remember who did this art, but it's on the cover of one of the art books that I have, which is a crocodilian leaping out of the water to grab a dinosaur like crocs do today. In, Africa, we think of them grabbing wildebeest. That's Deinosuchus.
Yes.
Being reconstructed, taking down a dinosaur.
There were multiple species of Deinosuchus. There were at least 3 I saw consistently noted. Every now and then I would see a 4th that got mentioned, though I think that one's been suggested very often to be synonymized in one of the other species. Deinosuchus hatcheri was the holotype, the one it was named off of. The material for that specimen, though, is incomplete and spotty, and therefore it's hard to fully differentiate the species at all times. And some people have suggested that one of the other species, Deinosuchus riograndensis, should be replaced as the holotype because the hatcheri one's just not quite complete enough to be used. This has also meant that the face of Deinosuchus has shifted over time quite a bit because the early famous depictions in museum displays and in a lot of books were reconstructed off a saltwater or a Nile crocodile skull. And then as we found more complete specimens, we realized they looked very different and notably odd. So now you'll see it with a bit more bulbous snout and notably just odd shape. Still looks very crocodile-y, but just weirdish. There's lots of kind of swooping to the jawline in some areas. Just a little weird.
Yeah, not surprising that a weirdly sized crocodilian would have a weirdly shaped skull.
Yes, but it's why a lot of the early artistic depictions ended up just making it look like a giant Nile crocodile. And now we know it wouldn't have actually looked like that, and its skull features do solidly put it in the alligatoroid lineage. It still does have a notch with 2 lower teeth to stick up into. I noticed that on one skull I saw that 2 teeth come up from the lower jaw to fit into this one notch in the upper jaw. So still very crocodile-esque, just with some odd features. Big nose was one of them. Big open nares. Another somewhat mysterious thing about Deinosuchus is that a number of specimens on at least the eastern deposits have been found in what are described as marine beds. Marine deposits that would have been a marine saltwater habitat, which typically isn't a big deal when we find crocodilians in saltwater, but alligatorids have no salt gland, and if that is ancestral to the group, then it would mean that Deinosuchus also shouldn't have salt glands. It doesn't have any features in the skull that show it would have had salt glands, so there's no evidence saying it does, and there's related evidence that says it might not have.
Yeah.
So did it have its own way to handle salt? Did it evolve its own way to live in these habitats? Was it washed into these habitats?
Sure. We've talked about that we'll find dinosaurs, terrestrial animals, in marine deposits every now and then. In fact, there are some known from the western interior seaway.
Exactly.
So it's not out of the question that something could have just gotten washed out to sea.
One of the issues that makes it hard to really confirm whether they were living here or if there were more likely just populations inland a bit that were getting washed in is because there's almost no terrestrial fossil beds in Appalachia.
Yeah, the eastern half of the Cretaceous version of North America.
Exactly. That eastern section where these were being found, there's no terrestrial habitats for us to find because things weren't fossilizing over there the same way. So we can't confirm that they were indeed living out of the marine habitats. So it's hard to make sense of this picture fully. Were they just visiting it more often? As a big crocodilian, they might just be able to handle long periods in saltwater.
Or were these a couple of instances where they just ended up where they shouldn't have been?
Yes, exactly.
Is that why you're a fossil?
Yep.
Because you went too far out to sea.
It is noted that there are very few fossils of Deinosuchus in deep water deposits, which is notable evidence they might not have been visiting them because those are excellent for fossil preservation.
Right.
So if they were visiting them regularly, we'd expect we'd find them there.
Right. So these probably weren't like open ocean animals.
So there might have been a more brackish habitat. I've seen that suggested for them very often because of these findings that maybe they were a sea shoreline predator to a degree.
Yeah.
but that's not clear. And there's plenty of reasons to think that maybe something else was going on, considering that this group in general does not show that trend.
Yeah.
We don't have other marine members in this group particularly, so hopefully we'll find more fossils that might help us clear up where they were living on at least that side of the world at the time.
I wonder if there's some sort of dietary analysis you could do to see are they feeding more on marine or freshwater
absolutely
diets.
That would be cool. Someone do that.
Somebody do it.
There are also some sister groups to the Ladiosaucus that start getting us closer to our modern alligatorids. The Diplocynodontidae and the Globodonta are two groups. The Diplocynodons are closer to our modern alligator lineage, while the Globodontans will eventually include the lineage that leads to our modern alligators.
Gotcha.
These these later members of the alligatoroids now lack that upper snout notch.
All right, so we've left behind one of those classic croc features.
Now we are entering the territory of more overbite. And still probably not as extreme as today's American alligator. Like I said, that one is notably just overbite. Many others have just technically no bottom teeth are sticking out. This seems to be starting here. Many of these are late Cretaceous, but a lot are also known mostly from the Eocene, so just after the Cretaceous. The Diplocynodons still typically looked a bit more like crocodiles. Often described as just more generally shaped in their skull features. While one member within this group, Berifracta, is a small blunt-snouted alligatoroid from the Eocene of Germany, which is something else to note about this group, that it's known mostly from Europe.
Interesting.
These are mostly European, Germany and other areas in Europe.
Yeah, Ladiosaucus and Deinosuchus were both North American, which fits with the modern distribution. Mm-hmm. But here we've got some European members.
The alligatoroids were very globe-spanning. This Berifracta has sometimes been noted as maybe a basal caiman.
Okay.
Potentially, or something closer to that from the late Cretaceous. So it could mean that split goes back that far, and a lot of the models seem to put it very close to the Cretaceous or potentially in the Cretaceous. The Globodontans are known from similar time frame, late Cretaceous, in going past it. They typically are smaller. These are typically, and I saw one thing saying, not exceeding 1.5 meters.
Okay.
So we're talking
dwarf caiman size.
Dwarf caiman size. This was a mostly small member group. They're also some of the first very derived form of alligatoroids, whilst the others we've talked about mostly have been fairly crocodile-faced. These start to show more of a similar face to the Brachyfracta, which is shorter snouts, broader snouts, and enlarged globular teeth, specifically toward the back of the mouth.
Yeah, this is something we see in modern alligators.
Yes, but these, and I saw this noted, compared to modern alligators should be considered to not show this trend at all, with how extreme these are. These were compared to caiman lizard teeth.
Oh, okay.
Like pebbles.
Pebbles in the mouth.
Fully crushing teeth. And this is something that was very common in a lot of earlier members in the alligator lineage, is a very broad, short snout and flatter crushing teeth for taking on probably hard-shelled prey. That's often what we interpret that feature as. When you have a short, robust face with flat teeth like a stone, that's really good for exerting a lot of force onto a hard thing.
Yes, snails or shellfish or turtles. Modern American alligators will have, if you look at their teeth, they've got flatter, rounder teeth in the back of the mouth. Mm-hmm. And you can look up videos online of them taking down turtles.
Yes. And
they will put them in the back of the mouth and use those flat, crushing teeth.
Absolutely. The extremeness of the feature in these groups suggests that they might have been doing something more specialized than today's alligators.
Yeah.
Because the back teeth on alligators are blunter, but still sharp compared. The very, very, very back ones are rounded over. But I think those are often even too far back to get anything really there.
Yeah, it's a noticeable difference from the front to the back, but they're still gator teeth.
Some of the ones I saw pictured in some of these groups are spherical.
Yeah, it sounds like there are mosasaurs that have teeth very much like that.
Yes.
They're just like a fist each tooth.
As we continue in this group, we eventually get to the Alligatoridae, the Alligatorids, which is
a family that includes all the modern ones.
Yes. This gets split into the Alligatorines and the Caimanae. This split probably happened like 70 to 60 million years ago, somewhere right around that Cretaceous boundary. There are some members that have been dated back to in the Cretaceous that have been placed in either the Alligatorine or Caimanae group, so potentially they split before into the Cretaceous. We do have members of this lineage present in Europe, which is notable because from what we can tell, it seems like this split probably happened in North America.
Okay.
So that alligators and caimans as groups originated here and then may have dispersed elsewhere. Evidently, due to the number and features of the species we found in Europe, it suggests at least 2 dispersals, probably.
Okay, so this was a repeated thing, potentially. Them moving over, probably following coastlines or something.
Yes.
Across these connections between the northern continents.
And then by the Oligocene, the Alligatorine record is pretty much just in North America.
Okay, so European alligatorines was an early Cenozoic thing.
Yes.
That kind of died out after a while.
Yeah, that they didn't persist there as long as they did, obviously, here in North America. But the ones, it seems to have settled here in North America mainly for them. Within, of course, invasions into South America with the caimans.
Sure.
These early alligatorines still had the bulbous back teeth and short, wide snouts. One group that a lot of members with these features gets placed into is Allognathosuchus. Now, I've seen this one questioned whether or not this is a solid group or not, and whether it's become somewhat of a trash bin group. Probably there could be some splitting going on, but a lot of those short-snouted bulbous teeth alligatorines get placed in this group. They're still fairly small sized. 1.5 meters was still given for this. This would mean something interesting, that while today the American alligator and its cousins are often noted for having stouter, broader snouts than most other crocodilians today, they would be a reversal of this condition to go back to a much longer snout compared to their ancestors.
Yeah.
So alligatorines got a really short snout from the more long, narrow crocodile-like snout, and then lengthened it again with the modern groups.
Yeah, it's really interesting to hear about these earlier groups with their differently shaped teeth and differently shaped snouts, because specialized diet, that's often what that indicates, that they're eating something distinctive or particular, which isn't a habit we associate with crocodilians today. Generally speaking, crocodilians, like we said before, are not picky. An alligator will eat basically anything that it can get into its mouth. The crocs tend not to be specialists.
Exactly. And I have seen a couple of researchers who have questioned that application of specialist status to these, to be like, that doesn't necessarily have to guarantee they were specialized. That snout could still be widely useful. It might just mean that they are more heavily feeding on a group like a certain time of the year. Like maybe snails are their main food during one part of the year or something. But this immediately labeling them as a specialist might be pigeonholing them more than is fair.
They may have had a broader diet, but they were especially good at incorporating certain things.
So I've seen a couple who have cautioned just taking them right out of the generalist group immediately.
All right,
that
interesting.
Maybe there's more going on. Another member of the alligatorines, this one's notably a bit different, is Ceratopsuchus, the horned crocodile. This is from the Paleocene in Colorado, and is named because 2 bones on the back of its head have been stretched out into these triangular plates and made into horns. Now, they're fairly bulbous, so they're not sharp horns, but they are projections off the head. And this is interesting because horned crocodiles are not unknown. There are members today that are often described as having more horn-like projections. The Cuban crocodile sometimes gets noted for this. I think the Siamese crocodile also is noted for having this, and there's other members in the fossil record that have these horn-like projections. This is one of the only alligatorines known with something I saw described as horns. I saw one other group mentioned with it, but this was also described as the only horned alligatorine, which makes it just a notable exception. It also had variable teeth in the mouth. The first 13 teeth in the upper mouth were pointed. The last 7 graded into more spatulate shape, and then eventually into that globular, rounded shape.
Interesting.
So it had a transition from pointed to more, not necessarily blade-like, but flatter, and then rounded and blunt. It still has a fairly rounded and stout face, but I believe this was one of the ones that leaned some of them toward that suggestion of there's nothing about this face that says they couldn't be generalist, just that they might be doing something else as well.
Yeah, that variety of teeth is also good for being a generalized. Well, it's like dogs' teeth, canid teeth are like they've got a variety of different tooth types.
Like if you still have teeth up front where you can grab other prey animals, then there's nothing stopping you from smushing up a raccoon with those back teeth. They just are better for crushing a shell, potentially.
Right.
The earliest member of the genus alligator is Alligator prenasalis. This is from the late Eocene and is well known in at least South Dakota, I saw noted, and was originally classified as Crocodilus, but eventually got reanalyzed and interpreted as an alligator and is the oldest member of that genus we have. There are members of the genus alligator that are still very deep-snouted, I saw one described as. Alligator munensis is from Thailand, which is notable since that is potentially a piece of the puzzle going into the Chinese alligator.
Yeah.
It had that crushing dentition and is further support that indeed the genus alligator went through that reversal of snout shape quite notably and stretched it out. Because the American alligator has a very broad snout, but not a short snout.
Yeah, it's pretty long.
It's still long, it's just much wider than your average crocodile.
And Chinese gators, at least to my memory, don't have particularly long snouts.
Yeah.
They're a little bit blunter faced.
Yes. They're a little bit less elongated than the American alligator, but overall have basically the same face. But not quite as surfboarded out.
Yeah.
Which leads us nicely into the discussion of the question, how did the Chinese alligator get to China?
Yeah.
As you mentioned earlier, the fact that they can't do ocean voyages kind of rules that out, and at least historically has ruled it out from major consideration. Also, the fact that the Chinese alligator is small and probably would have had difficulty making that trip unless a larger ancestor was the one that made it.
Sure.
It is not the only alligator and alligatorid known from Asia. We've mentioned already there was another genus member in alligator. There are a few others that have been noted from there, and a couple of other non-alligator genus members known from China, Thailand, and a few other fossil records of the Chinese alligator that have been at least put within the same group up to now. The earliest currently known that I found in a more recent publication is from the late Pliocene, around 3 million years ago in Japan, and is currently our oldest known member. It's also a little bit large as far as the average size goes. It was about 6.5 feet long, so 2 meters. So still comparable to the maximum size of today's species, but just a large member. There's also a member known from the late Miocene to Pleistocene of Thailand. And then we do have a Pleistocene fossil in Taiwan. So we do have bits and pieces of the fossil record that show that they used to have a wider range, or at least were found in certain areas that they aren't found today. But overall, the fossil record is not great for the Chinese alligator. So it's hard to get a full record of what was going on with them. And I believe this applies to alligatoroids in general in Asia, that they're just not as well known there. We have members, so we know they were getting over there, but we don't know what the full diversity and pattern was there. For instance, there are like globodontans that are known from Asia, but are definitely not related to the ancestral lineage of alligators. So it's not likely that they made it back there in the early Cenozoic and then hung around.
Right.
It's probably that was a more recent dispersal of true genus alligator. So if they weren't able to make it by sea, that probably means it was a more overland or coastal route. The time suggested of this are probably somewhere during the Pleistocene, maybe a couple million years ago or more recent. Some have looked at a European route, going through Europe to China, but every alligatorine found in that area seem unrelated to alligator, so there's no fossil record of a passage of the genus alligator through that area. And if they were, it seems like they would have left at least a fossil. So the go-to answer that most seem to settle on is Beringia, the route between North America and Russia, that during a time there was a land bridge free of glaciers for them to move across. During the Miocene, there does seem to have been temperate forests there that would have probably been habitable.
Okay.
And even in areas where it might have been less than ideal temperatures, The Chinese alligator is the most cold-adapted member.
Sure. They could have had ancestors that were a little better at handling more northern climates.
Well, and since they overwinter in burrows, which is different than a lot of other crocodilians who survive cold times, that might have been why they made it across.
Yeah.
Is that they have these habits of handling cold winters, and so they could make it over that land bridge. They also point out that we have other similar habitat animals that have seemed to make that same passage. Paddlefish and cryptobranchid salamanders. Both are very similar habitats, living in similar ecosystems that also seem to have made the same trip. So if they could do it, potentially the Chinese alligator could have done it. So that seems to be...
eating giant salamanders along the way.
And paddlefish just num 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 num. And as I saw one paper put it, until a better idea comes forward, this is currently the best answer we have for how this one alligator got on the other side of the world.
Yeah. The only other thing that comes to mind is the idea that they might not have been able to swim an ocean voyage, but we do have records of animals basically getting washed across seas.
Yes.
You get stuck on a mat of vegetation or something. And this is a way that rodents and primates have been noted to have probably crossed oceans, which certainly in theory seems like it is at least as likely to happen to a small gator as to small mammals.
Absolutely.
But that's one that is very difficult to find direct evidence for.
Yes. And especially if we have another solution that seems easier to happen, it's hard to put as much weight.
Yeah, the big sort of hiccup in that explanation is what were either the conditions or their lifestyle and habits that allowed them to make a trip through a region where today alligators don't seem to be able to live.
Exactly. On the note of our other alligator, the American alligator, from what I found, it does seem that the American Chinese alligator do share sister status, so it's likely that one did begot the other to some degree, or they're very
closely related.
Yes. The American alligator seems to have been in North America since at least the Pleistocene. They've been in North America for quite some time as the species Alligator mississippiensis. From North America, we also got the caimans. Once again, caimans and alligators seem to have diverged in North America, probably latest Cretaceous or right after. We have our earliest caiman members that seem to go back about that far. I've seen a couple of things mentioning how many dispersals down into South America there likely were. The most common one I saw was suggesting at least 2 separate dispersals of Caimanae into South America, somewhere in the Paleogene, probably. Though I did find one other that was suggesting maybe a much earlier single dispersal. And the earliest, for sure, Caimanae fossils are 63 million years old. So we had caimans for sure right after the Cretaceous. And then Crown Group showed up around 18 million years ago, so the group that includes our modern caimanids. The caiman fossil record is notably not as good as other crocodilians. I didn't see a particular mention of why that's thought that might be, and it might just be the environments they were living in, or I don't know if South America has as good a fossil record for these members as other places, but their record is much patchier than a lot of other crocodilians and compared to the alligators. By the Oligocene to Miocene is when we finally for sure see large numbers and well-established populations of caiman in South America. What was going on up until then is less clear, but by that time, it definitely seems that caimans had taken off on their own.
Which is interesting because that is a time period during which South America is separate from North America.
Yes, indeed.
The 2 continents are... So now, they're not separated by a vast ocean the same way that North America is separated from Europe and Asia. But that does suggest at least a little bit of ocean dispersal was happening.
So they had to make at least hops and skips, either to islands or across short areas to get between the two. And yes, absolutely, they were making that passage before everyone else did.
Yes, well, yeah, because South America and North America didn't reconnect until about 3 million years ago, episode 43.
Yes.
This is a group that was more than capable of making that transit before the actual land connections had been established.
So some of the earliest North American invaders of South America were probably caimans. But they started here in North America, so we do have North American caimans that are in the fossil record. Soavici greenriverensis is known from the Green River Formation.
That would have been my guess.
Here in North America, dating back to the Eocene. This is one of very few caimans known from North America, but we do have some. It lacks the spectacle, so it doesn't have that feature yet. It does have other ridges on the skull that are around the orbits, so might be similar structures of the spectacle, and maybe that was like an ancestral form of them or a similar thing going on, but they don't actually have that bar. They also had unusual osteoderms. I just thought this was cool to mention. Some of them are two-keeled.
Oh.
So many crocodilian osteoderms have a little like fin on the top.
Yeah, a ridge that goes down the center of the back of it.
And this is what makes that characteristic bumpy back shape with like not thin fin shapes, but like they're narrowed in the middle and raised up in line with the body.
Yeah, you see this on osteoderms of some lizards as well. And it's also common in the scales of a lot of lizards and snakes. You have this central ridge.
Evidently, they had some double-keeled osteoderms, and they had some unusual underbelly osteoderms, so they were just oddly armored, like notably unique in their armoring of the skin. Many of these older caimans still had deep snouts. This was still a fairly ancestral feature for the alligatorids. Procaimanoidae was noted for having still very deep snouts and wide faces with compressed teeth, so probably still living similar lifestyles to those early alligatorids. The origins of many of our modern groups are not well known because many of them are not represented in the fossil record much or seemingly at all, I think, for a couple of them. But it does seem that by the Miocene, the early members of these lineages or the diversity that would lead to them has shown up, and the widest diversity of caimans was happening by the Miocene. Specifically, this is associated with the Pebas mega wetland system. During the Miocene in South America, this was what was there before Amazonia was there. Before the Amazon rainforest as we know it now and the Amazon rainforest basin was established, there was a mega wetland system that was there and probably started by 23 million years ago with the uplift of the Andean mountains. This system was a wide-spreading, covering 1 million cubic kilometers, including rivers, lakes, swamps, streams, and drained in an opposite direction toward the Caribbean. It drained differently than the Amazon basin does. This was also during the Miocene climactic optimum when things were very warm. All this together led to the most diverse assemblage of crocodilians in Earth's history. There were more species and diversity of crocodilians in South America during this time than we've seen anywhere else in the world at any point. This did not just include caimans. There were other crocodilians living here. We have true crocodiles in South America today, so crocodiles were there. There were terrestrial crocodiles, the cebicids, which are known for being land-hunting, narrow-snouted, saw-toothed predators.
Yeah, like it was the Triassic again.
Yep. There were the dryosaurids, which were marine crocodilians in both fresh and saltwater habitats. There were numerous longirostrian or gharial-esque members. Gripposuchus, which was a giant member. This was one that also grew up to be over 30 feet long. As well as a bunch of caimans who were also super diverse. So, crocodilian paradise in South America during this time. During the middle to late Miocene, we see the continuing uplift of the Andean mountains shift the ecosystem from this wetland system to the early Amazonian type. And this seems to also coincide with the replacement of this diversity of crocodilians with the more generalized, recognizable groups and types of caiman we see today. But some of the diversity of caimans that were living in this place are as follows. Tons of small caimans with short snouts and blunt teeth doing very well. So that body shape, still doing well.
Sure, that seems
still
like
hanging on.
That's what the alligator lineage was just good at for a long time.
For a very long... It's as we often like to say, what we have today is not a good example of what the standard was. It seems like we kind of just missed out on this shape of croc face, with the broad snout caiman coming the closest, and from the pictures I've seen, not even close. Natosuchus is one of the more famous ones of these I saw. Very small member still, 4 to 5 feet long, maybe pushing 6. Very short round face. They said that the length to width index is 1.55. The only other crocodilian known to have a more extreme boxy face is Simosuchus, the terrestrial herbivorous crocodilian from Madagascar. Very short face, very wide for its length. They said the mandible is very shovel-like. It also has really weird dentition, not in just that it's globular, but it's reduced. They have far fewer teeth than most other blunt-snouted caimans. They said typically most of them have 18 to 20 teeth on the upper or lower jaw. They said Natasuchus has 14 up top and 11 on the lower jaw, and they've lost a bunch of the teeth because they have a large diastema, a big gap between the front and back teeth, which is normal in mammals.
Yeah, the mammals, you see that all the time.
Yeah. Very unusual in crocodilians.
Yeah.
This is not seen in other caimans and alligators, so it's not positive what they were doing. They're long and peg-like with a blunt top, so they're not flat round, but still blunt teeth up front, and then the back teeth are that more rock-like shape. So they have these peg-like front teeth and rock-like back teeth. They suggest that they might have been like shoveling with their face and then grabbing onto things to crush, but a very notably blunt-snouted caiman. There was also a group of caimans called the Netosuchids, which are kind of the opposite. These have, and you'll recognize this shape as I describe it, long, broad, flat snouts, thin lower jaw, full of tiny, tiny teeth.
Yeah.
These are the big pelican-shaped snout that we've talked about with other crocs.
Yeah. Well, and the description of the jaws sounds like big salamanders.
Yes.
It's just sort of a long, curved bone making up that lower jaw with a lot of space within.
Absolutely. These had very long skulls to their body size, just extended. So if you take that alligator-shaped face and just stretch it out like probably almost once again lengthwise, but it stays thin and not robust with a very thin strap-like lower jaw.
Mm-hmm.
Morasuchus and Orthogenosuchus are both members that show this skull morphology. This is an extreme, what they call platyrostral, which is what the American alligators call today, but
flat snout.
Flat snout, but to the umpth degree. They are very similar to other crocodilians who have been found with faces like this. Stomatosuchus from Egypt, which is not related to the alligator lineage at all, is a very similar shaped crocodilian. This is one of the big questions in extinct crocodilians. What they were doing with this jaw is really mostly unknown. We have ideas of what it could be used for and how it might have functioned, but we have no croc that's shaped like this outside of these groups, so we don't have a lot of comparison to make behaviorally, especially nothing today that even comes close. It's often been suggested that this is probably used for some form of mass feeding, taking in large gulps of food. This is partially due to the fact that the teeth are too small to be good at grabbing large prey. The jaws seem to be too weak to take on struggling, strong prey. The openness of the lower jaw has suggested that it might have had what's called a gular sac, like a pelican. We talked about these a bit in the filter feeding episode because it's been suggested maybe those teeth were used to sieve.
Yeah.
But I've seen a number that have suggested that filter feeding is probably not as accurate as calling it gulp feeding.
Sure.
That you're not, like, a pelican's not filter feeding, it's gulp feeding. It probably leans a little bit more that way than, like, the throat of a baleen whale. How it was using that, though, has been questioned. It could have been sitting still in the water and waiting for things to get into its mouth and then closing it. That might be why it's so broad and so long. It could be swimming slowly through the water, more like a whale and taking gulps. I also saw it to suggest that they might be doing mud grubbing and taking up mouthfuls of mud and then sifting it out more like a gray whale.
Right, like trawling through the sediment.
So what they were doing with that face, we're not sure. Like I said, Stomatosuchus, there's also Leganosuchus and Aegyptosuchus that also have similar faces. So like
that this has evolved multiple times.
Many times in different groups. It seems to be a style that was very successful.
This is a winning way to be a crocodilian.
We just have no member that seems to be doing anything like it now. So it's very hard to say what they were doing with that face. A close relative of the Netosuchids is another extremely notable caiman. And as I saw one call it, potentially best described as the anti-Netosuchid, because instead of having a long, weak snout, this has a very robust, fairly short snout, is Purosaurus.
That one's another one that I've heard of and that we have talked about before on the podcast.
Purosaurus is by far the largest caiman that has ever lived that we know of thus far. Extremely robust skull with big, robust teeth, giant nostrils. I've seen it described multiple times by different people as you can stick your head and look around in these nostrils. Their heads are massive. Much like Deinosuchus, their size estimates have ranged, but typically their estimates fall basically within the same size range of about 12.5 to a little bit more meters. So we're once again looking at an over 30-foot crocodilian, maybe pushing up into the upper 30s for the very largest members. I also saw weight estimates, and this is similar for Deinosuchus, of like 8 tons or so.
I mean, it would have to be.
Like,
this is huge.
Massive, massive pressure.
A croc the size of an elephant.
This is also often described as potentially one of the strongest bite forces of any crocodilian, not only because of its size, but the shape of its skull, allowing for a very robust bite. I always find like bite force is hard to describe because 69,000 newtons, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, how many trucks is that sitting on top?
Yeah,
and
even that, it's like I don't know how much one truck sitting on top of me feels like. 7 metric ton force is the other, which gives a little bit better idea, but
sure,
extremely strong,
real strong.
Probably one of the strongest bites of any animal that's ever lived.
Bite a canoe right now.
Yeah, like major crazy. Similar to Deinosuchus, the type specimen that was described, Perseus brasiliensis, information that has been lost, and it sounds like when the museum it was housed in closed, the type specimen wasn't recovered. So it's been suggested that maybe we should name another one or as the holotype and type specimen because we don't have solid info. So the species are sometimes hard to discern with Perseus as well. There are multiple species. I saw at least 3 mentioned. And they do range in size. Same with Deinosuchus. They're not all up to 30 foot. There are some that are 20 foot, so still big.
A nice humble size.
Yeah, just, a nice home-sized 20-foot croc. So, like, they definitely range from 20 to over 30 feet, depending on which species you're looking at. There are larger and smaller members. A close cousin, and what may be his sister species to Perseus, is Acrosuchus. Very similar in morphology to Perseus, not nearly as long. Its skull length is about 51 centimeters from snout to quadrate. Just to give you an idea of the similar lengths in the other 3 species of Perseus, it is 80 centimeters, 126 centimeters, and 140 centimeters.
140 centimeters is too big for a skull.
Yep.
That's 1.5 meters of skull.
Yep. Yeah, their skulls are like 4 to 5 feet, sometimes described as like almost 6 feet long skulls. Deinosuchus also has relatively like 5-foot skulls.
Yeah, which makes them some of the largest skulls in Earth history.
Yep.
Especially for terrestrial animals.
Yep. This has been interesting to have a sister species that seems to be similar-ish in morphology, but notably smaller, half the size almost. Because it might give some information as to the evolution of the gigantism in Perseus. Aegisuppus might be showing a more ancestral condition in the smaller forms of this body type. Some of the things it differs on is that it lacks those enlarged nares.
Okay, so you can't stick your head in its nose.
No, and not just because it's smaller, but because the nose is also more moderately, reasonably sized. There'll be pictures, and you'll get to see the nostril of Perseus. It's hilarious. I think it was Brochu that talked about the only thing he could figure out that it was doing was inhaling turtles.
Sure,
just snorting turtles.
Snorting them right up.
The fact that this is smaller might mean that there's a feature to size there, and that's been described. A lot of the bigger crocodilians have big nares. Sarcosuchus has a big old schnoz. Deinosuchus has a fairly large nose. Perseus has big nares. There might be something there, and the thing that's been suggested is heat exchange.
Yeah, that makes sense. That is a thermoregulatory thing. I could also see maybe it's a respiratory thing.
Yeah.
Bringing in lots of extra air.
Yep. So, seems to be some potential evidence that there's a connector to big noses and big crocs.
Interesting.
Acrosuchus also does have a squamosal horn. Not seemingly as notable as like Ceratasuchus.
Sure, but like little points,
little horns,
the back skull bones come to.
Which there do seem to be smaller ones in the smaller species of Perseus, but the largest one doesn't have it. So they noted that might be something that a behavior or something. Since if those are decoration, if they are used in some sort of display, maybe you don't need that anymore at that size, or maybe there's something else.
You don't need any help looking intimidating when you're a 30-foot long caiman.
And so there seems to be a, as they put it, inverse proportion to the horns and the sizes of these caimans. They also noted that the bite force in Purosaurus is noted with deep depressions in the maxilla, and Acrosuchus has similar depressions but much smaller. Might be the same structure, might be a convergent structure, hard to tell, but it could give an idea of other features of the skull having to do with that increased bite force.
Yeah, that it's reinforced.
The nares might also be something to do with that. I didn't see confirmation if there's been physical tests to map that out in like a simulation, but maybe that's also some of the reasons the skulls are different, is at that size you're maximizing your bite force, so your face needs to be shaped different to take that on.
Yeah, redistributing where the bone is, the shape of the bone, to better handle stress and strain of having a preposterously powerful bite.
Absolutely. Another thing noted, and this one's just odd because it's not what you expect for big beefy skull, they do have very large openings in the skull, the supratemporal fenestra, which is an area for muscle attachment, very important for jaw closure. In slender snout crocodilians, these are very large and are associated with quick closing of the jaw, not strong closing.
Sure.
So the fact that they have enlarged ones in both Purosaurus and Acrosuchus might mean that they were also snappy. And so there might also be something else going on than just crushing bite, but also good at catching faster moving stuff.
Yeah.
And Purosaurus also has false xiphidont teeth.
Ooh.
So slightly compressed, slightly serrated, but evidently not exactly xiphidont. So
sure, but xiphidont teeth are what you see in a lot of theropod dinosaurs. We've talked about Komodo dragons today have teeth like that, sort of knife-shaped.
It sounds like these don't follow the rules, and I think one of the things is like the routing of them is also different.
Sure.
But it's not true xiphidont for whatever reason, but they do have somewhat blade-ish teeth.
Interesting.
Further in the back of the mouth, I think.
Which would suggest that they're doing more cutting.
Yeah.
Which might explain why maybe they aren't as strong.
Yeah, maybe they aren't focusing on that as much. As we might
expect. If you have shearing or slicing teeth, you don't need as powerful a bite force. T-Rex does not have slicing teeth.
Nope.
As much as we see in other theropods. T-Rex has big, robust, crushing teeth to go along with that crushing bite force.
And it sounds like these might be somewhere between like a T-Rex tooth and the Komodo, like a little more blade-like, probably still not skinny, flat teeth. Acrosuchus did not have these, so they were seemingly feeding in some different way, but even for just what seems to be a big croc, there's some interesting things going on.
Yeah, it's not
in the face.
It's similar to what we said with Deinosuchus. You're doing something unusual for a crocodilian, which isn't surprising because being 30 feet long is not typical for crocodilians.
Yes.
It makes perfect sense that the way you're living is a little bit different from what we would expect.
Which is a question that comes up for the alligatorids quite often because they have some of the largest crocodilians to ever lived. Like Deinosuchus, Purosaurus, Murosuchus was also 25 feet long for the largest species. So even though it had a big flat face and it wasn't putting down a big bite force, it still would be larger than any croc alive today.
Yeah.
So some of the largest members of the group and some of the largest examples that we have fall within the alligatoroids. And so it's the question of why do we keep seeing this show up has come up with this group very often.
Yeah, and there are also giant, similarly supersized crocs on the other side of the family tree.
Absolutely.
In the croc lineage, like Sarcosuchus.
Yes. Which I believe is pre-crocodilia, if I'm right.
You're right. That's right.
Sarcosuchus is a crocodiliform.
The other part and outside of true crocodilia is what I should say.
So there's multiple members. Obvious answers for like why you get big is what we talked about this in the Gigantism episode. So listen to that. There's all those benefits.
144.
But it does bring up questions of like, how does a croc get that big? How does it function that size? There was a study done on the growth of Deinosuchus to figure out how are you getting that big? Are you growing like dinosaurs grow, where you grow fast? How we grow, you have a puberty. You grow up real quick, get to your max size pretty soon in life, and then you are big the rest of your life. Or are you growing like a croc, which they do have a quicker growth when they're young, and that peters off, but they're growing more moderately for a longer period. Based on evidence in the bones, it seems that Deinosuchus was maintaining a more stable croc-like growth, but they were maintaining that young growth rate for longer.
Okay, so not growing faster, but growing longer.
Yeah, growing at their top speed for them
for
a longer period. It said that they probably grew at that juvenile rate, so to speak, for decades.
Gotcha. So their sort of young growth spurt, as it were, lasted a lot longer.
Yes.
Interesting. So it's not just that they were like, the myth that crocs just grow and grow their whole life and never stop growing, which isn't really true. They plateau.
Yes. Like the first decade of a crocodilian's life, they grow more notably. And then after that, it plateaus with some like weight gain in there.
Right.
They mainly stop growing with some weight gain.
So this seems like they went longer before reaching that big size plateau.
Yes. They were growing more aggressively for maybe 20 or 30 years.
Interesting.
The specimen I think they said was at least 50 years old based on, which is fairly old. Most crocodilian species do not get to that age today. So it's probably that they were just living and growing longer as a crocodilian. And that might have been true of the South American big caimans as well. One of the other benefits that we mentioned with the nostrils is temperature control. Crocodilians are not ones that can maintain their own body temperature like we think probably most dinosaurs could have to a degree. They have to regulate their temperature with the environment. They're very good at it and very efficient at it. They can bask to cool themselves down by opening their mouth. They can sun themselves. They can move in the water. Their osteoderms help dissipate heat very efficiently. So they're very efficient cold-blooded animals, but they are still at the whims of the environment, of the ecosystem on what their temperatures are.
Yeah, we saw, as we were going through the fossil record, that a bunch of the Cretaceous and early Cenozoic records of alligatoroids are from places like South Dakota and Alberta and Germany, these northern places that they couldn't live today, but back then were much warmer, much more habitable climates for crocodilians.
Exactly. So getting big might have adjusted how they were able to interact with the heat regime that they were dealing with.
Sure.
But it also suggests that there were probably behaviors that would have shifted. One of the things that it implies is that they probably had a more stable body temperature, even if it was harder to adjust.
Sure.
Just
we've talked about this with leatherback sea turtles.
Exactly.
Who are so big that they just don't lose heat very effectively.
It's just hard to heat up or cool down more pounds of a thing.
Yes.
Just
like
takes longer.
It's harder to warm or cool a bigger room.
Yeah, or like a pool. If you can heat up your bath water much faster than you can heat up a pool, and it's just because there's more of it.
Just physics.
This probably means that they could risk overheating and might have not seen them basking as often.
Oh, interesting.
That the famous thing of seeing them sitting up on the shoreline, soaking up sunlight and warming themselves up that way, you might not have seen these big ones do. They might have just stayed in the water.
Yeah.
Because they're like, I've still got yesterday's heat.
Warm enough.
Like, that's still in me, and the water's still warm enough that if I come out, I'll overheat.
I like to think that at least sometimes they would go up onto land and gape with their 5-foot-long mouth. Just a crocodilian mouth that's open wide enough that you could bump your head on the top teeth of it.
Yep. So hopefully.
A slightly shorter person could bump their head on the top teeth. You and I might not quite be able to.
This also could explain why the nares helping with heat control could have been important, because it has been noted in some other reptiles, like certain reptiles today, a difference in the heat distribution in head and body. Mm-hmm. And so the nares might specifically be to help the brain from overheating.
Yes, and we've talked about adaptations like that have been noted in a bunch of dinosaurs.
Yes.
With complex nasal passages around the brain that help to keep things at the right temperature. For cooling especially,
yes,
more so than for heating up.
And so since you can't sweat, having that airflow increased in the skull might help their brain stay safe. Another big question about these large crocs is how active would they have been, these large alligatorids? Because larger size typically means slower. Just, once again, physics. An elephant just can't be as lickety-split as a mouse. Which also means, would you have been doing that launching out ambush hunting as often, or would that have been energetically exhaustive?
Right. That's an activity for the small ones.
Mm-hmm. They've noted things that in large members of saltwater crocodiles, swimming performance does decrease. They become less efficient swimmers because they're just so massive. They're just so big, which does have effects on how they capture prey. Many large members often, and this is especially for things like Nile crocodiles where they're together, the biggest member doesn't have to hunt. They just take the prey from any crocodile that's caught something.
Yes.
Because who's going to stop them?
Yeah, if I'm a 18, 20-foot
Yeah.
crocodile.
You just walk over and you open your mouth. Either the little croc gets out of the way or you're eating the little croc.
I'm going to eat something here
Yeah.
is going to be lunch.
So, like,
One of the two bodies in front of me can still move. It's up to you whether or not you get out of the way.
exactly. So, like, we know they fed on dinosaurs for, like, Deinosuchus.
Sure.
But would the largest members have been hunting them, or would they have been taking prey or taking kills?
Right. Or when they did hunt, would they have been mostly going after, like, fish and
Yes,
turtles,
exactly.
stuff that... Because, like we said before, with modern-day gators and caimans, and even crocs, as famous and exciting as it is, the sight of them hunting big things on the shoreline of the water, for the most part, crocs are eating stuff that's in the water.
Yes.
They're grabbing fish, they're grabbing turtles, they're grabbing smaller crocs, things like that.
Exactly. So it's very likely, also with the fact that being this big probably means they are not going to be very mobile out of the water, which we see in crocodilians today.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the biggest example is the gharial. Once they're full grown, can't stand up anymore in dry land, basically.
Yes.
And the large crocs are not moving fast once they're out of the water.
And an 8-ton caiman is probably going to have a hard time, especially with that. You know, an elephant can manage to move around several tons, but it is built graviportally. It has its these pillar-like legs directly under the body to support that weight. Crocs with that sprawling gait and that big torso and those relatively small arms, I wouldn't be surprised if Purtosaurus and Deinosuchus had a really hard time dragging themselves around on land.
Generally, as a group, they're already not super efficient on land.
Yes.
And then you added multiple tons onto that body plan.
A big saltwater crocodile is already big enough to have trouble getting around on land. Gharials the same way. This is quite a bit larger than that.
Which probably means with thermoregulation, they probably weren't basking as often, so more time in water. Hunting, meaning that they could be more efficient in the water, and with mobility, they probably spent the vast majority of their time in water.
Yeah.
Probably even more so than we think of with, like, we think of today, like, yeah, alligators usually in the water. Push that up to 99% of the time or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, they may have left the water very, very rarely.
Which, interestingly enough, might mean that a person living in a habitat with these giant crocs might have been safer from those giants than from the more modern-sized ones.
Or at least they're young. Like, young
exactly.
Purtosaurus might be an aggressive shoreline hunter.
If it's on the shoreline, you want to stay away from it.
Which also would make sense. If the big one's out in the water, you guys hover around the shoreline, stay away from the big adults.
Well, yeah, I'm not going in the water.
So-
There's giant caimans in there.
You could, like we see with today's alligators and crocodiles, that the young hunt differently than the adults do. I wouldn't be surprised if a young Deinosuchus and Purtosaurus were hunting like a Nile croc. Mm-hmm. And the old ones were doing something different, because now they have to live a different way. But at that smaller size, you're not overheating, because you're not 2 tons yet.
Just the thought of a couple of 10 to 15 foot, American alligator sized, black caiman sized caimans grabbing what lived down there? Noto ungulates, whatever weird mammals were down there in South America at the time. Grabbing it and dragging it into the water, and then starting to chow down, and then 35 feet
just this wake of water pushed in front of it.
Fully comes on over, one bite, and then swims back to the deep end.
That about wraps up our discussion of the fossil ones. There's one last thing I wanted to mention about alligators. That's one of my favorite personal things about the American alligator, is that one of the ways we are able to understand so many of these fossil groups is because of studies using the American alligator. The American alligator's gotta be one of the most studied reptiles. Like, for published studies, scientific reports.
Yeah, it's a bit of a model organism.
Yes. And this is because it's common.
Yeah, they're easy to find.
They're not endangered, so we can hunt and raise them in farms very easily. They are easy to get.
Yeah, they're easy to find, and they're also easy to grab.
Yeah.
PSA.
No, you don't go grab.
Don't go grabbing alligators. But if you're a professional,
don't go grabbing alligators.
But if you are a professional collecting specimens, Yeah, you could ask for a lot harder jobs than picking up an American alligator.
And they're one of the safest crocodilians to work in close. I've held an alligator, like
Same.
and like you can work with them. They are members of one of the last remaining members of archosaurs. Crocodilians and birds are our last archosaurs, so they're critical for understanding the the old archosaurs, like dinosaurs. And they're here where a bunch of research happens on this kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. So they're in the right place. They have easy numbers. All of these things mean that they are very, very useful in studying ancient reptiles.
Yeah. They're also a really unusual for the modern world example of a very large predator.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
And they are a very large predator. Obviously, crocodiles are also like this. But these are the biggest reptiles in the world. Mm-hmm. They are among the world's largest predators, and they're unlike all the other every other comparable predator in terms of size in the world today is either a marine predator, or like a polar bear.
Yeah,
a big mammal predator like bears, which are very different and less comparable to things like, say, certain dinosaurs or extinct reptilian predators.
Yes, indeed. So they are so useful to understanding these things. I'm not going to go through in detail all the different ways we've used them, but some of the cool ones I found, just a sampling of studies, they're very useful in estimating sizes of extinct crocodilian cousins, mesocrocodilians. The body length and mass of an alligator is very easy to estimate off of its femur dimensions. Mm-hmm. So the leg bone in an alligator, if you measure it and run it through a calculation, it will tell you how long and big that alligator was pretty accurately. And this also goes for, using this equation, all of the modern day crocodilians pretty well. So it means that basically any fossil crocodilian that's similar in shape to an alligator can give us a pretty decent idea of how big that was, even if all we have is the leg bone. Mm-hmm. There are also measurements for faces and stuff, but if you don't have the face and you have the skeleton, if you have that femur bone, which is a robust, big bone, so hopefully it should fossilize well, you can get an idea. If they're shaped weird, it's different. Like the terrestrial crocs end up coming out bigger than they are because they have longer legs. And Deinosuchus came out smaller than skull estimates because it's got smaller legs.
Weird proportions.
Yep. But very useful. So a lot of these sizes that I've been saying this whole episode probably were using some of these equations. They've also been important for understanding soft tissue anatomy, like respiration, that circular breathing that they do and birds do, but they are notably different. Trying to understand what the ancestral form of it would have looked like was one study I saw come up multiple times. I found a genetic study looking at the evolutionary rate of alligators and finding that they actually have a rate more similar to mammals than we typically expect for cold-blooded reptiles. We tend to think that slows down the rate of mutation and stuff, and that they seem to actually be faster than we'd expect, which has helped to estimate where the divergence between the ancient lines that lead to birds and crocs in Archosaur might have happened. Mm-hmm. And one of the other cool ones was confirming what similarities there are between birds and crocodilians to help us maybe understand what dinosaurs might have been like. Egg laying came up.
Yeah.
Because birds lay eggs, they form their eggs with two different regions of their uterus that form different parts of the shell of the egg. And here's the isthmus and the shell gland. In alligators, when they looked at it, they found two very similar sections, potentially homologous to those. And it could mean that that's how probably archosaurs have been forming eggs, going back to their common ancestors. So dinosaurs likely had similar structures in their uterus.
Yeah, we've talked a bunch on the podcast about how when it comes to interpreting dinosaurs, especially the stuff that we don't get fossilized for dinosaurs, behavioral stuff and soft tissue stuff, we do so by looking at living dinosaurs, birds, and their closest relatives, which are crocodilians, to infer, oh, if these both have it, that probably is ancestral, and therefore dinosaurs probably had this too. A bunch of that information, when we say crocodilians, we're talking about American alligators.
Yep.
Because that's the one where a lot of that data has come from.
And it's one of those where there's tons of others that will, like Nile crocodiles get used because they are also very numerous.
Sure.
Spectacled caimans will get used because they're very numerous. And typically for these comparative studies, very often those others will pop up, but alligator will be there in every single one.
Yeah. It's just they're hard to avoid.
It's silly not to use them.
It's silly not to use them. They're everywhere.
So I love that fact that they are such a boon to scientific study outside of just understanding them as a species.
Yeah.
And that's very cool.
Well, and they represent a corner of the animal family tree that we're very interested in, because they are where dinosaurs and pterosaurs and all them are. But they also represent a lifestyle and body plan and habitat that is unique among living animals, right? There's really not much else that is like crocs.
Nope.
Gators and other big crocodilians are doing something that is very distinctive to them. But then also at the same time, as we've talked about many times before, what American alligators are doing today is something that someone has been doing for basically the last 300 million years.
It seems like that niche has been filled the whole time.
That body shape and general lifestyle and habit, there have surely been differences. Like we were just talking about even within Alligatoridae.
Yes, there are weird members that are doing interesting things.
Yes, but something similar to this, whether it's been crocs or phytosaurs or early tetrapods back in the Paleozoic, whatever that is something that has been very common throughout Earth history. And alligators and other crocs today are one of the best ways we have to learn about what that is like.
Absolutely.
They're very informative species.
Well, and like you mentioned, them being a big predator, they're also the crocodilians are the largest reptiles today. So I've seen them in motion studies of how would large reptiles of the past have moved. The only ones we can really look at to try to compare are the biggest reptiles today. And alligators are one of the biggest members, so they also fall into that category.
Yes. They're also very handy for bite force studies.
Yes!
Because if you're like, well, what was T-Rex's bite force like? For a modern comparison, there are plenty of mammals that have surprisingly strong bite forces. But if you want a terrestrial animal with a powerful bite force, crocodilians.
Yep.
Those are the champions of bite force outside of, sharks. Like great white sharks in the ocean.
And also that's one of the fun things about the giant ones like Pertosaurus and Deinosuchus. When they've done those bite force tests, Brochu and Erickson did one that they went through every single species at multiple sizes and measured all the bite force, and they found that the consistent trend is the bigger the croc, the bigger the bite force. The bigger the croc, the bigger the bite force. So that's why people just pointed to Pertosaurus and Deinosuchus and go, probably the strongest things that ever bit down.
Yeah.
Just
chopping trees in half.
Maybe Megalodon had a comparable one, but even then, probably the strongest bite force of any animal that ever lived is those big crocodilians.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. That will wrap up our alligators episode.
Happy Croc Month.
Happy Croc Month. Oh, I love them so much. This was so much fun. I got to learn a ton. I didn't know about all the really blunt-snouted ones, like Natasuchus. That's fantastic. Before we wrap up the episode, we have one section left, which is our patron question. Every episode, we like to answer one of the questions presented to us by our patrons. That's one of the benefits you can get at certain levels. What's our patron question today?
This episode's patron question is a very fitting one for this Croc and Snake Month season. This comes from a patron who goes by the moniker Ambulocetus.
Another semi-croc-shaped creature.
Another sort of croc-shaped animal. The prehistoric creature Ambulocetus, presumably not this patron, probably not croc-shaped. Although, good for you.
Maybe. Good on you. You've taken care of yourself.
Ambulocetus asks, David, what is your favorite thing about crocs? And Will, what is your favorite thing about snakes? I'd love to hear your opinions on each other's favorite animal types.
Absolutely.
I'll go first.
Yes.
Don't tell anybody this, I've always really liked crocodilians. They're super cool animals. I think my favorite thing about crocs, and the thing that I've always really sort of admired and appreciated about them, is that they are impressive in a very simple and straightforward way. Mm-hmm. Snakes are great. I love snakes. I love the complexity and how derived snakes are. Crocs are big, they're powerful, and they are just, you look at a croc and you know what it does.
Yeah.
Big mouth, chomps down on food. There's not a lot in the way of complicated behavioral strategies that we see in a lot of other animals. They're not using venom or anything weird like that. They are a very simple blueprint for how to be a large predator.
Yep.
And they're extraordinarily efficient at it. I think when I was little, people would ask the question, if you could be any animal, what animal would you be? I would always say a crocodile.
Yeah.
Because then I'm huge, I don't need a lot, nothing's gonna mess with me as long as I don't get too close to another crocodile or a hippo.
Yep.
And then you just get to hang out, and you're perfectly safe, and you eat whatever you want, and you're extraordinarily powerful. They have the same appeal as, like, the strong character on the superhero team.
Oh, I was going to compare them to, like, fighters or barbarians in D&D.
Yeah.
It's like, you're not complicated, you're kind of seen as, like, one of the default classes, but you're real good at what you do, and people just, big muscly guy with an axe, or a guy covered in armor with a sword, I get it. Yeah. I know what you're about to do to me.
I think that is very appealing to me about crocodilians in general. They are simple and straightforward and extremely effective.
Yeah. My favorite thing about snakes.
And then we end the episode, right? And Will doesn't have to say
Anyway, we ran out of footage. We ran out of recording.
The tape ran out. We ran out of tape.
I think my favorite, there's tons of cool things about snakes. The specializations, and like you've talked about the way they've adapted to different like habitats and ways of life. Their movement, though, is the thing I think of first when I'm just like admiring a snake or thinking of a cool snake scene or character. Is just like wherever their face goes is where their body follows. Mm-hmm. There's something about that's very satisfying.
It's very satisfying to watch.
Yeah. It's like that old screensaver with the pipes.
Yeah.
That would fill in the screen with the pipe. Watching a snake feels like that.
Well, they move in a very distinctive way that even other snake-shaped animals don't tend to move.
Yeah.
Snakes have a very distinctive styles of locomotion.
Well, and they have this beautiful, like, optical illusion that happens when you're watching, like, especially a fast-moving one, like a racer or something. And you'll see them and you'll be like, oh, there it is. And then you won't catch that you've been looking at the same spot, but 6 inches of snake has moved by because it's just the blurring of the scales. And so you have this moment where suddenly it's the tail and it's gone. You're like, oh wait, I thought I had my eye on it, but it was moving and the body was staying in the same shape the whole time as it moved through that spot. So it's like watching water move through a pipe.
It's like watching a train.
Yeah. And there's something very satisfying and just like supremely efficient feeling about the way they move. I love watching a snake's tail follow its path and like continuing along, like even though the tail is like up in the air for a moment or something, it still follows the curve. And it's like that's not necessary for you to do. You could be doing whatever you wanted with that tail. Rattlesnakes do, like their tail is just doing its own thing. It's sticking up and moving, but you still followed it, and that's very satisfying.
Yeah.
It's so pretty.
While you were explaining that, I was getting ready to, like, jump in and add more stuff and be like, another cool thing. And then I was like, that's not what the question was.
This is next month.
That's not what the point was. Next month, we'll geek out all sorts about snakes.
Pretty cool animals.
They are indeed.
Thank you for that question, Ambulocetus. Thank you, everyone, for listening to this episode. I hope you enjoyed this Croc Month episode. We had tons of fun going through it. I absolutely found it delightful to get to just look up alligatorid a whole bunch for the notes, so thank you for that. Check out the blog post to be able to see lots of pictures, lots of the links. There's tons of cool images for the modern and fossil groups, so check those out. Remember that it is indeed Croc and Snake Month.
It's true. By the time you're listening to this, if you listen to it around the time it comes out, Croc Month is almost over.
Yep.
And we'll be moving on to Snake Month, which means that the Croc Chat channel on Discord will be closing at the end of June and being replaced by the Snake Stuff channel, but the Crocs and Snakes tier on Patreon will be open throughout both June and July. And as a reminder, if you join the Crocs and Snakes tier on Patreon during June and July, when it is available, you will not only be supporting us, you will also be contributing to donations we will be making towards reptile conservation, so you can support us and reptiles at the same time.
You're listening to the Common Descent Podcast.
Hello, Will.
Hello, David.
Hello, everybody out there in the world, and welcome to the Common Descent Podcast, a podcast where we talk about paleontology, fossils, evolution, Earth history, life history. This is episode 150, and it is once again dinosaur time.
Dinosaurs.
This episode, we're talking about stegosaurs.
Yeah.
This is the famous group of armored dinosaurs with the big plates and spikes, including Stegosaurus, one of the most famous dinosaurs of all time. A very cool group, a much beloved group of dinosaurs.
They're pretty neat.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. This episode, we'll get to talk about what stegosaurs are, what dinosaurs are in the group, what we know about the evolution over time of this group, and we'll zoom in on some of what we know about their lifestyle and a bunch of the big questions surrounding such interesting features as their plates and spikes and their tail weapons.
Basically, why are they so weird?
What's going on with stegosaurs? Just what's the deal with stegosaurs? That's this episode. What's the deal with stegosaurs? Now, we've done tons of dinosaur episodes before. We love coming back to these topics because they are so much fun to discuss. I mentioned Stegosaurus is much studied, much beloved. It is also much requested. This is one of our most requested topics, as tends to be the case with dinosaurs.
They're pretty popular.
This episode was requested by Jonathan, Damien, Portuguese Eagle, Simon, Tim, Anna, Brad, Ben, Shift, Orion, and Rob, and that particular Rob is our artist Rob, who did the logo art and other art for us on our Zazzle store.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Rob, and also everybody else.
Thanks for the request.
So a lot of people want us to do an episode about stegosaurs, and here at the podcast, we deliver.
Fine.
Twist our arm about it. Hey, before we get into the main episode stuff, we have a couple of announcements, starting with our Patreon. efforts can do so by supporting us on Patreon, and many people indeed do that right now. Patrons get all sorts of goodies like bonus news, extra access to us, we do live streams, stuff like that. But one of the rewards you can get as a patron is that at a certain level we will shout your name out on the podcast when you join at that level or above. This episode we would like to shout at Michelle, Conrad, Saturday, Dromaeosauridae, Thomas, and Desert.
Thanks, everyone. Welcome.
Welcome to the Patreon and to the podcast community. The Baskin Coil. Welcome to the Baskin Coil. If you'd like to contribute some financial support to us to help us in doing our free science education efforts and all the things that we do, check out our Patreon. You can find it down in the episode description. And speaking of all the things we do, this episode comes out smack in the middle of October.
It does.
Which means that we are smack in the middle of Spook-y season. All throughout the month, we are releasing episodes of Spookulative Evolution, our annual series where we speculate on the evolution of fictional monsters from pop culture and mythology. This year's theme is Monsters of Dungeons & Dragons.
It's been a lot of fun so far.
If you've been keeping up, we have already released 2 episodes in which we evolved owlbears and displacer beasts. Boy, that last one got weird.
Yeah, it did.
And if you think those were weird, just wait, there are 2 more episodes coming down the pipe before the end of the month. So check those out, hop on the social media, hop on the Discord, let us know your thoughts and your experiences. We like hearing from people, especially people with cool ideas or fan art. So absolutely get engaged.
Just make sure you share that fan art if you make it.
Also, after October, of course, comes November, and in the middle of November, we will kick off our end of the year Q&A. Every year we do a big Q&A at the end of the year. And we will put out the submission form for questions in mid-November. It'll be up for a month, and you can submit questions for us to answer on the big Q&A. Keep your eyes and ears out for that. Oh, hey, and one more thing, if you want ways to support us, we are now part of the Audible Creators Program. Audible is a place where you can download and listen to audiobooks, and you can get a 30-day free trial if you go to audibletrial.com/common descent. That gets you books, and it supports us here at the podcast. That link is down in the episode description. Since this is a dinosaur-centric episode, I'll shout out Riley Black's The Last Days of the Dinosaurs, which I recently listened to on Audible. Riley is an awesome science communicator who we've mentioned on the podcast before, and her book is kind of like a written version of a Walking with Dinosaurs style documentary, painting the scenes of the ancient past before, during, and after the extinction at the end of the Cretaceous. I really liked it, so consider that a hearty recommendation from me. Check out The Last Days of the Dinosaurs, and if you want to check it out and use audibletrial.com/common descent, everybody wins. And that's all the announcements for this episode, which means we can move on to the news. Every episode, we like to gather up some news from the world of paleontology and related sciences to keep us all up to date, and also to give us some extra stuff to talk about besides just our main topic. Will, please, news.
Well, since you mentioned the end Cretaceous there, and since we're talking about dinosaurs in this episode, I have some news that deals with that impactor, the Chicxulub impactor, but looking at it from the moon.
Well, hang on, but that asteroid hit the Earth.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued.
This is research by Tao Long et al. In Science Advances, and the article is by Robert Lee on space.com.
And that article will be linked in the blog post.
Indeed. This is research on soil samples from the moon brought back by China's Chang'e 5 lunar mission that happened in 2020. That got back in 2020. What they were looking for in these soil samples were beads of glass, silica glass, which are created either from volcanic activity or impacts.
Asteroid impacts.
Asteroid impacts. When a meteor hits a body, it will hit it with...
A meteorite, sir.
Yes, true. Well, it's the meteor and then it hits.
Shut it down.
When these impact, they hit with such force that they can melt the material and create these little spherical and like teardrop and odd-shaped beads of glass.
Yeah, the rock itself melts, forms these little droplets, and then recrystallizes. Mm-hmm. And you get these little glass spherules and stuff.
Through chemical and textural analysis, you can figure out what caused them, whether this was a volcanic melting or impact. And they were looking for impact spherules to try to get kind of a timeline of impacts on the moon. An idea of just what's the history of impacts on the lunar surface.
Very cool.
They used a number of techniques: microscopic analysis, geological surveys, and numerical modeling. And with this, they were able to get a timeline of just a portion of the impacts on the moon. There's over 9,000 craters on the moon, so this is not all of those.
No, it gets hit a lot.
But what they found when they made this sequence is that some of them synced up with impacts on Earth. Some of the impacts on the moon seem to happen at the same or similar times as impacts on the Earth, indicating that at least some of the times Earth's been hit by asteroids, it seems that they were not alone, that they were accompanied by other impactors, some of which hit the moon.
Yeah, asteroids will sometimes come in clusters. There have been cases where the Earth will get hit by multiple asteroids at roughly the same time, or the moon will get hit. It makes total sense that if a cluster comes by, some might hit the moon and some might hit the Earth.
And this could be because a larger asteroid broke up on its way to us, or multiple got pulled out by each other's gravity and blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of reasons you can have a shotgun blast of asteroids heading our way. One of the reasons that this is exciting and why I used the segue I did is that one of those impactors seems to date to about 66 million years ago. Same date as the Chicxulub impactor, the in-Cretaceous asteroid that seems to have been the major cause of the extinction of much of life during that time. Which seems to indicate that the asteroid that, quote-unquote, killed the dinosaurs was accompanied by another one that hit the moon.
Was not alone.
Yes. Which goes along with other studies that have suggested that the Chicxulub impactor was not a singular event.
Yeah, we talked about this recently. It might have been in bonus news on Patreon.
I think it was.
Of a recent study that found evidence of another crater that might date to about the same time period here on Earth, suggesting that there might have been multiple impacts around that time.
This seems like it might be another bit of evidence supporting that sort of situation. This research also is just going to help us understand the nature and patterns of asteroid impacts on Earth and the moon, but also just in the inner solar system. Mm-hmm. Like just what is kind of the rate and behavior of these objects. And future aims hope to continue to compare the soil samples from this mission to other soil samples from the moon to try to get a more complete look at craters across the lunar surface.
Yeah. We're already way past the introduction of this study, but just the fact that we're studying the stratigraphy of soil samples on the moon, very cool.
Yeah.
And yeah, if we want to understand asteroid impacts here in the inner solar system, the moon is a great place to do it because the moon gets hit all the time, relatively speaking, and the moon's surface is not reshaped anywhere near as much as the Earth's surface, so it retains a lot of that data.
Yeah.
So it makes total sense that the moon soil is just full of asteroid impact after impact worth of little glass beads.
It harkens back to our moon episode and the fact that we are a Earth-Moon unit.
Yes.
And so if you can learn something about one, it's going to tell you something about the other.
Yeah, that was episode 138, by the way, if you want to learn about the moon. Well, since we're on the subject of dinosaurs, my first news is about birds. Specifically, bird brains.
Oh, you're not supposed to call people that.
So we are, once again, we're hearkening back. Birds, episode 37, Brains, episode 121. We're bringing them together. This is research by Louis Schiappi et al. In Proceedings of the Royal Society B, and the article we will link in the blog post is an article on science.org by Tess Juice. Bird brains are famously very complex. Counter to the statement that you just made about the common vernacular use.
Which has always made that a super weird phrase to me.
Right, the insult of being a bird brain.
Yeah.
So, no, birds are very brainy.
Unless you just mean that they have big eyes and are very jerky in their movements.
Bird brains are very complex. They're often compared to mammals. They are distinctly very different from a lot of other reptiles. Possibly this is related to certain bird behaviors, like flight or other complex social behaviors. Birds, of course, are also often notoriously very smart by our human standards. solving puzzles, playing games, stealing people's windshield wipers, things like that. But understanding the evolution of bird brains is tricky. Many of the features we see in modern bird brains, their sort of unique structure, are generally thought to be something that evolved relatively recently in our modern bird group, the group that is called neorniths, which is not all birds, but it is all still living birds. However, there are not many fossils that preserve good bird brain cases from early birds, which would be how we would study brains in early birds. So that has hampered our ability to examine this evolutionary story. But this study presents a really nice bird brain case.
Neat.
This fossil, from the late Cretaceous of Brazil, is about 1 centimeter wide. It is part of the skull of a bird with the brain case preserved in 3 dimensions. Excellent brain case, which is the part where the brain is stored. It comes from Brazil. It is late Cretaceous, about 80 million years old, and the authors identify it as being an Antiornith bird. This is a group of Cretaceous birds. They are not modern birds. They are different from any of the birds we have today. They are a totally extinct group that was once very widespread in the Cretaceous, in the skies of the Cretaceous.
It used to be the standard bird until they stopped being around.
This is the first good brain case that has apparently ever been found for this group.
Wow.
In fact, the article quotes one of the authors saying that when they saw it, we were almost in tears.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, this is a really nice, one-of-a-kind so far opportunity to look into early bird brain structure.
Well, and brain cases are exciting in general when we find them, because there's a ton we can learn about the shape of a animal's brain. But to have the only brain case for a whole group, that's huge.
Yeah, actually it's very small. They 3D scanned the brain case to get a really good look at both the outside and inside structure, and they found an interesting combination of traits. The outside, they noted, looks a lot like other non-bird dinosaurs.
All right, yeah.
So it has a lot of ancestral features, the kind of features that would have been present in the earliest birds and their cousins. But the inside structure has a lot in common with modern birds, more later evolved features. So to use the technical terms that they use, the brain case, the outside of the skull looks more primitive, so to speak, and the inside looks more derived or more advanced, so to speak. They describe that the brain isn't as flat as we see in other dinosaurs and often reptiles, but it's more curved. Mm-hmm. They describe it as curved like a C with the brainstem underneath, which is similar to what we see in modern birds. And the place where the spine connects to the brain is pointed downwards, not backwards. Which again, backwards is what we see in other dinosaurs and reptiles, down is what we see in modern birds. It also has an inner ear structure that is more like modern birds. So the interior structures are very modern looking in this extinct group of birds. All of this is to say that it seems like this feature, this suite of features that we thought was a modern bird thing, evolved earlier.
Yes.
In Antiorniths and Neorniths, our modern birds, split, right? Their ancestor is estimated to have been around 140 million years ago. So for them to share these features suggests that these might be pretty early on evolving features of bird brains.
Yeah, something that was there before the two lineages split.
Yeah, and they inherited it. Now, they also point out that some of the features that we see are missing in certain modern birds. So the evolution of this is probably more complicated than that. It might be that some things evolved multiple times or some things were lost.
Yes.
But at the very least, it suggests that the modern structure of bird brains goes back farther and was more widespread in the past than we previously thought.
Well, and this is one of those scenarios that can be very complicated. It could be that it was ancestral, it was there to begin with, and then the lineages split and both took that feature with them. Mm-hmm. It could be that it was evolved separately in the two lineages, convergently, And if it was evolved separately, it could be something that is more recent in modern birds, but happened in Antiorniths.
Yeah. The solution to these questions is to find more really nice brain cases of fossil birds.
Yes, but this now gives us a clue to keep an eye out for these features in earlier birds than we might have expected.
Yeah. The paper also discusses a bit about the development of the brain, like how it would have developed in a developing bird.
Oh, yeah.
And the fact that the shape might also have to do with certain changes to the skull or certain changes to the development of birds. There's a whole bunch of cool discussion about not only evolution in birds, but also the individual development and what constraints that puts on the shape of the skull and the brain. So all sorts of cool insights into bird skulls.
Very interesting. Well, my next bit of news is also about a one-of-a-kind fossil find that we've not seen before. This is some fossil, what appears to be vomit, at a site where that's never been found before.
Oh, vomit where you don't expect it.
Yeah.
It's often not a delight.
I was about to say, in this case, very exciting.
Yeah, we're happy about it.
This is research by John Foster et al. In Paleos, and the article is by Jennifer Nalowicki in Live Science. This new specimen is from the Morrison Formation in Utah.
Famous late Jurassic formation full of dinosaurs.
Absolutely. But this is from one of the plant localities at that formation.
Oh, cool. It's plant vomit.
What has been sometimes referred to as the Jurassic salad bar. This area dates to about 164 to 145 million years old, and the specimen they found is a cluster of small bones. Nearly a dozen bone fragments included in it. These were not bones they found spread across the rock layer. It was found in one spot, a compact pile that was no more than 1/3 of a square inch.
Oh, wow.
Itty bitty.
Just a tiny little drop.
Yes. Initially, they thought it was a single organism, single little animal. But looking closer, they found it's actually multiple remains, at least. At minimum, a frog and at least one salamander. Potentially more there. They found femurs of a small frog and small salamander. Possibly, like so small that we're talking about possibly tadpole. And potentially the smallest reported salamander specimen from that area.
Oh, wow.
There's also some vertebrae, some backbones of an unidentified species that they're not sure what it goes with. And at least some amount of a matrix of fossilized soft tissues. There is some soft tissue remain among this jumble of bones.
Oh, skin or muscle or something to that effect.
Yeah, and I didn't find any specification as to what they suspect it might be. Now, the reason it's worth mentioning that this area is the Jurassic salad bar is that it is a plant locality. It is known for fossilized plant remains, sometimes other organic remains, but typically no animal remains. This is not a fossil site that typically preserves bones. These are the first bones found here, which makes it very interesting. As they analyzed it, chemical analyses as well as features about the preservation suggested that it was a bromelite, so fossilized stomach content of some sort. It does not seem like it was fully digested, which means it's not likely a coprolite, so not poop.
Right. Did not make it all the way through.
Which suggests that this is a regurgitolite, that it is vomit.
Yeah, something thrown up, which has been found before in the fossil record. There are bird pellets in the fossil record. That this is not the first time that this has been seen.
Precisely, but it is the first time ever for both the Morrison Formation and the Jurassic of North America.
Oh, cool.
So this is a very rare find for this site and this continent during this time.
Wow, this creature did not know when it threw up that day that it was going to be famous.
Yeah, it was just having a really bad day. Now, they don't know what predator it was, since it was eating animals. They say potentially fish, maybe a semi-aquatic mammal or something. Like, they don't know. They don't know what puked it up, but it was probably something small. And they have some notable things of the amphibians found in the vomit. This is the southernmost occurrence of frogs and salamanders in the Morrison Formation. And the salamander material is very likely juvenile instead of a new taxon. It's notably small, and so they thought it might be something new, but it looks like it's probably a juvenile salamander, which is a very rare find.
Yeah, so it looks different from all other salamanders, but might not be that it's a new species, just that it's a young salamander, and we don't often get those as opposed to adults.
Exactly. Well, the frog does seem like it's probably something new.
Oh,
it doesn't seem to match, or at least it is yet to be identified. So even the material in the vomit is noteworthy.
This is a very cool find because oftentimes we think of coprolites, right, fossil poop or fossil gut contents as being important because they can tell us about the diet of a particular animal. And this is a case where they can't tell us about the diet of a particular animal because we don't know what the animal was that made this thing. But a feature that we've mentioned a few times, I think, previously on the podcast is that gut contents or coprolites can be exceptional sources of fossil preservation.
Yes.
That they will preserve things that you might not otherwise see elsewhere in an ecosystem. This is an ecosystem that, for whatever reason, isn't preserving a lot of animal remains, but a little pile of vomit is an unusual circumstance, preserving tiny bones, and is giving us potential new species, things we haven't seen before. Like, everything about the bones in this regurgitolite is a record-breaking thing.
Yes.
New place, new species, new life stage of these groups of animals. That's a very fun... It almost makes me kind of happy we don't know what the animal is that threw it up, because then the news would be all about that.
Yes.
It'd be all about, oh, this fish, the fish we're eating. No, it gets to be all about the preservation and the things within, which is pretty cool.
Well, it's got kind of the same feeling as animals dispersing seeds by eating a fruit and then pooping the seed out later, except this is a fossil record version.
Yeah.
You're dispersing fossils for us to sites we don't usually get them in.
Well, I've got one more news, and this one is about a unique, unusual specimen.
Oh,
How about that? But we are no longer talking about animals. This is algae, and particularly old algae. This is research by Shu Chai et al. In BMC Biology, and in the blog post we will link to a press release on phys.org from the University of Toronto. This study examines 5 fossilized specimens of algae from the Dongying Formation in South China. These date to the latest Ediacaran, about 541 million years ago. We've talked about the Ediacaran before on the podcast. We did a whole episode 31, all about it. This is the time period right at the end of the Proterozoic, at the end of the big swath of time that is called the Precambrian, before the Cambrian explosion, before the rise of modern ecosystems and modern animals. The Ediacaran is full of all sorts of weird stuff that looks kind of like animals we recognize, but also kind of not like that. And it's this interesting period of time just before life as we know it, so to speak. So a very interesting time period to get anything, really, but particularly these algae specimens. These are all phosphatized, which means the fossil is mineral replacement of cell structures. It gives excellent 3D preservation. They describe that each specimen is about 0.5 millimeter across, each algal sphere, but still preserves all sorts of bumps on the outside of the cell and strands inside that are called siphons. These features that we see in algae are preserved in excellent detail. This allowed them to take detailed X-rays and electron microscopy examinations to explore both the outside and inside structure of these cells. They were able to identify that each of them is indeed a single-celled algae. One spherical cell per specimen, and they identified them as a type of green algae. In particular, a new type of green algae, new genus and species, which they named Protocodium sinense, and they noted that it has a surprisingly similar structure. They use the term architecture. The interior and exterior structure is surprisingly similar to modern-day green algae. They related it to Codium, which is a genus that is very widespread today, often invasive. And the reason that this is news is because finding a fossil that is ancient algae that is very similar to modern species of algae is exciting to begin with, but finding one in the Ediacaran before the Cambrian explosion back in the Proterozoic is especially cool. It suggests that green algae like this were already relatively modern looking, and relatively diverse before the end of the Ediacaran period. So back when we had all these sort of alien ecosystems that we don't quite recognize at that time, there would have been green algae that looked quite a lot like algae that we have today. They point out that this will be very helpful in A, understanding the ecosystems of that time period, which is always nice to have, and also understanding the evolution of green algae and their close cousins, land plants.
Mm-hmm.
Green algae and land plants are closely related, as Ali told us all about that back in episode 125, but trying to understand exactly where they split from each other or exactly the timing of those evolutionary stages is difficult without nice fossil specimens. These are now available for us to help calibrate our understanding of when those stages in plant and algae evolution took place. And finally, they also point out that now that we have really good fossil specimens, it might help us understand all the other weird round spherical fossils that we get throughout the Proterozoic. There's a bunch of famous, mysterious round fossils from a lot of different fossil sites. Having a really good look at these specimens can now serve as a reference to then look at some of those others and be able to say, oh, these are actually this algae, or these are definitely not this algae.
Yeah. Well, it's exciting to find anything recognizable in the Ediacaran. This is a time period and group of life famous for being unrecognizable, for being things that we don't know where to categorize them. We don't know whether you count as animals or some form of multicellular life that we should already be recognizing. You know, it's gone back and forth on like Dickinsonia and certain ones as to whether or not it's an animal. So finding something that we can go, no, for sure green algae is exciting. Like, that's cool.
Well, this has a similar feeling to when we discussed, like back in episode 148, we talked about the idea of the weird Triassic ecosystem, but then there's still flying fish.
Yep.
Or the age of dinosaurs, but then there's still mammals doing basically the same thing as flying squirrels. Like, finding something oddly familiar in an otherwise unusual landscape is pretty cool. This is having an ecosystem that is mostly stuff that we have a hard time even classifying at all, but there's green algae.
Yes.
There it is, just like home.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, well, hey, now that we're done with the news, speaking of ancient weird things, this episode we are talking about stegosaurs, some of the most famous, most exciting, and most bizarre dinosaurs that there are. There are tons of mysterious questions to ask about stegosaurs, and we're gonna ask them. Starting after the break, where we'll talk about what the group actually is and move on from there. Stay tuned. One of the main reasons that I think people find dinosaurs so interesting and exciting is because so many of them are just so obviously different from anything we have living today. Like, there's nothing in the world today that is like a tyrannosaur.
No.
Nothing's shaped like that.
Like, we have birds that walk around that you can be like, all right, I can see the feet.
Right.
But nothing else that really matches that type of animal.
Nothing else quite has the profile of a Triceratops. Nothing, it looks anything like a sauropod, like Brachiosaurus or something. Stegosaurus is super weird.
Yeah, that...
It might be one of the best examples of an animal. Just the profile of Stegosaurus is alien.
Yes, I was going to say, out of dinosaurs, I think those are the ones that stand out the most to me as a... You look weird compared to everything today, but also compared to other dinosaurs.
Yeah, and it's gotten a little better. There's the old school reconstructions, the art of stegosaurs. They were shaped like mountains.
Yes.
Which they don't look like that anymore. We've put their tails up in the air where they belong. So They look a bit closer to a lot of other dinosaurs. But they still have this bizarre shape to them. They have tall bodies. They're might be one of the best examples of an animal. Just the profile of Stegosaurus is alien.
Yes, I was going to say, out of dinosaurs, I think those are the ones that stand out the most to me as you look weird compared to everything today, but also compared to other dinosaurs.
Yeah, and it's gotten a little better. There's the old school reconstructions, the art of Stegosaurs. They were shaped like mountains.
Yes.
Which they don't look like that anymore. We've put their tails up in the air where they belong, so they look a bit closer to a lot of other dinosaurs. But they still have this bizarre shape to them. They have tall bodies. They're narrow. Mm-hmm. They're tall and narrow, like a fish. They've got those big plates all along the back, spikes on the tail, and then a tiny little head up front. Their legs are misproportioned.
Yeah.
The front legs are way shorter than the back legs. They're just a weird-shaped animal.
Yes, they are extremely unique with a whole bunch of parts that are not immediately intuitive as to what they're for.
And indeed, there are some of the biggest and longest debates and misconceptions in dinosaur science history apply directly to Stegosaurus.
Yeah.
But alas, Stegosaurus is not alone. That is why the title of this episode is missing that second U. This is not Stegosaurus, this is Stegosaurs. There is a whole group of dinosaurs called the Stegosaurs, the group Stegosauria, the plated dinosaurs, named for their plates. And they all share Stegosaurus-like features. Stegosaurs, broadly speaking, are quadrupedal. They all walk around on four legs like ankylosaurs, like ceratopsians. Well, the later ceratopsians. Stegosaurs are four-legged. They are herbivorous. They have narrow necks with small heads, big tall bodies, narrow snouts, and short front legs in comparison to their back legs. But the thing that makes Stegosaurs famous is their armor.
Yes.
They have osteoderms. These are skin bones. These are the armor bones like crocs have, like a lot of lizards have. They have small osteoderms in the skin, especially around the neck and the hips. But most famously, those giant plates and spines along their necks, backs, and tails. These range from big flat plates to cone-shaped spines, and in many of them, they also have spikes sticking out of the shoulders.
Yeah, the actual armaments.
Mm-hmm. And all stegosaurs have two pairs of spikes on their tails, forming an apparatus that is officially kind of mostly known as a thagomizer. More on that later.
Yeah, and it might be obvious since we have them as fossils, but these are all bony structures.
Yes.
Like bony plates, bony spikes, bony osteoid. It's just bones jutting out of these animals.
Yep. And indeed, and we'll talk more about this later in the episode, they are all osteoderms.
Yeah, which is so weird.
They are highly derived skin bones. Very cool. Stegosaurs are mostly found from the middle to late Jurassic period, so the middle-ish of the Mesozoic era. So ranging from, 180 to 140 or so million years ago, and some into the early Cretaceous. They are found on all continents except on Antarctica, so far. Maybe they were there, we just haven't found them yet, but they are at least found on all the other continents. Now, we will get more into the sort of lifestyle, the anatomy, what these dinosaurs were doing, but let's take a little tour through Stegosaur evolution. Where do they fit on the dinosaur family tree, and what did their diversity look like over time? Stegosaurs are ornithischian dinosaurs, which is the same major group that includes the horned dinosaurs, the pachycephalosaurs, the hadrosaurs, and so on. They belong to the broad group called Thyreophora, which are the armored dinosaurs, which are stegosaurs plus ankylosaurs.
Which both, in my brain, make sense that they group together. Like, you're two groups of dinosaurs that have gone crazy with armor.
Yeah, ankylosaurs we talked about in episode 69. Those are the tank dinosaur, the armored dinosaurs, covered in spiky, bumpy armor all over themselves.
Just big old giant turtle dinosaurs. But then there's also a part of me that's like, it seems almost too thematically fitting. Like,
right.
You feel like you were grouped together the same way that video game stuff is grouped together.
Right. Well, like early taxonomists would have grouped birds and bats.
Exactly.
Well,
yeah.
That doesn't. They just fly. That doesn't group them.
It's like these are the two different builds of armored mounts that you could get in a video game.
And it is.
Yeah.
So Thyreophorans, this whole group, Stegosaurs, Ankylosaurs, plus some early forms, the main thing that they share is their armor. And the two groups have gone different directions with it. The oldest Thyreophorans, the early members of this group, include Scutellosaurus from North America, the early Jurassic. This is a small two-legged dinosaur, probably about 1.5 meters long, so like 4 or 5 feet long, not very large, with many small osteoderms, like those skin bones. Scelidosaurus from early Jurassic England was bigger, 4 meters or so,
All right.
12, 15 feet, a quadruped, and covered in armor and scutes, looks like an early member of the armored dinosaurs. Emausaurus from early Jurassic Germany is similar. Very recently, we talked about this in bonus news, researchers identified a dinosaur named Jacopil from the late Cretaceous of Argentina, which might be related to the earliest Thyreophorans, the earliest armored dinosaurs, although there's some debate about that.
Yeah, this is a very newly discovered dinosaur, so there will be more research to come.
Yeah, like last month, like very, very recent.
Yeah, brand new.
From these early armored dinosaurs, they're split the two main groups, Ankylosaurs and Stegosaurs. And they really did, like you were saying, these are the two builds.
Yep.
Ankylosaurs have osteoderms all over their head, their neck, their shoulders, all around the bodies.
Their eyelids.
Their eyelids in some cases. They often, so many of them have big clubs at the end of their tails. Ankylosaurs have broad snouts and low, wide bodies. Stegosaurs have osteoderms mainly just along the back, along the ridge of the back. They have spiky weapons on their tails, and they have narrow snouts and tall bodies.
Yeah.
It's just two different shapes of armored dinosaur.
Yes, it is. You're taking the same idea and filling two different lifestyles with that idea.
Yes. And they differed in their time. So ankylosaurs were most successful in the Cretaceous period, especially the later Cretaceous. Stegosaurs reached peak diversity much earlier, mostly in the middle to late Jurassic.
Which is kind of interesting because that means they had to like switch out with each other.
And it might have been that ankylosaurs came on the rise because stegosaurs went out, or vice versa. The earliest true stegosaurs are known from the Middle Jurassic, so again, back to 180, 170 million years ago or so. From the mid through the late Jurassic, they spread all over the world. The earliest stegosaurs were relatively small, 3 to 4 meters long, right? 10 to 15 feet, proportioned a little bit more like the early Thyreophorans, so they didn't quite have those bizarre proportions like we see in later ones like Stegosaurus. They were still stegosaurs, they still had the plates along the back, but they were smaller and a bit more normal looking.
Yeah.
The early stegosaurs give rise to the family Stegosauridae. And this is where we start to see a lot of the familiar weird features. Stegosaurids have those weird short front legs, which gives them that odd curvature to their body. They tend to get bigger. In the late Jurassic, we see multiple groups of stegosaurs make it up to 7 meters long. So now we're in 20 to 25 feet, and some possibly even bigger. I've seen estimates of 8 to 9 meters. So they got big, right? These are similar in size to the largest Triceratops-like dinosaurs and Ankylosaurus-like dinosaurs. Many of these stegosaurs, the stegosaurids, have a mixture of spikes and plates. So when we think of Stegosaurus, Stegosaurus's back has those big, broad, flat plates.
Yeah, those almost square or pentagonal plates.
Mm-hmm. But most stegosaurids within this major group had a mixture where some of their plates were broad, some were pretty narrow, some were tall, some were short, and in some cases, some were almost spikes.
Yeah.
In many cases, they would change. So they might be broad and small at the neck, big and broad toward the middle of the back, and then become spike-shaped as they got farther back and towards the tail.
That was one of the coolest things I remember discovering when I was younger. We all knew about Stegosaurus, anyone who read dinosaur books, because it was in every single dinosaur book. And then I finally found one that was like, also there's like Kentrosaurus and all these other different plate shaped. And I was like, there's varieties that I can pick and choose from. And I loved seeing the weird alternative shapes to the plates.
Yeah. There's all different arrangements. Every species has a different setup of its plates and spines and spikes along its back. Stegosaurids also tend to have shoulder spikes. So these are big, long spikes, again, osteoderms, sticking off the shoulders, which we also see in some ankylosaurs.
Yes.
Again, episode 69. Within the Stegosauridae, there is a smaller group called the Stegosaurinae. There will not be a quiz, but this is the subgroup, Stegosaurinae, which includes Stegosaurus and its close cousins. This is the group that is the familiar shape. These only have plates along the back, no spine, no spikes along the back. They tend to be big, broad plates. They don't have shoulder spikes.
Yeah.
Stegosaurus does not have shoulder spikes. And whereas other stegosaurs, the plates are parallel along the back, so there's 2 rows along the back, and they sit side by side. In the Stegosaurines, Stegosaurus and its cousins, they alternate.
Yeah, so if you're going down the rows in the other groups, you'll have pairs. 1, 2, 3, each side by side.
2, 4, 6, 8, etc.
With Stegosaurus, you can go from left to right, 1, 2, and zigzags. They
Yes.
alternate as you go down.
So if you're looking at Stegosaurus from the side, generally speaking, you can't see through the plates.
Yeah, there's not going to be obvious gaps between each pair.
Yes, whereas others, they're parallel and there's gaps between. In the Jurassic period, we have fossils of stegosaurs from all over the world. Again, not Antarctica, but everywhere else. And there's also stegosaur footprints from a bunch of different parts of the world.
Makes sense.
In the early Cretaceous, so after the Jurassic-Cretaceous transition, which we talked about in episode 146, in the early Cretaceous, stegosaurs are mostly gone. We have mostly fragmentary remains. There are a handful of identified genera. Mongolostegus from Mongolia, Peranthodon from South Africa, Werhosaurus from China. But that's about it. Their diversity really dramatically drops in the early Cretaceous. And by the end of the early Cretaceous, stegosaurs are gone.
Which is...
They don't make it to the end Cretaceous. Like, they were not there to be wiped out by the asteroid impact and subsequent ecological collapse. Stegosaurs were gone before the late Cretaceous set in.
Which is, not unusual. There were tons of dinosaurs that went extinct before the end of the Cretaceous or before the Cretaceous.
Oh, yeah. And that Jurassic into the Cretaceous transition, as we talked about, we see a lot of changing of the guard of dinosaur ecosystems.
I think the reason it sometimes feels weird to find out that Stegosaurus didn't even make it into the late Cretaceous, let alone to the end of the Cretaceous, is because it's often grouped with those famous in Cretaceous dinosaurs, like T-Rex and Triceratops.
Yeah.
And so you see it put in among those ranks, and so you think that it must have been interacting with them, but it didn't even cross paths with them.
Well, and especially since most of the other famous Jurassic dinosaurs, even the groups that didn't make it into the Cretaceous or late Cretaceous, like Brachiosaurs and Diplodocus and Allosaurs, those did not make it, but there are dinosaurs that look a lot like them.
Yes.
Through to the end of the Cretaceous. There are still long-necked dinosaurs. There are still big meat-eaters like T-Rex. Stegosaurs are an entire, very recognizable body shape of dinosaur that just did not make it to the end.
Yeah, it feels like it is missing from the Cretaceous.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing shaped like we have ankylosaurs now, but you're not shaped like a stegosaur.
No.
And yeah, like you said, there's nothing that fills that gap at all.
Yeah, so stegosaurs would have lived alongside brachiosaurs, allosaurs, ceratosaurs, but the horned dinosaurs like ceratopsians, the armored dinosaurs, the ankylosaurs, tyrannosaurs, pachycephalosaurs, the dome-headed dinosaurs, those were all after the stegosaurs dwindled and disappeared. So stegosaurs really are an earlier group of dinosaurs compared to most of the other really famous ones.
Absolutely.
Now, stegosaurs are a whole broad group. I will mention some of the members, some of the diversity. But first, Stegosaurus. Woo! This is the famous one. Not only is it the one that gave the group its name, it's also one of the largest of the stegosaurs. It is the most famous of the stegosaurs. It is probably one of the top 5, maybe 10 most famous dinosaurs in the world.
I mean, if you need to put it into perspective, it was one of the dinosaurs that they decided to be one of the characters in Land Before Time. Like,
Right.
you had some of the big dinosaur groups in that movie.
Well, it's the dinosaur that fought T-Rex in Fantasia.
Exactly.
That's a big deal. That's totally wrong, but it's a big deal.
Yeah, Stegosaurus's agent references that every time.
So there are many different species, many different genera of plated dinosaurs. Stegosaurus itself, whose name means the roofed lizard, a saurus, reptile, roofed. There's a reason for that.
Because of all the shingles?
Yes.
Yes.
Stegosaurus lived in the late Jurassic, between roughly 155 to 145 million years ago. It is found in the United States and Portugal. There are 3 identified species. Generally, there have been some others that have been suggested, but there are 3 species of Stegosaurus. Stegosaurus stenops, Stegosaurus ungulatus, and Stegosaurus sulcatus.
Oh, I think that's more species than I realized there were. Neat.
And that has gone back and forth, and there may be some stegosaur researchers who, if they hear this, will disagree and say, actually, wait!
Yeah.
But generally speaking, those are the 3 that are used.
Well, like most of the famous dinosaurs, they are put under more scrutiny for this kind of stuff than other groups, so there's going to be more kibitzing as to the exact grouping.
Stegosaurus lived, again, alongside, in the same habitats as Diplodocus, Brachiosaurus, Allosaurus, Ceratosaurus. Remember that Allosaurus one. That's going to come up again later. These are among the largest of the stegosaurs, up to 7 meters long, maybe longer, estimates of 4 to 5 tons. So, getting up towards elephant size today. Several stegosaur specimens were first found and identified way back in the 1870s into the 1880s. These are some of the earliest well-known dinosaurs. That's around the same time that Apatosaurus and Brontosaurus were first named. That is quite a bit before T-Rex was ever discovered. Stegosaurus itself was officially named in 1887. Now, there are about 80 individual Stegosaurus specimens known. The best skeleton is Sophie the Stegosaurus, discovered in Wyoming in 2003, now at the Natural History Museum in London. Sophie is a young adult, 6 meters long, 3 meters tall, and almost complete. The number I found was about 85% of the skeleton is represented.
Wow, that's awesome. And I now need webcomics of Sophie and Sue having museum adventures.
Oh, yeah. And also, oh man, what did they name? Was it Maximo, the Patagotitan?
Oh, right.
At the AMH? Yeah, oh, we just need all the dinosaur mascots to get together. Stegosaurus's plates, the big bony plates along the back. It has 17 of them. The largest sit over the hips. They're smaller by the neck, smaller further down the tail. Right over the hips are the biggest. And the biggest can be up to 60 centimeters or 24 inches, so 2 feet, 2 feet wide and 2 feet tall.
Yeah, these are almost perfect diamond shapes.
Yeah.
Like they're surprisingly oddly geometric, and they're huge.
Yup. Those plates have been the subject of a lot of changing perspectives. Originally, famed paleontologist Othniel Charles Marsh interpreted that the plates would have lied flat on the back.
Yes.
Like shingles. Hence the name roof lizard.
That makes sense. And it makes sense from you have this big shield.
Yeah.
How do you use shields? You lay them flat against you.
Yeah, armor, obviously.
What else would you be doing with it?
Later, he recognized that they stand upright on the back. And again, at first, he interpreted them as being a single row.
Oh, yeah.
Just all in one line.
I forgot about that.
Then later as parallel rows. 2 rows, but side by side, which we see in a lot of old artwork.
Yep.
So old Charles R. Knight art shows the plates side by side. In King Kong, the Stegosaurus in the movie has the plates side by side.
Well, and I know I had some dinosaur books as a kid that had them in a single row that were just very old artwork depictions, and then I had bunches where they were side by side.
Like a lot of dinosaurs, Stegosaurus was also traditionally shown with its tail dragging on the ground until we lifted it up later on when we realized that was wrong. Eventually, we got good enough skeletons of Stegosaurus to show us how the plates were actually arranged. So we got articulated skeletons, so skeletons with the bones at least partially in place. And that's how we learned that their plates are alternating.
Yeah.
from very well-preserved skeletons. So now we know, 2 rows of plates, alternating pattern, big diamond-shaped plates from the neck to partly down the tail. Stegosaurus is not the only dinosaur that looked like this, nor the only stegosaur of this size. Hesperosaurus, also from late Jurassic North America, similar in size. Its spines, the plates on the back, are long and low.
Yes.
Instead of being tall and more diamond-shaped.
Like little mohawks.
Yes. There are a bunch of other similarly sized stegosaurs. Dacentrurus from late Jurassic Europe. Kentrosaurus from late Jurassic Tanzania.
That's my favorite.
Twajangosaurus from late Jurassic China. All of those are outside of Stegosaurinae, so they have narrower plates and spikes, and they all have shoulder spikes.
Which is something that, when I learned about that, was an interesting realization, because the first time you see, like, Kentrosaurus with these big, like, anime-style shoulder spikes coming off, like, just ridiculously looking, but awesome. It seems weird. It's like that, whoa.
Right, that's not what Stegosaurus looks like.
Yeah, that's an upgrade if I've ever seen, like, wow. But then you realize, no, that's actually pretty common within a lot of them.
Yeah. Stegosaurus lost that trait.
That they're the weirdo, and they have the alternating plates, which is also something that stands out.
Yes.
So the famous one, once again, like we've made points with tons of other famous examples, is not always the representative for the group.
Yeah, Stegosaurus is weird.
Yes.
So there were a bunch of stegosaurs, both within and without the shoulder spike categories, that were similar sizes to Stegosaurus. There were also small ones. Huayangosaurus and Chungkingosaurus, both from China, were only 3 to 4 meters long, right, 10 to 15 feet, but still with plates and spines and spikes and such. And then one other stegosaur that I want to make special note of, just because it's weird, is a stegosaur named Miragaia. Miragaia was found in the late Jurassic of Portugal, so same place and time that we find some stegosaurus. First identified back in 2009, a second specimen was found in 2019, much more recently. Miragaia is about 6 meters long, about 2 tons. Not bad for a stegosaur, but what makes it stand out is its long neck.
Oh, yes!
This is a long-necked stegosaur. Now, it's not like super long, but compared to other stegosaurs, it has this long neck. And as we've discussed in the past, there are 2 ways to make a long neck. One is to add more vertebrae, and the other is to just make the vertebrae longer. Miragaia added more vertebrae to a grand total of 17 neck vertebrae, which makes Miragaia's neck, in terms of the number of vertebrae, longer than any other non-bird dinosaur, including most sauropods.
Like, more number of
vertebrae. It is tied with the sauropods, the long-necked dinosaurs that have the most vertebrae in their necks.
That's bizarre for a number of reasons. The 2 that jump out to me is that I was not expecting you to say more vertebrae. I was like, surely
added more vertebrae.
A group that has not been specializing in long necks would just stretch the vertebrae. Like, that's what we see in most vertebrates today.
And it looks like Miragaia might have done some of that, but mostly it looks like they were adding more neck verts.
So yeah, that's unexpected. At least that seems like the less obvious answer to me. So that was surprising. And that you've done it to such a degree to match and surpass other dinosaurs.
The famous dinosaurs, the ones that are famous for having long necks.
Yeah, that's insane.
And what's super cool is that the way Miragaia has elongated its neck through evolution matches what we see in long-necked dinosaurs, in sauropods.
Like the same pattern?
Same techniques.
Okay, gotcha.
So, lengthening some of the vertebrae, possibly. Adding some of the vertebrae, potentially. But the main one that isn't immediately obvious is converting some of the torso vertebrae. So in an animal's body, you have neck vertebrae, the spine of the neck, and then around the time you get to the shoulders, they change to trunk vertebrae, the vertebrae of the back.
Yes.
Miragaia and sauropod dinosaurs both converted the front back vertebrae into neck vertebrae.
So
They incorporated them into the neck.
you don't have a long neck, you just have low shoulders.
You have a short torso.
Yeah, you've just scrunched your shoulders back further.
And this all combined led the authors who originally described Miragaia to call it a sauropod mimic stegosaur.
Weird.
It had a long neck, possibly to help with feeding, right? Maybe it was feeding on higher plants, but also maybe as a display feature. This is a stegosaur that evolved convergent features with sauropod dinosaurs.
So, like,
Weird.
man, what would have happened had you made it through the Cretaceous?
And just kept evolving in that
How
trajectory.
weird would stegosaurs have gotten?
Yeah.
Oh, that's odd. I love this group so much because of all their weird diversity. This is a weird way to describe it, but of all the dinosaurs, they're one of the ones I always like to see the most in Dinotopia, interacting with human style things of like people riding among the plates, and I love it. They're so weird and cool looking.
They're just such an odd shaped dinosaur group.
Yeah.
All of them with their variety of back plating, apparently some with weirdly long necks, but still tiny heads.
Yes.
Yeah, there's this incredible amount of diversity in this group, and they're all bizarre.
Yep.
Now, all of this weirdness raises the obvious questions of what they were doing with their weirdly shaped bodies. And there's been actually a ton of discussion about what stegosaurs were doing. Specifically, how do we explain their unusual anatomy, their unusual features? So after the break, we will go through and discuss what we know about stegosaur lifestyles and what we think might be the way that we explain all their weird stuff. Stay tuned. Stegosaur skeletons tend to be relatively rare and mostly incomplete. So we just don't have as good a fossil record of stegosaurs as we do of some other more common dinosaurs. This might be a reflection of their habitat or their habits. It could be that they were just not common in their ecosystems, that they weren't abundant animals, or it could be that they were living in certain habitats or certain lifestyles that just meant they didn't get fossilized very often. Stegosaurs are also rarely found in groups fossilized. So a lot of dinosaurs are famously found in mass death assemblages, where a lot of them seem to have died at the same time. That is not found very often with stegosaurs. So some have suggested that that might be an indication that they weren't living in big groups.
Which is notable for herbivores.
Yeah, a lot of dinosaurs were herding, right? Big sauropods, horned dinosaurs, hadrosaurs, these were herd-living dinosaurs. And part of how we know that is that we find groups of them fossilized together. Stegosaurs, also their cousins, the ankylosaurs, generally are not found in group assemblages. So again, possibly a reflection of them being more solitary.
That just made my brain go on like a little romp trying to think of solitary herbivores today. And the first one it came upon was moose.
I think of tapirs.
Tapirs is also really good.
Tapirs tend to be more solitary.
But moose makes my brain happy because I feel like that is a very apt comparison.
Yeah, although the next thing on my list to mention does not match with moose.
Oh.
Stegosaurs are interpreted as not very fast.
Yes, yeah, that's...
Because their misproportioned legs would not be great for a lot of moving. Moose are not very fast. They are quite speedy animals.
They are athletic. They are surprisingly.
I'd much rather be chased by a stegosaurus than a moose.
Agreed.
Just, Because at least if a stegosaurus is coming at me, the dangerous part is facing the other way.
That's what I was about to say. Their spiky ends are on the opposite side. So be chased by stegosaurus.
Yes, absolutely. Please.
So if you ever have to choose, everyone.
That's our recommendation.
Choose stegosaurus.
The Common Descent podcast should not be used as medical advice. In terms of diet, stegosaurs, because they tend to have low slung heads, their heads are held relatively low compared to their bodies. So often they're interpreted as eating low-growing plants, ferns, mosses, fallen fruit I've seen mentioned. They might have been, I don't want to use the word scavenging, but kind of scavenging fruit off the ground. Stegosaurs also have relatively simple peg-like teeth typically. In the Ceratopsians episode 87, we talked about how dinosaurs like Triceratops tend to have these batteries, these very complex batteries of teeth. Hadrosaur dinosaurs also had that.
They're famous for that.
Absolutely. They are, alongside mammals for tooth complexity. Stegosaurs don't have that. They seem to have a much less specialized diet. They also have very narrow snouts. So it's possible they were very selective feeders.
Yeah.
As opposed to ankylosaurs that had big, broad lawnmower snouts and sometimes are interpreted as just scooping up whatever they could find.
Which is one of those where you immediately want to say they were grazing on, like, animals in a field today would be.
Sure.
But they wouldn't have had grass-filled fields.
Nope, not in the Jurassic.
Which is extra weird.
Stegosaurs are often suggested to have had a turtle-like beak at the front of their mouth, similar to Triceratops. But as far as diet goes, we're mostly going off of the anatomy, the teeth, the mouth shape, because apparently, according to my sources, we don't have coprolites of stegosaurs. We also haven't found gastroliths, stomach stones associated with stegosaurs, which have been found with a lot of other dinosaurs. So we don't have a lot of data about what they were actually doing inside their digestive tracts.
Yeah, the lack of stomachs, effectively gizzard stones. They're using, animals like that use those to grind up food is extra surprising with their simple teeth. If they're peg-like, they're not going to be great for chewing.
Right.
So how were you breaking up your food? I mean,
especially if you're huge and you need to eat and process a lot of food.
Maybe they just had some extreme fermentation guts like cows have, where it's just our guts are just giant vats of acid.
Yep.
Just to let the plants break down slowly over time.
It's also worth noting that, like I said, stegosaurs are relatively rare and often incomplete, so it's possible we just haven't found gastroliths with them. So that could just be that we're missing them in the fossil record.
It would make sense, though, if they were selective, that maybe they are not. They're eating the things that they can digest very well.
They're going after very soft plants or soft fruits and stuff. It could be. Or high energy, really high energy, but harder to find, but easier to digest foods.
The ideal foods. I always picture the way they showed it in Walking with Dinosaurs, where it was just picking off bits of lichen and moss, like very specific eating style that always comes to mind, which interesting. Odd.
Yes. Yeah, they're mysterious. Mm-hmm. Speaking of mysteries about Stegosaurus, I would like to spend the rest of the episode talking about 3 major subjects that have been the focus of debate and controversy and misunderstanding about stegosaurs. The big questions. And these are going to regard stegosaur brains, stegosaur armor, and stegosaur tails.
Which is like, what are the things that are mysterious about stegosaurs? The things that make them stegosaurs.
Yeah, from the front to the back. Let's start with brains, because this is a famous feature of stegosaurs. Stegosaurus, specifically Stegosaurus, is famous. This is in a lot of the dinosaur books. It's mentioned in documentaries. Stegosaurus had a tiny brain. According to my references, it was only about 60 cubic centimeters, which is about 10% the size of a cow's brain, which is especially weird considering that Stegosaurus weighed 3 to 4 or more tons. This is a big animal with a very, very small brain.
There's multiple cows with not multiple cows worth of brain.
Yes. You will often hear that it is referred to as the size of a walnut, but I found a quote. I think this was in an article about stegosaurs. A quote from paleontologist Ken Carpenter, who says, "Actually, its brain had the size and shape of a bent hot dog." So tiny and weird shaped. Now, this has given rise, their tiny brain has given rise to a couple of famous misconceptions. One, that they were dumb.
Yep.
That tiny brain meant that they must have been unintelligent dinosaurs. We've brought this up previously on the podcast. This has also been levied at other dinosaurs. Brain size does not correlate one-to-one with intelligence.
Yes.
You can't say it has a tiny brain, therefore it must have been unintelligent.
Yeah, just an automata that was just walking and eating.
This is also said about the long-necked dinosaurs like Brachiosaurus. It is totally likely that there were certain functions that Stegosaurus's brain wouldn't or couldn't do compared to mammals or even some other dinosaurs and birds. But just because it has a small brain for its body size doesn't mean it was a dumb animal. They were perfectly capable. They were extremely diverse and successful for tens of millions of years. Clearly they were doing something right.
And this comes up with animals today all the time. That, like, crocs have tiny brains. They don't have a big brain. But they can still learn. They can still remember. They can be trained. They can recognize individuals.
Yes.
They can become more efficient hunters over their lifespan. They may not be solving, like, Stegosaurus probably wouldn't have been solving puzzles or mazes, but I'm sure it would have been perfectly complex in its behavior.
Right. So we can't say whether or not Stegosaurs were geniuses, but they wouldn't have been big dummies.
No.
The other big misconception that comes out of Stegosaurus's tiny brain case is the myth of the butt brain.
That little hot dog brain is just not enough for a full Stegosaurus.
To this day, this is still, I see this come up a lot.
Yes.
The idea that Stegosaurus, and sometimes other dinosaurs, had a second brain by their hips.
Yep.
The butt brain. It's not, scientists don't call it the butt brain. That is a mocking term.
Yes.
This is not true. It is not true that dinosaurs had a second brain farther back in the body. It simply isn't, but let's dive into the story. This originates back in the 1880s. Marsh, again, famous American paleontologist, noticed that in the sacral vertebrae, that's the spine near the hips, in Stegosaurus and also Camarasaurus, which is a sauropod, a long-necked dinosaur, there is this canal in those vertebrae that is particularly large, notably larger than the brain case.
Okay.
So, he suggested a posterior brain case, a second brain, or at least a cluster of nerves that would have sat by the hips to coordinate the tail and the back legs, or possibly to speed up the signal.
Yeah.
To act as a
booster.
A booster, yeah, exactly. The logic being that maybe their bodies were so big and their brains so small that they needed a second command center in the back to just keep the whole body basically functioning.
Which, like, that logic, I absolutely can follow that thought process. And kudos to there at least being evidence in the bone that leaned you that way.
Yes.
Someone didn't just look at that tiny brain and go, obviously that wouldn't be enough.
Yeah.
You'd need two of those to even run half of this.
Yeah. There was an anatomical basis for the hypothesis. This is wrong.
Yeah.
Many dinosaurs and living animals have an expansion of the spinal cord near the limbs. There tends to be greater nervous tissue there, possibly to help coordinate signals to the limbs, possibly involved in various behaviors and locomotions. This is a pretty common thing. We see it in modern animals. It's just extra nervous tissue. It's not a second brain. It's not a major cluster of central nervous system.
It is more wiring to reach out to that part of the body, not more computing going on there.
Now, it is notable that in stegosaurs and sauropods, that canal in that part of the body is bigger than in other dinosaurs. And we don't know why. The top hypothesis for this might be that they might have we see something similar in some birds called the glycogen body, which is a batch of tissue in the hips that stores glycogen, which is rich in energy.
Oh, okay.
As just an energy store. That might be something similar in stegosaurs and sauropods. This is made further mysterious by the fact that we don't fully understand what the glycogen body does in birds. It might have something to do with nutrition. It might be something else. So stegosaurs and sauropods have a mysterious gap in their hip vertebrae that looks kind of like the structure in birds, but the structure in birds is also mysterious.
Yes.
So, we are several layers of not actually knowing what this big gap in the back of the body is about.
Which could sound like supporting. It's like, well, if you don't know,
maybe it's a butt brain.
How do you know it's not a butt brain? And there's just no evidence nor need for there to be a butt brain.
Yes, that doesn't make sense with what we know about other dinosaurs and other living animals. That's a real stretch. It is not, to use a very scientific term, parsimonious.
Yes.
The most parsimonious explanation, the most logical, is that it is similar to things we see in other animals, that they didn't both have some strange, one-of-a-kind butt-brain structure that they wouldn't need, especially if other animals with small brains and large bodies don't show that kind of feature.
Precisely. Like, that would mean that these groups of vertebrates, bony animals, have something that no other group of vertebrates has, which would be very, very notable. And it would mean that they have it, even though whales don't have that.
Right.
Like, if the logic is that you're having two brains to control a large body, then why do the largest animals on the planet not have anything like that? The logic just doesn't, it makes sense when you first hear it, but when you actually look at the wider tree of animal life, it doesn't actually hold much water.
So there is no evidence for the butt brain, but there is more to be investigated in the butthole region of stegosaurs. Moving on to the next, and really just the biggest topic of discussion for stegosaurs, the armor.
Yes.
The plates. This is like an ask a group of first graders kind of question. What were the plates of stegosaurs for? What were they doing with this armor? And there's just all sorts of ideas that have been thrown out about this.
Oh yeah, no, if you asked a group of first graders, you'd probably have them shout back actual hypotheses that have been suggested throughout the history of these dinosaurs.
So, the armor of stegosaurs, the plates of stegosaurs, some are big and broad, some are short and narrow, some are spike-shaped. What they actually are, incidentally, is, so osteoderms, if you think of a crocodilian, the back of a croc is covered in this osteoderm armor, and each osteoderm itself, each skin bone, is a relatively flat plate of bone that tends to be square or oval or rectangular shaped, and there is a ridge that goes down the middle of it, a keel. We see that similar structure in a lot of lizard osteoderms, flat with a raised keel, a raised ridge through the center of it. You see that in ankylosaur osteo. That's just a common way for osteoderms to form.
Yeah, well, and it's a good armor shape of it's going to deflect stuff and it's going to act as a good defensive surface.
Stegosaur plates and spines are osteoderms where the ridge, the keel, is, to use another scientific term, hypertrophied. Extremely large.
Yeah.
The plate is the keel of the osteoderm that has just grown immense in its size.
This is like when you're messing with those character creators that let you adjust every single aspect of the character's face. And it's like, if you just keep adding to the eyebrow section, you can end up having a shelf.
Right.
Like a baseball cap coming off the front of your face. They just kept increasing that keel and stretching it until now they could make it into whatever shape they wanted.
Yes. These plate spines, keels, were likely covered in sheaths of keratin. So we've talked about this in plenty of other episodes. Triceratops horns. In episode 140, we talked about how bovids, like bison and cows and sheep, have a core of bone in their horns, and then it is covered by an outer sheath of keratin. Horned dinosaur horns are thought to have been like this. Ankylosaur scutes are thought to have been covered in keratin. Stegosaur plates probably were covered in an outer coat of keratin that might have given them a little bit of extra length.
Yeah, it's like a turtle shell, where the turtle shell is bone, but you're not seeing the bone when you look at a turtle shell.
There's a keratin scutes over the top of it. There was a report in 2010 of a sheath-like covering on a plate of Hesperosaurus, one of the stegosaurs. Ooh. So some evidence potentially for it. Now, the plates are fixed. So there has been in the past some suggestion that they might have been movable to some degree, but most likely our evidence suggests that they just sat up there. They didn't move or anything. They were fixed, rigid structures. The big question is, what were they doing with this?
Why?
Well, and this is one of the big, because there are so many dinosaurs that have features that are weird, but we can still find something today. Like, Triceratops has horns sticking out of its face, and they're weird, but we have rhinos, we have chameleons and other lizards that have horns in their face. They have the big crests Triceratops does, but we have some living animals that have features that are kind of like that. Stegosaur plates are bizarre. Just big, flat, bony walls growing out of their backs. which makes it really difficult for us to try to find a comparison and say, oh, clearly they were doing this.
Yeah, obviously.
So there have been a bunch of different hypotheses over the years. I'm going to start with one that's wrong. In 1920, writer and paleontology enthusiast W.H. Ballou wrote a report in which he suggested that the function of stegosaur plates was for use in gliding. And I quote, I'll say this in like a old-timey British accent. Crude aeroplane or glider as the stegosaur was, the principle of all flight was there in the parallel rows of flaps upon his back. Certainly, he was the factory in which the first bird was built.
Oh my goodness.
Delightful.
How, like...
So wrong.
How wrong can you be?
Apparently this idea caught on because in Edgar Rice Burroughs' Tarzan at the Earth's Core, the book featured a flying stegosaur using its tail as a rudder.
Now I want to see speculative fan art, paleo art of...
Oh, it exists.
With just massive plates. Just these huge, thin plates.
If you go back a couple episodes to episode 148 and learn about all the different ways that animals have found to glide, by the end of the episode, you should have plenty of evidence to convince you that Stegosaurus was not using its 2-foot-tall plates to carry its 4 or 5 ton body through the air.
These wouldn't have even been good for parachuting.
No, these would not. These were not. And also they stood upright.
Yeah, no.
They didn't move.
Yeah. This isn't like an inverted umbrella. This isn't going to help you at all.
So, that's wrong, but it's hilarious and I wanted to mention it. So let's move on to some serious hypotheses that scientists have put forth. One is defense. Mm-hmm. Were like Marsh originally suggested, of them laying flat, even sticking up, could these have been a defensive structure? Like ankylosaurs, they are clearly building armor across the back for defense. This is possible, that
yes.
they form some defensive capability, particularly the ones that have spikes coming out of the shoulders. You could see this being somewhat defensive. But this has been questioned for a couple of reasons. One, they're not quite as sturdy as you'd expect them to be. They're rather spongy on the inside. They're not solid, hard plates all the way through. But also, they only cover the ridge of the back.
Yes.
Which leaves the flanks completely exposed. The sides of the body are totally open to attack. So you'd think that if these had evolved to protect the animal, if that was their selective pressure driving the evolution of these plates, that they would cover more of the body.
Yes.
Unless there was some weird predator that only attacked from the top.
I remember even as a kid, I would read my dino books, and they'd be like, potentially these were acting as defense. And then I'd look at the picture of Stegosaurus and go, no.
Right. I do remember seeing one suggestion. I don't know that this has gained a lot of traction, because again, this has a similar issue. But the suggestion that they might have been up there to deter parasitic birds or pterosaurs or smaller dinosaurs from perching on their back and just like feeding on them like oxpeckers.
Yeah, it's like the spikes.
It's like the spike. Yeah, exactly. to deter pigeons from landing on buildings.
Yeah, this is if you don't want any pterosaur droppings in your property,
Right.
you need to get some stegosaurs.
You grow some stegosaur spikes and plates up on your back. So defense, again, it's possible that they served some defensive function, but that doesn't seem to make sense as the primary driver of the evolution of these plates.
It just seems like, at least not as armor, like actual armor. Like maybe defensive if it was I look unpalatable. Like I look spiky. You don't want to put me in your mouth. I'm covered in sharp edges.
Don't bite this.
Yeah, like just don't mess with this.
Do not eat.
That I could see. If it's just, I don't look fun to mess with, and I look big because I've added 2 feet to me. But as actual physical defense, to deflect an attack, it just doesn't seem practical in its shape.
Yeah.
Structurally, it evidently isn't.
Nope, they're
super
not
strong.
that sturdy. So
It doesn't seem to be in the right place on the body.
No. So defense, maybe. Another major suggestion, and this is one that you will hear very, very commonly, is regulating body temperature. This is a very popular one that gets talked about quite a bit, that these big flat plates on Stegosaurus might have been good for collecting heat right? Stand out in the sun and just soak up a bunch of heat, or radiating heat. If you pump a lot of blood through it when you're really warm, you can dissipate the heat into the air and cool off like elephants do with their ears.
Yeah, very thin surface has a lot of surface area to it.
Yes. There have been some models that suggest that the plates would have been good at dissipating heat. Some have pointed at the fact that there are grooves in the bony plates that might be where blood vessels were running through them, which would be good for moving heat around. Apparently, there are even similar features found in gator osteoderms.
There are indeed.
That have been suggested as possibly moving heat through the osteoderm for some thermoregulatory function.
Yeah, it's thought that's one of the reasons they might be so efficient at heating up as big reptiles, that they're able to collect solar energy quicker and more efficiently by pumping blood over these bony solar panels.
Yeah. So it's been suggested that that they were big solar panels growing along the back. This has been debated.
Yep.
This has gone back and forth. So some have pointed out that those grooves in the plates don't quite match what we'd expect to see from that kind of blood vessel, that kind of what's called vascularization, that pattern of blood vessels. But instead they match what might be growth features.
Oh.
It's just a function of how the osteoderms grow. We see similar things in ankylosaurs.
Yeah.
Although if crocs are doing it, then maybe ankylosaurs are doing the same thermoregulatory thing. Others have pointed out that another possible counter-argument to the idea that they're used for regulating body temperature is that in Stegosaurus that seems to make sense with its big, broad, flat plates, but there's tons of variety in stegosaur plate shapes.
Yeah.
Some of them are really short, some of them are very narrow, a lot of them are just spines, just spiky, which would not be anywhere near as good at collecting or dissipating heat.
And ancestrally, they didn't have those big plates.
Right.
So that couldn't have been the driver for forming these back plates.
Right. So that, again, if that was the main driving force, if that was the selective pressure for the evolution of these plates, you'd expect to see broad, flat plates across all or most stegosaurs.
Yeah.
Now, counter to that, some have pointed out maybe Stegosaurus was just weird.
Yeah, maybe it was doing this.
It was doing something odd. This is something we've mentioned before on the podcast, that often when we ask these questions, it's easy to forget that there were tons of different species of stegosaurs over tens of millions of years. It is very possible that some of them were doing things that others weren't.
Yeah. Well, it's like if you ask, are sharks filter feeders? Well, generally no.
Right.
Except for a few of them.
Except for the ones that are. So it seems that stegosaur plates and spines, at the very least, probably had the potential to be helpful with regulating body temperature. And I've seen this compared to the horns of bovids.
Oh, yeah.
Bison, cattle, sheep, antelope, things like that. And I don't remember if we mentioned this in episode 140, that the horns of those animals today have been seen to help them regulate body temperature.
Yes.
Because they can dissipate heat or collect heat. So they are potentially helpful with that, but that is clearly not the main function of those body parts.
Yeah,
that's not the driver of their evolution.
You don't make your solar panel sharp and,
right.
and spiky.
So in stegosaurs, it's been suggested that being good for regulating body temperature might have been a handy side effect. Like defense. Like these might have been good for defense, but they probably weren't mainly evolving for that. They might have been helpful for regulating body temperature, but they probably weren't mainly for that. At least in many stegosaurs, maybe they weren't in some.
Yeah, it's absolutely one of those where if you have this feature that has a dual purpose, and then you find yourself in a weird environment, that lineage could absolutely go, well, our selection is going to start leaning toward the temperature regulation because that's what we need to survive. So it switches priorities. So you could have some like stegosaurs that maybe are doing it weird. They're prioritizing what is a secondary feature for others.
So defense, maybe. Thermoregulation, maybe to some degree. Flight, no. Which leaves us with the last major hypothesis, and probably the one that is at the very least easiest to justify.
Yeah.
Which is that they were for display.
It's It's the go-to explanation for when you find a weird, seemingly non-functional structure.
Yep, is that they were using them to display. We see this a lot with exaggerated features in animals. In the Horns and Antlers episode, we talked about this extensively.
Yep.
We talked about this with the horns and crests of ceratopsians, the horned dinosaurs. This comes up quite a lot. Display can be useful for spotting other members of your species over long distances. It can be useful for sexual display, for displaying to mates. As you pointed out, display can be useful for deterring threats.
Yeah.
Looking bigger than you are or looking spikier than you are.
I look more intimidating. I look unusual. I throw you off your game.
There has been some evidence that has looked at the tissue structure of the bony plates that has suggested they might be growing faster after maturity.
Oh, yeah.
And if that's the case, something that is useful for adults more so than young often is things that are useful in sexual display and mating displays.
If it kicks in at puberty, there's a reason for it.
Mm-hmm. There was a study in 2015 of Hesperosaurus, which is very close to Stegosaurus and has been suggested apparently by some to be Stegosaurus.
Oh, okay.
That found one population in Montana that shows two different plate styles, wide and oval and tall and narrow. And it has been suggested as possibly sexual dimorphism, males versus females.
Which, if these are display, that you'd expect that to happen with some species.
Yep. But this has been questioned, as with basically every suggestion of sexual dimorphism in dinosaurs. It might not be quite as clear a signal as we think, and we don't see obvious signs of dimorphism in the plates in other species of stegosaurs. Although, again, others have pointed out that there might have been dimorphism, differences between males and females, not in the shape and structure of the plates, but in the soft tissue or the color, in the things that we don't see in the fossils.
Yes, exactly.
But like a lot of the other wacky features in dinosaurs, the plates and spines and spikes were probably serving some sort of display function. We did a whole episode about sexual selection, episode 63, where we talked about how evolution tends to run away with features that help animals have more babies.
That you get a feedback loop, that I get a feature that makes my mates want to mate with me, which selects for that feature, which makes more mates want to mate with them, which selects for that feature, and you get peacock tails.
Yes. You get peacock tails, and you get big ol' antlers, and potentially stegosaur plates.
You get a stegosaurus.
And you get a stegosaurus. And this would also fit with the reality that basically every species or genus of stegosaur has a somewhat different arrangement of plates.
Yes.
We see that with horned animals. We see that with birds and their feathers and their coloring. Each species tends to be somewhat different because they're displaying to their own species.
Yeah, I don't want to overlap with another species. I only want my own species to find this interesting.
And in a case like this, there is no denying that even from the perspective of a completely uninterested human being, those are some impressive plates and spikes.
I mean, I pay attention.
I'm looking at Stegosaur. Right? If Stegosaurus walks up, I'm looking in that direction.
Oh, someone do that with the meme of the guy walking with his girlfriend.
Yes! Oh, I love it. So the plates of Stegosaurs, possibly some secondary defensive or temperature regulation feature, probably mostly about display.
Well, and I remember I even saw a thing referencing, I think, those grooves and the potential vascularization, the blood flow. And it's like, if they have blood flow, they could blush into the plate.
And that actually, they did that in the Walking with Dinosaurs live show.
Yeah.
That went around. They had their robot stegosaurs blush and the plates would turn red, turn bright red.
And if you had patterns in the scute, in the keratin over the plate, you could have a bland-looking plate, suddenly a red pattern shows up as you flush blood into it, which we see tons of animals do.
Right. Now, again, that we don't know that they did that because that pattern of blood vessels has been questioned as to whether or not that's actually what it is.
Yeah.
But, yeah, there could certainly have been coloration. We know dinosaurs had all sorts of wacky colors going on.
Absolutely. And if you have a crazy structure like this for some sort of display either competition between others of your kind or to attract others of your kind, those are going to get wacky.
Yes.
That's just what happens in animals when we see those features show up.
Episode 63 again.
They get weird.
There is one more feature of stegosaurs that we must devote some time to. It is the feature at the end of the episode, and also the feature at the end of the stegosaur. And because there'd be riots.
Yes, no.
Stegosaurs are famous for a unique structure on their tail, which has come to be called a thagomizer. A thagomizer is 2 pairs of spikes sticking out at the end of the tail. So the end of the tail is rather stiffened, and then 2 spikes off to one side and 2 spikes off to the other. Traditionally, and by traditionally, like all my toys, my stegosaur toys as a kid, had the spikes sticking upwards.
Yes.
But most likely, it is thought these days that they stuck to the side.
Which is one of those updates. This was another one of those. As a kid, they'd be like, they use their tail for defense, and then I'd look at the tail with the spikes sticking upward, opposite the swinging direction that I'd expect. Mm-hmm. I go, okay, book. I'm just a kid. I don't know better. And then later on, they're like, actually, they're probably this way. I go, okay, thank you.
Yeah, that makes it. Now, you were not quite as right as you would think, actually, as a little kid. We'll get to that in a second.
Interesting.
But yes, they stuck out to the side. The name Thagomizer, we have to explain this because it's a ridiculous name and its origin is great. The term Thagomizer was not first developed by paleontologists. It originates in a Far Side comic strip from 1982, Far Side by cartoonist Gary Larson. The comic strip in question is a single panel, and it features a caveman lecturing other cavemen and pointing at an image on, I guess, the projector screen of the back end of a stegosaur with the tail, and the caveman is saying, now this end is called the Thagomizer, after the late Thag Simmons. Which is very funny. Cavemen didn't live with stegosaurs. That's ridiculous, Gary. But funny joke. And it introduced the term Thagomizer. This was picked up by paleontologists over time.
Yes.
And has since gone on to appear in books, documentaries, and scientific papers.
Yep.
That's what it's called now.
Yep.
A cartoonist came up with a silly joke, and now that is a technical term in paleontology.
It came up with a comic. All the paleontologists read that comic, agreed it was hilarious.
Yeah.
And went, well, I can't think of a better word for it.
I would have retired as a cartoonist. I would have said, that I did it. I would have become a paleontologist.
It's one of my favorite jargon terms in all of paleontology.
It's great.
And it works. It does the job so well because there's no other group for us to use this term with.
Yeah, this is a one of a kind.
Only this group has Thagomizers.
It's a Thagomizer. Here's a thing that you will enjoy that I bet you didn't know. The term has also snuck its way into the field of mathematics. In the last several years, I have noted, this was mentioned, I think, on the Wikipedia page, and I followed the links to 2 different mathematics papers that have used the term Thagomizer graph for a certain type of graph that forms a shape that looks like the tail of a stegosaurus.
The spikes.
Yeah, and it's got 2 spikes sticking off of each side. And they call it a Thagomizer graph. This was in papers, in math papers. Mathematicians have borrowed the term from paleontologists who borrowed the term from cartoons. Who knows where this term will be headed next?
Oh, thanks, Thag. Your sacrifice.
Way to go, Thag Sim. Yes, Thag, your sacrifice, you live on in our hearts.
I love it so much.
So, the Thagomizer. This structure of stegosaurs is far less controversial. It is very obvious what this structure is for. This is a tail weapon.
Yep.
The cousins of stegosaurs, ankylosaurs, also often had tail weapons, the big clubs on the ankylosaur, not the nodosaurs, but the ankylosaur tails. This is a thing for swinging your big, strong reptile tail around and deterring predators or competitors. Or at least it seems obvious. It seems like that would be the obvious use, but of course we don't like to assume all that much in paleontology.
But
we want to find evidence.
You have what looks like a medieval weapon on your tail, but just because we recognize the shape doesn't mean that's what you were using it for.
Maybe you were picking fruit with it or something weird.
It was also brightly colored and just another part of your display.
They just blushed. So there have been some studies into, all right, can we figure out exactly how they might have used this? There were a couple of studies in 2011 to 2012 that studied Kentrosaurus, which is the African Jurassic stegosaur.
Yeah.
That specifically were looking at the range of motion in the tail. So looking at how the bones in the tail articulate with each other, evidence of the soft tissue. They created models to try to determine, all right, how much movement could you actually get out of this tail? They found that it would have had some up and down movement, that it could have swung that tail, as they put it, up to 3 meters high.
Okay.
So 10 feet high, which, I mean, these are big animals to begin with. And lots of left and right motion. The way it was mentioned in one of the articles about this is that if Kentrosaurus wanted to, it could have stabbed itself in the side.
Yes.
It could have swung its tail all the way around and poked itself right in the side of the body. The models suggested that the tip of the tail could move up to 40 meters per second or more, which would have been great for slashing or stabbing.
Mm-hmm.
And they found that the muscles and the projections for the muscles, so the parts of the bones that stick out to anchor the muscles, were huge near the hips, which you would expect for big muscles for swinging, but also all the way down to the tip of the tail.
Okay.
Which might have given them both power and precision.
Yes.
That they might have had actually a lot of flexibility in how they moved the tail.
Yeah, because in like a lot of ankylosaur tails, their tail is basically a rod.
Very thickened at the end and stiff.
Stiff down the length of the tail. So then you're just needing muscles at the base to swing this handle.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have muscles all the way down, you can flex it. Like, now you're thinking more like a elephant trunk, where you have control down the length.
So there's some evidence that they might have had quite a bit of flexibility in the tails. Also, those same studies noted that the neck of Kentrosaurus seems to be flexible enough that it should be able to look behind it to keep an eye on what it's swinging its tail at.
Yes!
So these studies showed that not only does the tail seem like a weapon, but at least in Kentrosaurus, they seem to have the anatomy to use the tail like a weapon. Now, this is evidence that they could have used the tail that way.
Yep.
But there is a big difference between could and did. This has also come up with Stegosaurus. There's another big debate that we won't go into too much detail here, that Stegosaurs might have reared up on their hind legs.
Yes.
Big hind legs, short front legs. A lot of scientists have suggested, well, maybe they were standing up every now and then. And this is another one of those where this has kind of gone back and forth on, could they do that? Like, were they capable of standing up on their back legs? And then if they are, did they do that?
Yes.
Because a lot of animals are capable of doing things that they don't typically do.
But dogs can walk on their hind legs.
Right.
You can train a dog to walk around on its hind legs.
Absolutely. If a dog loses its front legs,
Yes.
it can still get around. But that's not a behavior of dogs.
Yes, that's not something dogs do. That's something that could happen.
So the same thing with the tails. We have evidence that they could have been used that way, but what we'd really like to see is evidence that they did use them that way.
Yeah.
And wouldn't you know it, we do.
Oh, yay.
The first line of evidence is that there are injuries in stegosaurs. So there was a 2001 study that found multiple specimens of Stegosaurus where the tail spikes showed evidence of traumatic injury.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That they got hurt on the spikes, which seems to support the suggestion that they were crashing them into things. And the second line of evidence is injuries in allosaurs.
Yep.
Allosaurs were some of the reigning theropod dinosaurs, the big meat eaters of the late Jurassic, most famously Allosaurus. These were big, almost T-Rex-sized meat-eating dinosaurs. They lived alongside Stegosaurus, as well as Diplodocus and Brachiosaurus and the other late Jurassic folks. Several allosaur fossils have been found with injuries that seem to match Thagomizer spikes.
Yes!
Here's a couple of examples. There's one from Utah that is a tail vertebra, so it's an Allosaurus tail bone, with a puncture in it that seems to match the size and shape of the tip of a Thagomizer spike. And indeed, the paper that described that puncture wound noted that there was evidence of healing. So it was punctured, but then the bone healed afterwards. But it healed around the puncture wound, but there wasn't evidence of healing inside the wound. Like, the wound itself in the bone didn't close up. The bone didn't grow inside the puncture wound.
Yeah.
Will, can you think of a reason why it might not have healed on the inside?
Boy, it sure sounds like something was in the way
Yeah.
of it healing.
They suggested that it might have broken off the tip of the spike and left it in there.
Yes.
Ugh. But
That's one way to get a piercing.
there's another one. And this one, oh boy. This is a Allosaurus fossil from Wyoming that has a cone-shaped wound that matches the shape of a Thagomizer spike through the lower part of the pelvis with evidence of infection and lack of evidence of healing that suggests that this injury might have gotten infected and led to the death of this animal.
Yeah.
There is an article that we will link in the blog post that talks about this, the title of which is something to the effect of, Allosaurus died of taking a stegosaur tail to the crotch.
Yeah, which,
That
wouldn't
is
you?
not where you want a Thagomizer to be.
I feel like most of us would.
So a spike just straight through the pelvis.
Yeah.
Buh, that was a bad day for an Allosaurus.
Well, and I just picture stegosaurs like a horse, where the horse will just be there doing something. Someone does something the horse doesn't like, and it just kicks.
Yeah.
I can aim it if I need to, but if I'm just gonna kick, and if I happen to hit you, that's your problem now.
Well, and with a horse and the stegosaur feels very similar, where it's like, if you annoy me, I'm gonna swing this part of my body around, and you might die.
Yeah. Yep.
That might just kill you.
Exactly. Like, my reflex is gonna go left and right. All right. Are you still here?
Now, interestingly, this has been pointed out that what's odd about this is the angle of the spike seems to have gone in an upward trajectory,
Okay.
which might be evidence that the stegosaur was able to twist the tip of the tail so that it could swing the spikes upward if it wanted to. So it could swing them side to side, but it could twist the tip of the tail to move the spikes more upward, potentially.
Which would have made those upward facing spikes more feasible.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
okay.
earlier when you were like, wow, you can't attack with no, they might have actually had some more control.
That it wasn't just a swiping.
Like back and forth.
Yeah. That you could actually aim the tips where you wanted them to go.
Yeah. So they might have had more fine motor control in order to get this angle.
Yeah. Cool.
It has also been noted, and this is just a fun little side note, that this also seems to be evidence of active hunting in allosaurs. Because why else would you be that close to a stegosaur thagomizer? That is not where you want to be unless you're hoping to get something out of it.
Yep. Whew, man. That's awesome.
So stegosaurs, truly bizarre, mysterious, impressive, rather intimidating, very cool dinosaurs.
Well, and just like, we mentioned that they didn't seem to travel in groups, at least as far as the way they're fossilized. Mm-hmm. So if they were these solitary, just picturing that, like, you're out in the wilderness of the Jurassic, and there's herds of dinosaurs going around, and then there's just the one stegosaur that's in this region.
Yep. Surrounded by no one.
Yeah, and no one messes with Steve.
Well, and it does kind of make me think of rhinos.
Yeah, yes. Absolutely.
Rhinos feel very much this way, where they're not very social, they mostly stick to themselves, and if you get too close, you just might get a spike through your body.
Yeah, that just might be your last day of making a mistake.
Yeah. It's just big, powerful, well-armed, and given a wide berth by all of the animals that know better in the vicinity.
Well, and that's also one of the reasons that, like, the back plates as armor, it makes sense if they're not armored, because you have a very effective defensive weapon. Mm-hmm. Like, ankylosaurs had both, so it's not that you
double up.
Couldn't have both, but you don't need those to be armor.
Well, and it also seems to fit if the tails were very flexible, potentially more so than an ankylosaur tail. Maybe that helps to make up for the fact that you're not as well armored on the rest of your body.
Yes, that you've just got this really effective weapon that you are good at wielding. So yeah, you don't mess with these things because they're going to hit you with that.
Yeah. I like the suggestion that the Thagomizers were a finesse weapon.
Yes, right? Exactly. Like, they are going to find you. This isn't a flailing
This
weapon.
is a heat-seeking Thagomizer.
Yes.
This is coming right for you.
Which
it's going to find the last part of your body that you want these spikes in. That's right where they're going.
They find your weak spot. But I do like that idea of if they were really good at it. Like, you see some animals with stuff like that where they're just very accurate with what they do. Like I think of like cats catching stuff with their paws.
Yeah.
Like, how did you catch that midair because they're really good at that?
Because I'm a cat.
Because I'm a cat.
That's what I do.
I would love if stegosaurs were that way. If you mess with them, that tail just goes whoomp.
Oh, yeah.
Right to where you are.
Stegosaurs are the best there is at what they do, and what they do isn't very nice.
Is Thagomize.
I told today, actually, earlier today, because I was thinking about it, I told that story of the Allosaurus with the pelvic wound to our friend Laura from episode 84. You all remember Laura. And that Laura's comment was, "Oh, he got Thagomized."
That's what a superhero Stegosaurus would be called.
The Thagomizer.
The Thagomizer.
Oh, I love it. All right, comics people, artists out there, please give us the Thagomizer. Well, that's about the end of our discussion. We have reached the end. The end. We're going to wrap up talking about stegosaurs. This has been another dinosaur episode. There are plenty of dinosaurs we haven't discussed yet, so if we have not yet talked about your favorite group of dinosaurs, let us know. We'll put your request on the list.
Either request it or keep requesting it.
Yeah, some people are very adamant, and they're waiting patiently. But there is one more thing we have to do before we wrap up the episode, and that is our patron question. Every episode, we like to answer a question submitted by our patrons on Patreon. One of the rewards that patrons get at a certain level is that they can submit these questions for us to answer at the end of the episode. Will question.
Our question is from Richard, who asks, can a past food web be recreated? And if so, how is this done?
That is an excellent question.
Absolutely.
So, food webs, or to use the scientific term, we'll talk about trophic relationships, which just means what's eating what, who's eating who. When we think of a food web today, we've got your producers, which are your plants, and then your consumers, your primary consumers, your secondary consumers, your herbivores, your carnivores. When it comes to the fossil record and fossil ecosystems, the food web, the trophic relationships, are often one of those cases of, this is what seems likely or possible, but there's rarely good evidence that actually happened.
Yeah, we can track modern day food webs by either watching it happen, of like, oh wow, that thing just put that thing in its mouth and it didn't come out, or by checking stomach contents.
Yes.
So we can actually go and say, yep, there's a grasshopper in here, it ate a grasshopper, bingo, add the link to the food web.
So for fossils, I'm going to use two different fossil deposits as an example. I'll start with the gray fossil site. At gray, we will often just make a good guess at what was eating what. We have alligators.
Yep.
And we have frogs and fish and turtles. Alligators today eat frogs and fish and turtles. They are well situated to do that. It makes perfect sense to assume that that's what they were doing.
Yeah, that's a normal croc thing. That's a normal gator thing. It would be weird if they weren't eating these things.
Our tapirs and rhinos, we have evidence from the chemistry of the teeth that they were browsers. So we know they were eating leafy plants. We don't know which leafy plants from that analysis, but we know they were eating leafy plants, so we can say, yeah, they were browsing off the trees and shrubs. Every now and then, we can get direct evidence. So, again, sticking with gray as an example, we have at least one turtle shell with alligator tooth marks in it.
Yeah, we do.
That suggests that at least one time, one alligator bit one turtle. We have one alligator fossil that had smaller alligator bones in its gut region.
Yeah.
We have one tapir.
You're listening to the Common Descent Podcast.
Hello, David.
Hello, Will.
And hello, listeners. Welcome to episode 142 of the Common Descent Podcast. This episode, we will be discussing phytosaurs.
Round 1. Phytosaurs.
One of my friends did ask what we were talking about next, and I told them phytosaurs, and they were like, phytosaurs? Is this from the 90s?
Phytosaurs is an extremely fitting topic for the month of June.
Yes, because it is Croc Month.
Croc Month! Phytosaurs aren't really crocs, but I'm sure we'll get into that.
Yes. So phytosaurs are an interesting group popularity-wise. Like, to me, phytosaurs are one of the most iconic fossil groups. And to many paleontologists, they are very well known. But they are publicly very underrepresented.
Right.
Like, I do not see phytosaurs mentioned or portrayed or displayed in public popular media, even like toys. I recently tried to see if I could find any phytosaur toys online and couldn't find any. So this group has kind of gone under the radar popularity-wise. This is a Triassic group of reptiles, so early Mesozoic, at the beginning of the age of the dinosaurs and reptiles, that on the surface look very croc-like.
Yeah, that is what they're famous for.
Absolutely.
Is for being like a more familiar group of animals.
Yes. And they were very successful during this time. So we're going to talk a bit about what they are, how croc-like were they, and what do we know about them? Because though they are a famous and fairly well-known early Mesozoic group, it's still early Mesozoic. So there's a lot of mysteries that we're still trying to uncover with this croc-ish group. Now, we'll be discussing them because I love phytosaurs.
Very cool animals.
This is one of my favorites. I've been looking forward to this episode. But also because it is requested. Like all our episodes these days, this was requested by, specifically this time, Jonathan and Rip Rattle.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, this was a great suggestion. Thank you.
And we found the right month to do it in.
Yep. Now, before we get to the episode, let's get some announcements out of the way. First announcement, as usual, we have a Patreon, which funds our podcast top to bottom. It allows us to keep the lights on. It allows us to do extra goody things like trips and get new equipment and all sorts of stuff like that. And if you sign up, you will get bonus stuff yourself, bonus recordings, bonus info about the episodes, opportunities for live chats and stuff like that. But also at certain levels, you will get your name shouted out here on the podcast. And today we would like to welcome and thank Orion, Chris, Richard, Kyle, and John.
Thanks, new patrons.
Thank you so much, and thanks to all our patrons for your support. And speaking of extra content, this month, as we said, is Croc Month.
It's Croc Month. All June long, it's Croc Month. We decided this year that we're doing Croc Month in June and Snake Month in July, so you will hear the croc theme popping up in all of our stuff across June, including an episode about phytosaurs. We've also got croc stuff popping up all month on social media. We got a whole croc chat channel on our Discord server, links down in the episode description. We very recently released our Croc Month bonus episode.
Yes.
Where we talked about croc conservation with Dr. Marissa Tejas from Belize, which was very, very cool.
So much fun.
All this stuff continues throughout June, and then next month in July, it'll be all snake-themed stuff. And during these 2 months, we have a unique, limited-time Patreon tier. The Crocs and Snakes tier is now live on Patreon, and patrons who subscribe at this level will not only receive lots of goodies, but the donations we receive at the Crocs and Snake tiers in June and July will contribute to charitable donations that we will be making at the end of the summer to snake and croc conservation efforts. So if you're not following us on social media, or not joining our Discord server, or not subscribing to us on Patreon, but you'd like to, you've been thinking about it, these months are an excellent time to do it. We've got all sorts of extra cool bonus stuff going on.
And the bonus stuff doesn't stop there. This month we also have 2 new silver screen sciences that have come out recently.
That's true, because Prehistoric Planet came out recently, the documentary.
And we did a silver screen for Jurassic World Dominion, the final entry into the Jurassic World franchise.
We had lots to say, so much to say.
Oh, yeah.
About the science of Jurassic World Dominion. That is available for everybody. And if you're a patron, again, bonus stuff, we've put out a More Thoughts episode where we talk not science-y views, but just our personal feelings about the movie.
And for one last bonus bit of audio.
We're real busy this summer.
This was a busy month, but awesome stuff. We appeared on an episode of the podcast Third Pod from the Sun.
Yeah, the AGU podcast, Third Pod, where we were invited on to talk about the end Cretaceous mass extinction.
Yep.
And that's available. That's also will be linked in the episode description. Check all the stuff out. We've been doing a lot.
We can have a paragraph of links. But now, with all the announcements out of the way, we can move on to our first official section, the news. Every episode, we like to cover some recent scientific news. Paleo, evolutionary, ecology, biology, all these different categories. This helps us keep up to date. It helps us keep all of you up to date. And to start us off, David, what's the news?
Well, since we're doing an episode about Mesozoic archosaurs, my first bit of news is about a dinosaur belly button.
Oh.
Yeah.
Cute.
Yeah, it's weird. This is research by Phil Bell et al. In BMC Biology, and the article we will be linking to in the blog post, which will also be linked in the episode description, is an article about the study in Science Alert by Carly Casella. I think it's safe to assume that all of our listeners are familiar with the concept of a belly button, scientifically called an umbilicus.
Yes, and if you're not, you can take a moment to check right now.
Double check.
And you'll find one near you.
Please see your doctor if you do. The belly button is the little mark in our middle part of our body that is left behind from the umbilical cord.
Yeah, it's the scar.
It's the scar. So we placental mammals, when we are fetuses developing inside of a womb, an umbilical cord connects our bodies to the placenta, which is helping with nutrition and waste removal and all that good stuff. When the umbilical cord breaks away, it leaves behind a belly button. Mammals are not the only ones that get this. Reptiles have a version of this. Reptiles don't typically have a placenta, but the embryos do form a tether with the yolk sac and the allantois, which are also for providing nutrients and removing waste. And that can also leave behind a reptilian version of an umbilicus, which can preserve as a little line or crease, or sometimes as a distinct scar, very much like our mammalian belly buttons.
Yeah.
But no umbilicus has been known in any pre-Cenozoic animals until now. This research examines a very, very well-preserved specimen of Psittacosaurus from China. We've talked about this specimen before. Psittacosaurus is an early small ceratopsian. Mm-hmm. So the ceratopsians, episode 87, the group that includes the horned dinosaurs. This specimen of Psittacosaurus is the famous one that also preserves quills and preserves coloration and preserves a butthole. It's been in the news quite a bit because the soft tissue is preserved exceptionally well. The specimen's about 130 million years old, and like I said, from China. These researchers employed laser-stimulated fluorescence, which is a technique that allows us to basically spot features on a fossil that are otherwise not noticeable in normal visible light.
Yeah, energizing it so that different things light up under the right camera.
And when they did so, they found a little crease or scar along the midline of the body, right about where you'd expect a belly button to be, with two even rows of scales delimiting it on either side. They note that the size and the shape of the scales around this little crease seem normal and consistent.
Okay.
Suggesting that this isn't just an injury or disease or like something that went wrong during the life of the animal.
Yeah, the skin's not disformed.
Yes. Instead, they point out, and here's our June tie-in, that it looks very similar to the umbilicus of alligators.
Yeah!
Modern-day crocodilians will sometimes have this same feature. And this is when we get into the interesting topic of comparing it with modern reptiles. This feature is seen across modern reptiles, including birds, but most of the time, the scar disappears very early on. Mm-hmm. So within days or weeks after hatching, that little crease or line or whatever was left there disappears as the skin and scales take their final shape. So you don't see it in a lot of adult reptiles. But in some squamates and some lizards, and I think snakes, as well as crocs, it can last until adulthood and sometimes the entire life of the animal. They will have this little belly button. This Psittacosaurus, based on the features of the skeleton, is not fully adult, but very close.
Yeah.
The authors described it as nearly at sexual maturity.
So it's about full grown, but not moved out yet.
Yeah, exactly. It's still living in the basement. And the fact that it is nearly at sexual maturity suggests that in Psittacosaurus, this little dinosaur belly button would have lasted at least until maturity and possibly later, like we see in a lot of modern reptiles like crocodiles.
This is such a cool study and find. The two reasons that I love this. One, this specimen's like the Rosetta Stone of dinosaur soft anatomy.
It is giving us a bunch of information that is simply impossible to get anywhere else.
Yeah, it really allows us, and like, some of these things may not be ground shaking, this completely changes the way we look at dinosaur.
Right.
But this is information that we never thought we would get.
Yes, it's information we never thought we'd get. It does tell us interesting evolutionary comparative anatomy things. Mm-hmm. And super useful for artists.
Yes, exactly. I want dinosaur belly buttons. It also makes me wonder if there is like some significance to the development of the groups that do maintain the scars. Like,
yeah, I don't know if it's just
sets
random.
Yeah, mm-hmm. Is it just is a quirk of that group? Like, they don't lose their scar, or is there something about that type of yolk sac or something?
Yeah.
Is there a connection between why we do and don't see it?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see it mentioned. And indeed, the authors do point out that the shape and duration, the longevity of the umbilicus, this scar, is so variable in modern day reptiles. But like, even within lizards and snakes, it varies.
Yeah.
It probably varies within crocodilians. That they specify to point out, just because this one dinosaur has it does not actually tell us anything about any other dinosaurs.
Yes.
Because it could be just as variable among dinosaurs. This could be the one group that has a long-lasting umbilicus, or it could be that all dinosaurs had it, or somewhere in between. So we will simply have to find exceptionally well-preserved specimens of all the other dinosaur species to know if they had belly buttons.
It's like, we have evidence for noise making in certain dinosaurs. So like, we can find the resonating chamber.
Right.
But we don't know that means every other dinosaur was equally as noisy. Like,
especially since in modern animals, it is extremely variable.
Yes.
So it could easily be variable in dinosaurs.
There are some biological things that one does not even begin to set the rule.
Yes.
Well, speaking of things that are adorable, tiny frogs is what my news is on. These, specifically, the ability to jump in itty-bitty frogs. Oh, and more specifically, the ability to jump well.
Huh.
Yeah. This is research by Richard Essner Jr. et al. In Science Advances, and the article is by Gerald Pinson in Florida Museum News. So the reason this research is looking at frog jumping is specifically because of the size of certain frogs. Frogs are some of the smallest vertebrates. They are itty-bitty.
Frogs, episode 91.
And one of the side effects of being so small is that your organs also must be itty-bitty.
You gotta fit all those organs in a very small space.
Exactly. And some organs, that changes how they can function. Specifically, what they were looking at is the vestibular system. This is the tube system that is part of your inner ear. If you remember your old biology books about, like, the inside of your head, it is the one that has those loops of tubes coming off of it. And these loops are filled with fluid and hairs. And when you move your head, the fluid moves through the tubes and adjusts the hairs, and the hairs send signals to our brain with information of that movement.
Right. It helps you with your orientation. This is what I believe is what gets messed up if you spin around really fast or something, and that's why you get dizzy.
Yeah, because the fluid continues to spin after you stop, so your brain still thinks you're moving. It's trying to adjust, and that's why you feel like your head won't stand still.
Right.
Because your brain's going, no, we're still going to the left. It's like, no, we're not. This is your gyroscope, and it is important for maintaining your orientation, both in like balance, as you said, but also quick movements and adjusting in the air if you're a flyer or something like that. With these tiny frogs, their vestibular system is also very tiny. The frogs they're looking at specifically are known as pumpkin toadlets or flea toads.
They have adorable names.
Yes, they're just these little pea-shaped bodies of frogs with itty-bitty stick legs coming off. These are from the group Brachycephalus, and they are a well-known tiny group of frogs from Brazil. This study looked at 4 species because these frogs and toadlets can jump. Like, they're perfectly fine at being able to jump. The videos that you'll see in some of the links is they just prod them a little bit and they will jump. But as soon as they jump, mid-air, they just start tumbling.
Oh no!
They just immediately lose their direction. They'll face plant. They'll land on their back. They'll land backwards and upside down. They'll just tumble and splat on the ground. They're fine. They get back up. But
they're tiny.
They're tiny, but they do not maintain their trajectory that they're facing while jumping.
Huh.
They lose all control. So they wanted to take a look at this vestibular system to see how has this miniaturization affected it in these frogs. They use something called OVERT, which is, to my understanding, a database that is a bunch of 3D models from CT scans of tons of species. They pulled from that, stitched together hundreds of frog scans, and got a look at this inner ear balancing system, and found that it stands out notably. First, it's the smallest recorded of any adult vertebrate.
Oh, cool.
It is so tiny. And the size, the fact that it's tiny makes sense because they are small. But the size of a vestibular system to the size of an animal makes a difference. The article made a note that, like, in whales, their inner ear system is about the same size as ours because they're a big animal and it's not going to make a huge difference. They don't need super large canals to be able to balance. When you get small, to have a appropriately sized vestibular system, it starts taking up more and more space in your head. And in these frogs, it's as big as it can get, but it's still
not big enough.
Super compact. They described it as looking like overinflated balloons.
Weird.
There are pictures. I can't remember if they were in the paper or on the news article, but there are images.
Link in the blog post.
And they show you what their systems look like. You cannot distinguish the actual tube, the loops. Oh. There's no gap that you can see between the loop and the rest of the structure.
Strange.
It's just lumps. This is where physics comes in and messes it up for the frogs. When you restrict the size of a tube, of a pipe, liquid flows differently.
Mm-hmm.
You can't scale piping and have it behave the same the smaller and smaller you get. And at that small a scale, the liquid can't flow fast enough to let them react quick enough to give them the information they need to adjust themselves mid-jump. So because it's so small, it's restricting the sensitivity of their vestibular system.
Wow. So these frogs have gotten too small.
Yes.
They have gotten too small to properly be frogs. Mm-hmm. I guess they have to just plan ahead.
Yeah, right?
I'm going to go land over there somewhere. You better look before you jump and make sure it's a safe place to land.
Well, it's like old school artillery where it's just like, we're firing in this direction. We're going to carpet this square mile and just...
Well, it makes me think of, there was an episode of Animal Planet's The Most Extreme where they were talking about speed and the tiger beetle came up.
Yes.
And I haven't seen this discussed anywhere else, so I don't know how true this is, but they were saying that the tiger beetle moves so quickly that it can't see while it's running.
Yeah, it can't process the information it's getting from its eyes quick enough to change its trajectory.
So they depicted it having to move in bursts.
Yes.
Run a little bit and stop and look around, and then run a little bit and stop and look around. This seems like you'd have to function very much like that, is look, jump, get back up, and then look where you're going and jump again.
Yep. This is the issue all superheroes that move faster than light would have.
Yes.
Is you technically can't see if you're moving faster than light.
Yep. Sorry,
so
Flash.
You'd have to move in a straight line and then stop and go, okay, what's happened?
I guess it's the fortuitous thing for these frogs is that they are extremely small, so tumbling to the ground is very unlikely to be harmful.
Oh yeah, these animals at this size can't fall fast enough to hurt themselves from a free fall. That the air is too thick for them. Now, one note they did also make, which just makes it all the funnier, is that they're not great jumpers. They're also not great walkers. Like,
oh, man.
They have these itty bitty little legs, so they just kind of have to tiptoe up and then do this like stilt, like just move their arms and legs in these little stompy motions. Very inefficient
these
at
frogs,
moving around.
These are that you guys you're just not having a great time. That is it is an adorable side effect of the conflict between body shape and body size.
Yep.
And what your body is adapted to do and what your body is capable of doing.
Yes.
Can conflict. Oh, what an odd quirk of evolution. Well, once again, for my next bit of news, I am staying true to the spirit of the season. My next bit of news is about snakes. Snakes! Specifically, we are returning to the subject of snake venom evolution. This time at a broader scale than we have discussed it before.
All right.
This is research by Blair Perry et al. In the journal Genome Research, and we will link to a press release in Science Daily. We have talked about snake venom in the past, Snakes episode 3, Venom episode 97, but also snake venom evolution has come up in the news at least a couple times before, because it is a very complex system, it is very variable, and a lot of research has gone into how did this evolve, what are all the steps that it took. One of the famous things about the evolution of snake venom is that the genes that code for the particular toxins that make snake venom dangerous are largely co-opted from other parts of the genome.
Yeah, that they existed already in their DNA, but are now being used for this purpose.
Yeah, so a lot of the genes that produce toxin proteins are genes that formerly were creating other proteins and enzymes for the digestive system or for the nervous system, the immune system, and they have been repurposed and sometimes modified into something that functions as venom. And then those genes and their corresponding proteins are stored in a specialized gland, which is likely evolved from a salivary gland, where the genes are, and this is a great term, overexpressed, as they produce a ton of these protein end results.
To make very spicy spit.
Very, very spicy. This research focuses in on the evolution of snake venom genetics, but not the genes that code for the toxins themselves, but the genes that regulate the production and expression of those other genes.
Okay.
So this is the regulatory network. So our genes don't just, activate and turn on. Different genes are activated in different parts of the body, in different situations. It is a very complex system, and all that variability is regulated by other genes that tell the other genes to turn on now or to turn off now or whatever they need to do.
Yeah, a lot of times DNA gets represented as like a recipe that like you read this and it tells the body what to do. But more accurately, it's like an interactive instruction manual where it's like,
yes,
if situation A, please turn to page 65.
Yes.
Follow the instructions starting at step 3. Like, that's what the DNA is doing, is responding to the situation and activating or deactivating based on what your body is experiencing.
Snake venom toxins have to be produced only in certain parts of the body. They also have to be stabilized. They have to be stored for long term, right? They sit in the glands and are ready for when the snake has to use its venom. All that activity surrounding the production and maintenance of venom is regulated by these regulatory genes. So this research examined the genome of prairie rattlesnakes, Crotalus viridis, to identify all the different components of the regulatory network. So this includes genes that regulate nearby genes in the genome, genes that regulate far away genes, regulatory cascades, so sequences of genes controlling genes controlling genes, and all this complex genetic control within the venom system, with the goal of getting an idea of how did this evolve. And just as the venom itself is a complex mixture of different proteins and enzymes coded for by a complex series of genes, The regulatory network is a complex series of genes, and we know that a lot of the individual toxin genes were co-opted from other parts of the genome. This research found that a lot of the regulatory genes were also co-opted from other parts of the genome.
That makes sense.
Specifically, they noted that a lot of the regulatory network was co-opted from other processes involved in regulating certain cellular reproductive processes, a system known as extracellular signal regulated kinase pathways, and unfolded protein response, which the internet tells me has to do with cell homeostasis.
Oh, okay.
So these are regulatory networks that help cells maintain being healthy and maintain reproduction. These systems, those genes, were co-opted and repurposed to regulate the venom system.
Oh, okay, yeah.
In snakes. So just like the individual toxin genes came from other parts of the genome, so did the genes that control the toxin genes. But not the same places.
Interesting.
And not all in the same method of co-option. They found that there are various evolutionary processes in the genome that all contributed to this. For example, in one venom family, the serine proteases, which is a bunch of stuff that breaks down proteins, the regulatory genes for those proteins seem to have evolved in part because of the action of transposable elements, which are chunks of the genome that hop from place to place.
Yep.
They have moved from one part of the genome to another, thus introducing new potential functions into parts of the genome that they weren't previously.
That's just so chaotic.
It happens all the time. There are a lot of genetic research goes into jumping genes.
Yeah.
In other cases, regulatory genes from these other systems were just duplicated and then repurposed. So not only did the evolution of venom toxin genes involve the combining and repurposing of lots of other parts of the genome, so did the evolution of the regulatory network that controls those genes, which came from different other parts of the genome. And they all this process came about by multiple, varied, different mechanisms of genetic evolution over time. That this wasn't like a single pathway that snakes followed and we are going to produce this venom. It is just this chaotic mixture of all sorts of different ingredients and processes that created the incredibly complex system that exists currently as the snake venom genetic system.
This is such a wonderful example or case study almost to really demonstrate some of the fundamentals of evolution. That this incredibly complex and specialized feature of snake venom, which is just so notable for this group, outside of basically any other vertebrate group for sure, came from building blocks they already had in their body. Mm-hmm. Genes they already possessed. They did not just invent venom out of nowhere. Evolution didn't just create it out of nothing. It used the building blocks that were present. That's how evolution functions. But also, it emphasizes that DNA is not this static structure.
Yes.
That DNA is constantly changing, usually on a scale that doesn't matter. But your DNA, when it replicates, mistakes are made, copies are made, things are deleted. You're losing and gaining little bits of your DNA all the time, but typically it's enough to be either repaired or it doesn't matter to your overall functioning. But it makes sense how things could get switched or shuffled in surprisingly beneficial ways over millions of years.
Yeah.
This just, for me, encapsulates the workings of evolution so beautifully.
Yeah, and the authors point out that what makes this study important and interesting is, in part, what you just said is, how do complex systems come about? This is an incredible case study for understanding that. This could serve as a model for how to understand other complex systems.
Absolutely.
So we could potentially apply this same sort of genomic study to immune systems or brain function or anything else that is a complex system in the body. But also, they point out, that one of the reasons why snake bites are so challenging to deal with worldwide is because of just how variable snake venom is.
Yeah.
Varying from species to species, sometimes from population to population. So this is also contributing to an improved understanding of how different venom systems evolve, how they vary from each other, and importantly, how they are regulated.
Mm-hmm.
Because that can really be important for us in figuring out how to counteract the activity of those venoms in cases where we need to do that.
Yeah. Just a deeper understanding of this biological agent.
Yes, and in case anyone's wondering why snake venom has popped up as a discussion in this podcast over and over again, particularly in the news, is because it is the subject of tons of research for that exact reason.
Oh, yeah.
Like, snake venom is one of, globally, the most important negatively impacting substances on human beings.
Yeah.
Like, especially in parts of the world where there are more venomous snakes and less accessible healthcare.
Yeah, if you're in more remote or
more tropical,
isolated, yeah.
Or more isolated. So there is tons of interest into the science of studying and understanding snake venom, which also happily gives us lots of additional information about the evolution of snake venom.
Yes. But enough about snakes.
I don't know about that.
I think it's time we bring things back on course with my next bit of news, which is about giant dwarf crocodiles.
And that's all the time we have for the news today. There's no escaping it. After this, we're talking about phytosaurs.
Oh, yeah.
It's crocs all the way down.
Yep. But I'm going to say that giant dwarf crocodiles
yes.
is the subject of this next news, which may sound like an oxymoron.
I saw this headline for this news article on Facebook, and the comments on Facebook on any science news article are always, I'll call it a delight,
yeah.
which is a word that is not accurate. It was a bunch of people commenting on that exact contradiction.
Yes. These are giant members of the group that includes today's dwarf crocodile.
So they're not crocodiles that live out in space creating magic hammers using the energy of a neutron star? I go with?
They are not. They are not. But they are pretty cool. This is research by Christopher Brochu et al.
Ah, we know that guy.
Yep. In the Anatomical Record. And the article is a press release by the University of Iowa and Eureka Alert. So this research is describing two new species of osteolamine crocodilids, which Osteolaemus is the genus of today's West African dwarf crocodile.
So dwarf crocodile is the species.
Yes.
The dwarf crocodile.
Exactly. And I do believe there are two species nowadays, though I think one is like...
Sure.
It's that questionable taxonomy that plagues all of crocodilia. Osteolaemus is our dwarf crocodile today. The Osteolamines are cousins, are other members within this group, but today we only have the dwarf crocodile. These species are from the early middle Miocene, so 15 or 18 million years old. These species are Kinyang mabokoensis and Kinyang turnavi. These come from the West African Rift Valley system, which is an area that crocodile fossils are very well known from.
Yeah. Also living crocodiles, I would imagine.
Absolutely. But a lot of our knowledge of crocs in this area doesn't go back much past 7 million years old. Okay. So we have a good understanding of recent croc fossils, fossil groups and the modern groups that are still there. So through the Pliocene and Pleistocene, we see tons of diverse crocs, way more than there are today. There were actually gharials and other groups of like what they call the sharp-nosed crocodiles. Mesotops, which is the slender snout croc of today.
Nice. Just stabbing fish with its nose.
You also had other osteolamines, the euthecodons, which were described in this as tubular rostrine.
With their long tongues coming out to slurp up ants.
With their snout. So longirostrine means long skinny snout when we describe it in crocs.
Right.
Tubular rostrine they are describing because these have like long chopstick snouts, just like long tube mouths.
Huh.
It's very, very elongated, but not the super narrow of a gharial. It's very weird. as well as crocodilus, actual, are modern just crocodiles. But before that, in the earlier Miocene, early middle Miocene, we see still euthycodons and gharials, but we're missing a lot of the other shapes and sizes of crocs and groups, and we don't have a full record there. So it's been questions as to why is it so different. There is an osteolamine still that is Brochucus. That is a small, short-snouted, 2.5 meter, so at 5-6 foot, 6-7 foot croc. But there's none of the big-bodied crocodilus, like the Nile croc size. There's none of those large-bodied top predator ones. These two, though, seem to fill that role. Oh, so they're filling in a gap that was noted.
We expected to have something in that ecological space.
Precisely.
Among crocodilians, and we didn't have one.
Yes. So these two new crocs are not huge. They're ranging up to 12 feet long.
Big enough.
But big enough to be top predators.
3-4 meters.
They also have robust skulls, which would have been good for taking down decent and varied prey.
Yeah, sturdy, heavily built skulls. Beefy, you might say.
Indeed. They were described as having broad, short, deep snouts, as in tall heads. So not flattened like an alligator's, but fairly tall. One note that I liked in the paper is that the genus is partially diagnosed. One of the diagnostic features is a overbite, that the top jaw overbites a bit. Their nostrils are also interesting, because instead of pointing straight up on the top of the snout like today's crocodiles do, they're slightly forward. Still toward the top of the snout, but not pointing upwards. This suggests that they may have been spending less time ambushing from the water and more time foraging in the underbrush of the forest that they lived in.
Interesting.
Which is a behavior we see in today's dwarf crocs.
Oh, cool.
That they are also considered a very terrestrial group. This may be part of the reason we don't have them anymore. This group disappeared about 15 million years ago, toward the end of the Miocene climactic optimum, which is a period in time where we saw a number of climactic and weather and habitat changes, one of which being that there was a decrease in rainfall, which reduced forested environments and made way for grassland environments, which, if these were indeed forest-dwelling crocs, would have reduced their habitat. And today's Osteolaemus is a forest-dwelling specific croc.
Yeah.
So it may be why they died out. It still leaves us with about a 7 million year gap between then and when we see our more modern assemblage of crocs and our more recognized assemblage. But this does fill in a little bit of that ecological question as to why are we missing large, more heavily built crocs.
Yeah, and indeed that we weren't missing them from the ecosystems. We were just missing them from the fossil record.
Yes.
Until now. It's interesting that you can call something a giant dwarf crocodile, and it reminds me of a handful of the gray fossil site animals where we have red pandas. And red pandas, today there is a species called red pandas. And they are in their own family, Ailuridae, which has inherited the name of the red panda family. So when we find an extinct species in that family, they are ancient red pandas.
Yes.
Despite us having no evidence that they were red.
Yeah.
They could have been brown red pandas. That's the name of the group.
Yes.
Similarly, our Teleoceras has sometimes been called plains rhinos. Ours was thus a forest-dwelling plains rhino, if you call them that. So Osteolaemus and its relatives are the dwarf crocodiles, so you can get a giant dwarf crocodile because common names are silly.
Yes, that's why throughout the paper they mostly call them Osteolamines.
Yes, instead of saying dwarf crocodiles.
Yes.
Because, no, a 12-foot croc does not count as a dwarf
no
crocodile.
Brochu made the point that this would have been one of the biggest predators that our ancestors in Africa would have had to deal with.
Right. This also raises the possibility that you could get dwarf crocodiles.
Yes.
They little 3-foot long.
Just adorable.
Tiny little.
Perfect for cuddling. Well, enough about crocs. Let's talk about not quite crocs.
All right.
Phytosaurs.
Slowly distancing ourselves on our way towards Snake Month.
I gotta wean myself off. I don't want to pull anything.
Right, you gotta go so you don't get the bends.
Yes. After this break, let's talk about phytosaurs and what exactly is a phytosaur and how are they not quite crocs. Phytosaurs are one of the well-known groups from the late Triassic. So, Triassic being the first period of the Mesozoic.
Roughly 250 to 200 million years ago.
This was a group of reptiles that were effectively worldwide. Definitely more common in some parts of Pangaea at the time, so the supercontinent that made up all the land masses.
Hey, episode 141.
They are extremely well known across the world. They're found on every continent, minus Antarctica and Australia. They're definitely known more from the Laurasian, so the northern portion of Pangaea, especially abundant here in North America. But they are found across Europe and Asia as well. In the what was Gondwana land masses.
You should get the orange soda. It's amazing.
Okay.
What would you ladies like to drink?
Orange soda, please.
I'll have the strawberry soda.
Me too. Strawberry soda.
I am so shocked and betrayed right now. Courtney and Chloe have completely thrown me under the bus. I can't believe you guys did that.
Did what?
You didn't order the orange soda.
We changed our minds, Kim.
You said you were getting orange soda.
Strawberry is better.
Whatever, you guys.
Kim, seriously?
Don't be stupid. This is stupid. Why are you being stupid?
This is typical of Kim. She always makes a big deal out of soda.
She's such a crybaby.
Should we check on her?
No, if we do, I'll start laughing. Kim crying is the funniest thing ever.
I just don't understand why they would get strawberry when I said to get orange. I admit I might have overreacted, but after taking a long I was finally able to face my sisters. Where did they go? They were my ride.
We ate and went home.
You should get the orange soda. It's amazing.
fauna land masses. They have been found from Morocco and South Africa and India. But, for instance, the first mainland sub-Saharan African phytosaur to be found was in 2020.
Oh, wow.
So, like, very recent. They are much more well-known from the northern hemisphere, specifically the land masses that were the northern section of Pangaea. This group is famous, though, for being very croc-like.
Yeah, basically crocs.
They look so almost uncannily croc-like.
Yes, this isn't like when you see an ichthyosaur and it's like, yeah, that's the fish lizard. And it's like, yeah, it is shaped like a fish.
Yeah.
But it doesn't take much scrutiny to identify that that's not actually a fish.
Yeah, if we
This
put
is
one
a
of them...
reptile that is shaped like a fish. Phytosaurs, if there was one outside your window, you'd just think it was a croc.
Yes. Like, if you did not take a close look, or even if you did, depending on how well an angle you had to look at it from, they are extremely croc-like. Low-slung bodies, close to the ground, long body shape with a long tail, short, what seem to be splayed limbs, so their legs were out to the side from what we can tell, based on their pelvic and shoulder structure. An armored body with osteoderms, just like the armored bodies of crocs today and in the past, as well as a long, narrow face, a skull and snout that are elongated, full of conical teeth.
Yep, croc.
Very, very croc-shaped. Now, they do have some unique features that really set them apart as a group and are unique to phytosaurs. For instance, their osteoderms, they typically have a few different kinds of osteoderms that are noted. Triangular ones that are on the back, but then they also will have osteoderms on the limbs, covering their arms and legs. They also have a special structure called a gular shield, which is a throat patch of osteoderms that covers the underside of their throat, which is unique among archosauriforms. And archosaurs are the group that include today's crocs, birds, dinosaurs, pterosaurs,
and phytosaurs.
We'll get into how much it includes phytosaurs.
Yeah, because this is a note that we're going to get into here in a little bit. The reason it's so weird that phytosaurs look so darn much like crocs is because they're not.
Yes.
And they're not even that close.
No, they are a very distinct group. They are very much their own creatures. For instance, their long face, though looks very croc-like, is made up slightly differently. In most animals' faces, when you think of it, the part that has the teeth on your skull, most of it is what's called the maxilla. This is very common structure that you have a long maxilla full of teeth, and then the front, right under your nose, it's the bone that makes up the bottom of most nostrils, is the premaxilla, which on today's crocs is very small, and it's just the tip of the snout.
Right. You see this in a lot of dinosaurs, in a lot of other reptiles. Crocs do this, snakes do this, lizards do this, where the bone that holds most of the teeth on the top of the jaw, left and right, that's the maxillary bone that has the tooth sockets or the tooth space. And then you might have a couple bones on the premaxilla way up at the front. Some lizards will have bones, more teeth on the roof of the mouth.
Yes.
But your maxilla, that is the bone that holds our upper teeth.
Yes.
Is our maxillary bone.
With phytosaurs, most of their tooth bearing is on the premaxilla.
So it's the tip of the snout bone has just been extended to make up most of that snout.
Yes, and the maxilla is fairly short.
Weird.
Still, there. It's still present, but it is not the majority of the teeth. This is partially because and makes way for the weirdest feature of phytosaurs, which is where their nose is. Their nostrils are not at the tip of the snout like most vertebrates, especially your long-snouted vertebrate.
Yeah, if you think about a dog or a crocodile, animals with long snouts, the nostrils are way at the end.
Yes. These nostrils are right up in front of the eyes. Almost between the eyes on some of them. On the top of the skull. If you picture those old artworks of like Brachiosaurus, which had its little helmet snout, the nostrils on that crest above their eyes, that's kind of what phytosaurs have going on.
Yeah, those sauropod dinosaurs, incidentally, probably did not have their external nostrils up there.
Yeah, no, that's an old interpretation.
That's where the narrow openings are in the skull. But more recent interpretations have that the nostrils themselves would have been down at the snout where they belong.
Yeah.
Instead of being up there between the eyes.
Yes. With phytosaurs, they are right in front of the orbits. That is by far the easiest thing to distinguish them from crocs. Like, today we have the advice that if it has an overbite, it's an alligator. The teeth interlock, it's a crocodile. Or if it's a U-shaped snout, it's an alligator. Or an V-shaped snout, it's a crocodile. If the noses are near the eyes, it's a phytosaur. If it's at the tip, it's a crocodilian.
This is also a handy distinguisher for when you're looking at the skull of a phytosaur or a croc, that the nose openings are going to be on opposite sides of the skull. And if you're looking for those bone sutures, one bone is stretching out for most of that upper snout, that premaxilla.
Yes.
Which is a fascinating difference because it demonstrates how you can get similar structures even with a fundamentally different underlying skeletal plan.
Absolutely.
That, like, the thing that distinguishes phytosaurs from true crocs is that their skulls are fundamentally not built the same way, even though they are built in the same shape.
Oh yeah, like
Please. Okay.
similar structures, even with a fundamentally different underlying skeletal plan.
Absolutely.
That, like, the thing that distinguishes phytosaurs from true crocs is that their skulls are fundamentally not built the same way, even though they are built in the same shape.
Oh yeah, like when you have a croc skull and a phytosaur skull next to each other, they are going to look very similar. But if you take those skulls apart into their individual bones, they stop looking like each other incredibly quickly.
Yeah, which is so cool.
They also have interesting teeth. They have some differentiation to the teeth throughout their mouth. So they are heterodont very often, with different shaped teeth in different parts of the mouth. And we'll get into more detail on that later. Many of them also have serrations on their teeth, which, as their croc shape has already probably indicated for many people, supports that they are carnivorous.
Yes.
These are predatory animals as a group. We don't have any evidence of herbivorous phytosaurs. Potentially there were omnivorous, but I've never seen any discussion of non-carnivorous phytosaurs. They are also often reconstructed as semi-aquatic, and there is support for that in a number of cases that we'll go into. Not only does that make sense just because they look like a croc, but we find them in often aquatic associated fossil deposits. And these were extremely capable predators. They got medium to large sized. Most of the larger phytosaurs I was able to find, like in research discussions, got up to 20 feet. So at that point,
6 meters or so.
6-7 meters. But there are phytosaurs that are noted to get up to 10 and I've seen 12 meters listed multiple times in scientific papers.
Wow.
Some phytosaurs got incredibly big.
Which means that they occupied not only the same shapes as crocs, but the same size ranges.
Yes.
Like the biggest modern crocs are about 6 meters, 20 feet long, and the biggest ancient crocs were significantly longer than that.
Exactly. I could not find specifically which species or specimen gave that 12 meter, but I did find some findings of extremely large skulls. Now, very often phytosaur skulls are partial. They're broken and we're missing sections of them. And for instance, there was one skull that was placed, at least at the time of that paper, in Redondosaurus. The partial skull was 780 millimeters or 2.5 feet.
Wow.
Estimated that the whole skull would have been 1,200 millimeters, 4 feet long.
Wow. That's a lot of skull.
The largest croc skulls we have in the fossil record are 2 meters, 6 feet long.
Mm-hmm.
That's Deinosuchus and Sarcosuchus and Purosaurus. This is getting up to those very largest sizes crocodilians have ever reached. So phytosaurs were large, likely apex dominant predators during the late Triassic.
Yeah, and they were doing this all in the late Triassic.
Yes.
So not like they achieved this over the course of many tens of millions of years like crocs did. This is a much more time-restricted group.
Absolutely.
Nonetheless achieved this size variation.
Yeah. Globally diverse, large, dominant predators.
They did the croc thing before crocs.
And, yes, quite a bit before crocs. About 100 million years before crocs were doing the croc thing. Now, there were other members in the crocodilomorph group during the Triassic. But at that time, they were not shaped how we perceive crocs to be shaped.
No.
There were not semi-aquatic ambush hunting crocs at that time. That slot seems to have potentially been filled by phytosaurs.
Yeah, the world of the late Triassic is that pre-age of dinosaurs, age of reptiles time period, where you've got some of the earliest dinosaurs, but most dinosaurs are relatively small. You've got the start of your big things like Plateosaurus, and then you've got all these other archosaurs running around, your early croc cousins, your bipedal running around things, your armored etosaurs, your predatory Rawasuchians, but not really true crocs, not most of the familiar dinosaurs. This is a proto-age of reptiles as we typically think of it.
Yeah, it's Age of Reptiles round 1.
Yes.
While the Jurassic and Cretaceous feel much more like a continuing of a theme over the two, Triassic really does set apart. Now, the comparison with crocodilians has both been supported and kind of critiqued, because sometimes that comparison can be taken too far. Where it is assumed, well, you're shaped like a croc. Ergo, we can just make you behave like a croc when we picture how you would be living.
Right. We figured it out. We got all the biology. We know it.
We
You're just a croc.
take the croc outline and the instruction sheet of being a croc and just apply it to a phytosaur. And it's been made that they are different, but there are absolutely convergences that seem to be supported by research. One recent study, 2019, which I think is still being waited to be peer-reviewed, but was looking at where is the convergence between the slender-snouted phytosaurs and slender-snouted crocs of today, and did find that structurally they do seem to be similar in the mechanisms, the mechanics of their bite ability. Though, in every comparison, crocs had a stronger and more resistant bite force than the phytosaurs. So there is comparison there, but it's not a one-to-one. They don't just have identical bites, according to that early research. There is, though, some similarity to their brain shapes, which I found very interesting.
Oh, weird.
They did neural scans for the endocranial shape that would give you an idea of how the brain would be shaped, and found that phytosaurs in general are united by elongated olfactory bulbs.
For smelling. Episode 130.
Which we also see in crocodilians.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
You're both navigating by smell a lot.
You've both got long snouts with lots of room for scent real estate.
Yup.
So there is some convergence and similarities in the neural aspects of these two groups.
Cool.
And this is a thing they share in the fact that neither of them have it. The vomeral nasal organ.
Oh, yeah.
The Jacobson's organ, which we talked about in our evolution of scent.
Yep, in episode 130. That's the organ, for example, that snakes are using when they do the tongue flick thing, and that horses are using when they do that weird horse face.
Yes. The reason this came up is because it was considered for a time that phytosaurs might have Jacobson's organs, because they have depressions in the bone in the similar spot that the Jacobson organ, the vomeral nasal organ, would be expected.
Okay.
But when they looked at croc skulls, similar impressions in the similar area of the skull are not from the vomeral nasal. They are associated with cerebral tissue, specifically from the ophthalmic nerve, because crocs don't have a Jacobson's organ. And as far as we know, that's not an archosaur feature. Birds don't have it. It's never been proposed for other archosaurs. So that similarity led most people to put aside the hypothesis that phytosaurs had one, because it doesn't seem like that indentation is a good implication of a Jacobson's organ. Now, that is taking phytosaurs and crocs and comparing them very directly. But based on that, regardless, phytosaurs are definitely related to archosaurs, even if they're not in the group archosaurs, which we'll get into, that it doesn't seem like there's a lot of support for it. So the comparison between crocs and phytosaurs is a very interesting one that continues into other aspects of their lifestyle. And so we will be discussing it throughout the episode. But there are similarities, but there are also cautions to over comparing them.
Right.
Now let's talk their taxonomy really quick, since we've mentioned their relation to archosaurs as a group a couple of times.
So archosaurs, as a refresher for our fans out there, as you mentioned before, crocs, birds, dinosaurs, pterosaurs, and a bunch of those early Triassic things, as opposed to the other major group of reptiles, lepidosaurs, which includes lizards and snakes, and their various offshoots and cousins like mosasaurs and plesiosaurs, and so on.
Absolutely. So Phytosauria, within which is Phytosauridae, is considered pretty consistently a monophyletic, a true group. So that group is solid.
Right. One evolutionary origin that gave rise to all the things we call phytosaurs.
This group is denoted by having at least 6 premaxillary teeth, longer premaxilla than maxilla. That's a feature of this group a lot of the time. That, as they put it, non-terminal nares. It's not at the end of the snout. And their heterodont teeth. So a lot of the things that set them out from crocs is also what identifies this group.
Cool.
Within which at least 30 species have been identified. But the organization of this group and where this group falls on the reptile evolutionary tree has been adjusted and reevaluated many, many times. Classically, phytosaurs were grouped as early branching pseudosuchians. So some of the earliest, not quite croc cousins. That's what Pseudosuchia, it means not true.
Right. Pseudosuchia is the group that eventually includes true crocs.
Yep.
And all of their various crocodiliform cousins.
This was based off of their croc-like ankles, the cruritarsal ankles. These are very characteristic of the Suchian group. The crocodiliforms have pretty consistent ankle morphology. And one of the things that's special about that is it allows them to do that high walk, to go from a very lizard, arms at the side, to a almost dinosaur, arms under the body walk. Phytosaurs have very similar ankle morphology, as well as other cranial and postcranial elements that seem to lean that way. But in 2011 is really the key turning point. A reanalysis of archosauriforms was done and found that those characters are not actually as diagnostic. They're not as actually descriptive as was previously thought. They are spread broadly across Archosauria, and therefore their distribution, their presence in a group really can't determine a lot. So the features that were used to place them with crocs turned out to not actually be that specific. Not to crocs, just kind of Archosaur in general, and not really that characteristic. So the new placement for Phytosauria is that it is a sister taxon to Archosauria.
Okay, so not actually within true archosaurs alongside crocs and dinos, but a more distant cousin to that whole group.
Yeah, they'll often be described as Archosauriforms. They're Archosaur-like. They're very
Archosauroids?
close. Yes. Archosaurish.
Yes.
Which means now, instead of bracketing, instead of being placed within the crocs and their cousins, they're placed between Archosaurs and Lepidosaurs.
Right.
So they're often compared between those two main branches of reptiles. This confusion also extends within Phytosauria, in that multiple species you will find archaic genus names. That the genus and species, the species name typically sticks. So Gregori is a name that you'll see, but it was at one point Rutitodon Gregori and then Smilosukis Gregori. I think that's the most recent. But you will find multiple phytosaurs that sometimes you'll see it listed in a description that's a decade old now, and it has a different name, but is describing the same phytosaur that you'll see with a new name on Wikipedia or some other source.
Right, because their taxonomy keeps getting shuffled and revised.
Yes, so that it can be confusing. I had a number of times where something would be like, one of the biggest phytosaurs is this one. And I go, all right, let's copy paste that and Google that. And not much would come up. And then I'd find another one talking about another big species. And it took me a second to realize they both had the same species name, but different genus. So the taxonomy is shifting quite regularly. So I can't really give an overview of it because I could not find here is a reliable
Phytosaurs.
Yes. Phytosaurs, 30 species of various groupings. Evolutionarily, there's also some very interesting questions that we're still trying to answer. Phytosaurs as a group are basically just known from the late Triassic. They hit their peak from 230 to 200 million years ago. That is when phytosaurs really became dominant. I saw it as near Pangean distribution, which is a great term. But when you time calibrate their evolutionary tree, it suggests that they really should have originated in the early Triassic. Our estimates place their origins toward the beginning of the Triassic, shortly after the Permian extinction.
Right. Given how much diversity there is by the late Triassic, you can infer that diversification started earlier in the early Triassic.
Absolutely. The current estimates are hypothesized divergence between archosaurs and phytosaurs is 247 million years old.
Right at the start of the Triassic.
Right there. But there have not really been any phytosaur remains older than 232 million years old. There were some, but we don't currently have them. The holotype skull of Mesorhinosuchus was stratigraphically the lowest phytosaur, the earliest phytosaur. This was described in 1910. and found from early Triassic German fossil deposits. And would absolutely have helped fill in that earlier phytosaur evolutionary information, except it was lost in World War II and destroyed utterly, and no casts remain.
I wonder if it was stored in the same museum as those early Spinosaurus remains we talked about in episode 42.
I didn't find out what
if it was
the
in
details,
Germany. Yeah, I think that's where Spinosaurus was.
That was my thoughts.
Yep.
There were also some Middle Triassic phytosaur limb elements from Germany that since then have been dismissed diagnostically.
As not definitively phytosaur.
Exactly. So there have been fossils in the past earlier that fill in our gap a bit, but we don't currently have them, or they have since been determined not to be phytosaur.
I think I remember a study from a few years ago of what was thought to be a Middle Triassic phytosaur that ended up being re-identified as a different type of reptile.
Yes. So stuff like that has happened multiple times.
Which leaves us with this gap.
About 15 million years.
Early phytosaur evolution.
So currently the oldest phytosaurs typically that you'll see referenced are from the late Triassic already. We have multiple of earliest, oldest phytosaurs from across the world. There's ones from Morocco, from Europe, from Germany. Many of these are Paleorhinus, ancient snout, or ancient nose is what that means, which I think may now be Parasuchus. I've seen it, those names compared with an equal sign put between them in many papers, that this name basically means that name.
Yeah, we've synonymized them.
We've synonymized them. But you'll often see Paleorhinus as the earliest phytosaurs until just a few years ago, 2017, a ancient Triassic reptile from the Middle Triassic was re-identified as phytosaur. This is Diandongosuchus from the Middle Triassic of China, and is currently considered the oldest and most basal phytosaur.
So you remember when I said that I remembered a study that it was a phytosaur that was re-identified as something different? This is what I was thinking of, so I had it backwards.
Yep, there you go.
That's the name that was in my head. This was originally identified as something else and re-identified as phytosaur.
Yeah, it was originally identified as a papasaur, which is a papasaurid, which is I believe those are crocodiliforms are close to. It's much more closer to the croc lineage and a true archosaur. But in 2017, it was re-identified. Now, part of the reason for this initial misidentification is it does not look like a phytosaur. This has a caiman face.
Weird.
It's got a short premaxilla, nose at the front of the snout, and a very triangular shaped head, like a very typical croc-shaped head. So it's missing a lot of the diagnostic phytosaurian head features, but analysis of the whole specimen has placed it within Phytosauria, which reduces that gap to 10 million years of we don't know instead of 15 million years, so that's great. It also shows us that early phytosaurs did not look like typical phytosaurs, very likely. That skull with the nose up toward the eyes might be the more derived shape that happened later in phytosaur evolution. It's hard to know since we only have one specimen. This could be the weirdo.
Right. Or it could be awaiting another reevaluation.
Yes, exactly. But currently this is considered the oldest and most basal phytosaur and suggests that early phytosaurs may have looked like more typical archosaurs with a normal face.
Interesting. Which is good information because it gives us an idea of what to look for when looking for early phytosaur fossils.
Absolutely. There's also some interesting debate about the youngest phytosaurs. So phytosaurs in general are considered to be a Triassic group, that they die out alongside a bunch of other Triassic groups at the end Triassic extinction.
Episode 15.
But there are some debated specimens and bits of evidence of phytosaurs that make it into the very earliest Jurassic.
Oh.
Many of these have been refuted since they were originally suggested, but there are some others that are just not strong enough for everyone to agree, but are still kind of floating around.
Yeah, if you go Googling it or searching for it in the literature, you'll find these names.
Absolutely. There was one partial mandible from the UK that makes it into the earliest Jurassic, but this is one of those where the stratigraphy, the dating of the deposit, is a little fuzzy. And it's an incredibly fragmented specimen.
So a big old maybe.
So that's a big old maybe. There's also isolated teeth from France that make it into the Jurassic that look very phytosaur, but a lot of people have basically said, yeah, but these are cone teeth.
Right.
Which is shaped like just a ton of other Jurassic crocodiliforms who also had cone teeth and were definitely around at this time. So
a maybe.
Can we say phytosaur from just teeth? So there's been some people who've cautioned using teeth to establish the presence of this group. There was even one case of Pachysuchus in the early Jurassic that was a misidentified sauropodomorph, it seems.
Oops.
So there's also been misidentification of material. So there's some evidence for them, some groups surviving for only the briefest times. None of these were like mid-Jurassic. They were always just the very earliest Jurassic.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe some groups of phytosaurs made it through that extinction, but so far the consensus says that, nope, they made it to the end of the Triassic and died out along with many other Triassic groups. But we're still learning.
This all makes phytosaurs a very interesting group of extinct animals to talk about because they are such a narrow group.
Absolutely.
And an old group that we don't know what... we've done episodes about groups that are relatively narrow in time, like we did ceratopsians and we did tyrannosaurs, which are basically all late Cretaceous with some earlier discussion. But phytosaurs are this narrow group with not much known about their early history and not a whole lot known about their specific extinction, which nonetheless were extremely widespread. And I think what's interesting about them beyond that is that they seem so familiar, and the fact that, as we just discussed, they probably aren't on the croc lineage, and possibly not even true archosaurs, but near archosaurs, makes it that much more impressive how similar they evolved to look and presumably behave somewhat like crocs.
Mm-hmm.
That this isn't like, oh yeah, well they were related and that might explain some of those similarities. No, this was a much more distinct group, which not only makes phytosaurs seem more impressive in my mind, but also makes the general croc body shape seem more impressive.
Yeah.
But this is something that has shown up multiple times among distantly related groups.
Absolutely. Yeah, phytosaurs have so many odd features in that they are one of the best known Triassic groups.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they are incredibly well known, so much so that they are often index fossils. Like, if you find a phytosaur, very often that is used to indicate you're in the late Triassic. That's how characteristic of this age they are. But it's still the Triassic, so we still are missing just tons of information. And we still have all these fragmentary fossils and inferences, because it's still really old. And then, yeah, they're familiar, but also weird. So they've got all these contradicting situations that makes them fascinating.
Very interesting group.
So that gives you an idea of what phytosaurs are, scientifically, as how we understand them as a group and in their age. But let's talk a little bit more about what they were like as animals. How was a phytosaur behaving, surviving, and living after the break?
Oh, it's been 6 hours and 8 minutes. I'm too old for this. Oh, 9 minutes now, I guess. Whatever. I've been sitting down too long. My back hurts. Everything hurts. I just want this to be done. I do not know how it has been 6 hours and I'm still not done. I think it's you're distracting me. You're distracting me from my work. Oh, why are you laughing at me? Yeah, these are fun. Although I sound like crap right now because it's 12 a.m. in the morning. Drank like 2 whole bottles of water today and I still don't sound amazing. Maybe I am Grandma. Sure feels like it. You kids are too young and spry for me. Or whatever. Bro, go to bed. Please. Can you imagine being an hour ahead? That's crazy. I can't relate to that. I think the only thing that's keeping me alive right now is the fact that I have a Dr. Pepper, which means that I have caffeine. You know, me and caffeine don't mix well, especially at late hours. My what? Oh, share it. It's kind of old. Remember when I left to get food earlier? That's what it's from. But I guess you can have some. I also have some liquid IV with me. It's mango. You know, you should probably do that. You should probably eat. It's probably a good idea. I do still have this bite saved for you. Oh man. Yes, I do. I have not gone downstairs to throw my trash away. Buddy, I am sitting here drawing like too much. What? Oh, I can't stop yawning. I mean, it was gonna be trash. Really. 'Cause I had like a few bites left and I was just like, oh, I'll just throw it away. 'Cause I wasn't hungry anymore. And I was like, oh, April wanted a bite, she can have the rest of it. I was looking out for you. Dude, I feel like my brother is gonna walk past and hear me talking, and he's gonna be like, why is my sister insane and talking to herself? Oh, I'm not a food waster. Hey, I'm not gonna eat food if I'm not hungry. I'm not gonna force myself to eat something. I don't want to draw either. I was gonna do half of what I've done right now tomorrow. But guess what? Tomorrow's the 31st of July. And I ain't got time for that. What? What happened? No. What? No, today is actually the 31st. It just turned 12 a.m. But I guess it's been the 31st. Yes, dude, it's the 31st. Yeah, it kind of sucks. What do you mean? Leave me alone. I'm just trying to get this freaking thing done. What? What's wrong with my voice? Is it like glitching or something? I'm not funny, you're funny. Funny looking. Oh shoot. That was a joke. That was a joke. Don't cancel me, that was a joke. It's too late for that. You kind of walked right into that one. I'm so funny, bro. Like, you don't even know how funny I am. Should I bring Holly in here? Earlier, before you got in this stream, she yelled at my door until I let her in, and then she proceeded to sit and scratch my leg, and it hurt, and so I kicked her out. Hollywood. Oh my, you did not just call her that. I am not calling her that. We have enough stupid nicknames for her. I need you to come up with a nickname for, like, Brisket and Violet. Those are the two dachshunds. Although, unfortunately, my mom keeps calling her Mama, which I think is weird. But whatever. I mean, if you come up with a good nickname for Violet, then I could also give it to Violet. Like, the one I'm drawing. So, you better come up with a good one. That's not just Vi. Although sometimes we do call Violet Little Anne. Because it just kind of fits. Hold on. Out. Out. You are choking me right now. No. Oh shoot, it's working. Man, I just wanted to turn my mic off for like 2 seconds, and this is what happens. Okay, so I'm gonna not do that this time. Oh, I have such a baby voice. That's stupid. Ew, I forgot to mute my computer. Choke myself, bro. Oh, I am going crazy. I don't remember how you sound. How you sound either. I want to go to bed. I can't even talk anymore. I should just turn my freaking Dino podcast back on. I don't know if you were listening to that. I've been playing a Dino podcast this whole time. All their episodes are like 2.5 hours long, and we got through 3 of them. That's how long I've been streaming. April, please don't hate yourself. That's bad. Would you ever tell your best friend that you hate their whole entire existence? Well, no, you wouldn't. So why would you tell that to yourself, right? I mean, yourself is like your best friend. Basically, you spend most time with yourself. You wouldn't tell your best friend that you hate them. So don't say that about yourself. I mean, you might tell me that you hate me. Which you did, like 2 seconds ago. But that was all in fun, you know? Mm-hmm. Yeah, love you too. April. That's so funny. I like that nickname. April. I'm tired. I want to go to bed. Why are you keeping me here? I'm pretty sure it's been an hour since I made this canvas and I've gotten nothing done. Stop it. Sorry, I was talking to my tablet. No, dude, I need to finish this. You know how I always tell you that you need to sleep? But you're like, no, I need to finish this drawing. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. So, leave me alone. If I finish this, I'm going to bed. Dude, I have to export all these stupid images and put them into ToonSquid. I don't know why I decided to make all of the drawings in Procreate and then put them into ToonSquid. I'm just kind of dumb, I guess. I don't know why I had to do that. I just like the brushes in Procreate better. Oh man, I just can't even imagine why you have a headache. Maybe because it's 2 a.m. in the morning and you don't sleep. I don't know. And you said you had to go to work in the morning? Man. Drink some water, buddy. Oh, well, maybe you should go eat something then. Didn't you just say you went to the kitchen? You didn't find anything to eat? I can bring Holly in here. You can have Holly. Well, maybe you should, bro. But I don't want to go get Holly. She'll jump on my lap and then scratch my legs. Because I'm wearing shorts and it's gonna hurt. April. If I bring jalapeno in here, will you go eat something? mean, I won't force you, but you should probably go. Alrighty then, I guess. Okay, I trust your judgment. Yo, what's up, Arctic? What art were you working on? Was it for Artfight? You should do that. You should put your fall lights up. Oh shoot, hold on. Stop it. Wait, this is so cute. Go away. What the heck? Wait, this is so cute. Oh my god, what the heck? I'm just sitting here staring at this drawing. I love this. Aww. I need to get you back, dude. Oh my gosh, I love this. Her pose is so good. April, bro. Arctic made art for me. Go look at it. It's so good. Welcome back. It's on Artfight. I might do like, yeah, I might try to get a little revenge in. See what I can do. Oh, what is this? This, kind of reminds me of like an Animal Jam character. This Mainosi ant. I don't know, who do you want me to draw? Ooh. Maybe I'll do one of these little dino things. Oh, there's a vulture. It's cute. I might do that. Yeah, I know. I think I got it by the hat. Or the design. You know, Violet originally came from Animal Jam. I don't know if you knew that. She used to be an otter. But we changed that. Man, I don't know who to do. I can't draw hands either. It's okay. Hands are annoying. Oh, I guess I should turn this off since April can't see it. Hold on. I'll just put it. Oh my god, I have like two. I just have to do like this last one where she's at the table and then like two other ones. Oh my god, I just want to be done. I have so many unfinished attacks. Yeah, see, I gave up on the hands. I'm not even giving these guys fingers at this point. Though, I think... Actually, that's a lie. I was gonna say I can't draw Elliot because I can't import their ref because I don't want people looking at my photos on a stream. But I can just take these colors and then look at the hue and then copy that into Procreate. So, woohoo! doing, bro? Yeah, I'm drawing. That's what I'm doing. Okay. There's too many drawings of Violet in here. Yeah, this is officially the longest stream that I've ever done. Because we're probably going to reach 7 hours before I'm freaking done with this crap. I don't even know how I'm still functioning right now. Like, let alone being able to draw. Sort of. Don't crash out. Oh, we crashed out about 5 hours ago. April, what up? You sound like I'm about... I've been crying this whole time. No, I haven't. I'm not crying, you're crying. No, I'm not. You know, I always look like I'm about to cry. Apparently, I always sound like I'm about to cry. No, it's just the effect that 7 hours of streaming has on somebody when it's 12:30 in the morning. Though I have drawn Violet crying like 5 times this stream, so maybe I manifested it. Ew. One cry every hour. Oh, can we get some cries in the chat? I can actually say that now. I feel so powerful. you always see, like, YouTubers being like, can we get some Fs in the chat? And I'm like, whatever. And now I finally get to do it. Oh my god, I'm going insane. Okay, well, maybe I'm schizophrenic. Okay, maybe I'm schizophrenic. No, I say that all the time. I just refer to anybody as guys. I say guys to myself. Like, it's just a thing I do. Oh, there's like 20 people here putting cries in the chat. Oh my god, bro. I can't stop yawning. April, I don't want to draw you anymore. Vi reaction. I'm gonna choke myself. What am I doing? I'm looking for it. Yeah, this is the April I'm drawing right now. April is here fed up with me in this drawing. Seems fitting. Dude, I'm gonna sleep until like 1 in the afternoon once I'm done with this. Wait, I have to give April bad posture. How do I give... How does posture bad? I'm so tired. That's good enough. Are you watching this, April? Are you seeing what I'm making? Frick you mean? How am I tired? What kind of stupid question is that? Animating will make anyone tired. Drawing April too much will make anybody tired. a joke. If there's anybody that I've drawn too much, it's freaking Violet. Go away. I never want to see her again after this. Oh shoot. Hold on. Sorry, there was a person outside my door. It's okay, April. Wow, my 6'4" brother is you? Aren't you like 5'2" or something? That's really funny. No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. I know, that's why I made you so short in this animatic. Because you're short. One time, I made somebody cry because I called them short. That was kind of mean. I mean, yeah, probably. I'd be terrified if you were at my house, but whatever. Oh my god, you're 5'3"? That's crazy. I'm so proud of you. I mean, yeah, I kind of just have to deal with it. I know, April is a growing boy. I need to go to bed. Can I color? Is that what I'm doing right now? No, I have to draw the other April drawing thing that I have to draw. Yeah, that's actually not gonna be a thing that's gonna happen. We're not drawing another April. We're just gonna do this. I'm 5'9". Yeah. I'm tall. Kind of. At least I think I'm 5'9". I might be 5'10". But I've been telling people 5'9", so I sure hope I'm 5'9". Yep. Hey, I told you my brother was 6'4". We got tall people in this family. Yep. I'm such a tower. I don't know what to make the thumbnail for this video. Like, I guess I'll just use one of the images that I've already drawn. You know, one of the 20,000 drawings that I made for this freaking meme thing. But, I don't know. I used one of them for this stream thumbnail. The thing. Like that one that I just made of like me and fire across from each other. Honestly, I might do this one. But I don't know. We'll see. Dude, I'm not gonna draw for a month after this. I'm so done. I can't believe I've gone on this long, to be honest. You could say that. Dude, this is probably the latest I've stayed up all summer. I sleep so much. I'll stay up late. This is gonna ruin my sleep schedule when school is about to start. Like, why? 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 I blame April. No, I sleep a lot. If I'm not drawing, I'm either reading, playing softball, or sleeping. So, ooh, or eating. I love eating. I love food. Food is good. Sorry, I was taking a nap. It's true though. I sleep so much. Leave me alone. I gotta get it while I can, bro. Okay, well, at least doing laundry is productive. That was one time, by the way. Okay, maybe twice, actually. Okay, we get it. Stop calling me out. Yeah, man, if I didn't get that much sleep, this meme would be half as finished as it is. You know what? Maybe I'll make both of your ears dark gray just to annoy you. Would you like that, April? Would you like it if I did this right here? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. Doesn't those look good? Don't you think? After you're so adamant that it's only one singular ear. Oh, I won't do that. I'm not a monster. You know, that's why I added in bold letters, hat not optional, hat not optional on Violet's ref, because, you know, I think somebody just kept drawing her without her hat. Oh man, I can't think of the name right now. It's like right there though, you know, somebody just kept drawing her without her hat. April. Oh, the reason I also sound dead is because I'm trying to be quiet. Because my brother is in the next room. And if he hears me talking about hats and gray ears, I think I'm going to be sent to a hospital. Well, I mean, I kind of did. Just to make sure. I actually think I've had that on her ref, though. I've had the not optional, like, since before I met you. Oh yeah, but you just said that you drew it twice this month. No, seriously, I am actually gonna make both of April's ears gray if you don't draw her hat. Actually, you don't actually have the rights to do that. Straight to jail. And that's what you get. Ear pain. Hey, okay, you want me to turn my mic off? I can turn my mic up if you want. Or off. I'm just gonna end the stream right here if y'all keep bullying me. I'm reporting this. I'm reporting you guys. You guys are gonna be kicked off the stream. No. You've fallen from grace, April. No more mic streams for you guys. I feel brave enough to put my voice up on YouTube, and this is how you repay me. By mocking me. Maybe I won't draw April's stripes on his face. Maybe I won't do that. I think that's a good idea. I think I should leave his face naked. Make him bald. I did almost do that. I had to go back while I was coloring and give him hair. Y'all ain't ready for this. Ready? Hold on. I'm gonna make him bald. Why am I doing this? I don't have time for this. Where's his eyeballs? Please help me. I should draw Violet's reflection. Oh my god, bro. I'm so done. Oh my god, wait, now every time somebody tells me that they're laughing and they're on my stream, I was doing a mic stream one time, and we were just talking, and like, I'm not even gonna repeat what I said, but I said something funny, and so everyone started laughing, and this one person's like, I'm gonna be right back, I just peed myself. I can't even do it. Oh my god. Everybody went insane. It was crazy. Oh my god, I can't. That's gotta be one of the craziest things that has ever happened to me on a stream. No, I won't. But just saying. It wasn't even that funny. It was actually really bad. Not like, you know, bad, but whatever. I am not gonna repeat it, dude. It's okay. You can calm down. Dude, I think my face is going numb. Because I keep yawning. And because I have to keep yapping. Can I be done? I don't want to do this anymore. I'm so tired. Oh, I'm so proud of you, April. Yeah, we're having a yap sesh right now. Okay, I think I can count the number of drawings that I have left to do. Ready? I have to do this first one. And then these three. And then, like, this one at the very end with her at the table. And then I'm done. I'm done. Oh my god, I'm gonna be done with this stupid freaking meme. I crashed out. I'm crashing out right now. No, I can't do it. I don't know what frame to use in my thumbnail. I should use this one. This is how I feel right now. For real. This is live reaction. What does typical orange mean? What do you mean by that, bro? I think I'll have to do one with, like, somebody else. Like, maybe this one. This one would be good. Orange soda is here. I hope you're not watching this, April, because this is like the whole thing. Okay, yeah. Anyway, I'm just trying to figure out which drawing to do. Ow, I'm getting a Charlie horse. It hurts. I got one of those the other day. Didn't feel good. So now, whenever my calves start cramping, I get scared. Oh, April, you did not just say that. That is amazing. That's actually so good. I'm gonna start saying that from now on. What am I doing? Hold on. Let's go back to the OG orange soda. Yeah. I'm gonna copy this. What in the hell? Are y'all hearing that? Jesus Christ. It's still going. I don't know what that is. That's somebody's horn. What is going on? That's somebody's car horn. What the hell? Oh, shit. I really hope that ain't my truck. Hold on, I gotta go check out what that is. Well, I just wanted to make sure my door was locked, because I don't know what is going on. Not my truck. So, yay, but this has been happening for like 2 minutes, so I don't know what's going on. Yeah, this is insane. Oh, she might. Oh my god. Hold on. I feel like Siren Head is gonna come and like break my window and grab me and take me away. Like, this is some weird Siren Head crap. I don't know what's going on. Oh, it might be like a warning of some kind. But it really sounds like a car horn. Hold on. No, I don't have anything, so. Oh, ew. I just got my blanket. Whatever. So, we're just gonna ignore that for now. Even though it's really hard to ignore that. Oh my god. I need to charge my headphones so that I can put them on tonight. I'm gonna wake up and that's still gonna be going. Hold on, I'm going on a side quest. Stop it. Oh, my headphones were on my desk. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I do remember that, actually. Help me. I can't listen to this freaking car. I don't know what is going on outside right now. Maybe somebody is getting robbed. Dude, my crazy Australian neighbor is about to come out and, like, kill somebody. This is freaking me out. TBH. Dude, this thing is still going. This is crazy. I'm gonna cry. I don't want this to be a thing that's happening at 1 a.m. in the morning after I've been streaming for 7 hours and 20 minutes. What am I doing? It's crashing out. I don't know whose car that is. Oh. Oh my god, did the horn go out? It like kind of stopped, but not really. Mosquitoes out my window. Oh, it stopped. It stopped. Maybe the horn went out. Wow, I don't know what that was. That was weird. What am I doing? Oh, I was gonna go... Yeah. Okay. They just don't have chairs, by the way. Like, I drew them sitting down in this. Nobody had a chair. So, unfortunately, I might have to go back and draw some chairs. They are floating. What should I be eating? Welcome back. The horn stopped. Hello, Galaxy Girl. We're having fun here. Some orange slices. And some Reese's. Oh no, that does not look like a Reese's. Actually, I don't care. I'm just drawing whatever. What food do I like? I'm gonna give myself an avocado. I love avocado. Blue eggs. Oh, 11 p.m. It's like 1:15 right now. A.m. What happened, April? What'd you do? Oh. I know my brother's awake. I can't feel my mouth. My mouth is going numb. This looks so bad. Whatever. I don't actually care. It's gonna be on the screen for like 5 seconds and then it's gonna be gone. So it's okay. how it feels so quiet now without that car horn. It's like dead quiet. My AC isn't on. It's actually like dead quiet in this house right now. Anyway. Can my AC come back on? It's really hot in here. I feel like I need to put like music on or something. Where is my AC? I just want my AC back. Welcome back, Arctic. Please. It makes me feel like my power is out or something. Give me AC. It's too hot, bro. Whenever so I have LED lights in my room, like all across the ceiling. And normally I have them on, but I have them on to a setting where it's like, there's like barely any light at all. But if I turn them on, then it gets super hot in my room. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, guys, April's just a smarty, I guess. And she doesn't have school anymore. Yeah, now she has to go to work every day. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Oh, me neither. Oh, you're gonna be a freshman. That was a fun year. This looks stupid. Ew, why is she so short now? You want some tips for your freshman year? Oh, sorry, my brother just let out a yell. I don't know. That was like the worst year ever. Hold on, did I yawn? I know, she's possessed just like me. Yeah, it wasn't my greatest year. Are you doing any sports of some kind? Because that was pretty bad for me, doing sports as a freshman. Yeah, I mean, you just kind of get, like, looked down upon because you're, like, a newbie. But it's like, nobody cares. It's annoying that people do that. So I'd say freshman year is probably the hardest year. But it gets better once you go along. Yeah, would not recommend doing sports. Not the greatest experience. But, you know, everybody has different experiences. Like, my friends all, like, I'm sure their years weren't terrible. Oh my god. Can you hear my brother being weird? I don't think sports in general suck. Honestly, I think it's just school sports. School sports just, like, they're dumb. If you want to, like, go to college for a sport, like I do softball, I would recommend just playing select and doing, like, showcase stuff. I wouldn't do that through school sports. I guess April died. I don't know where she went. Oh, she's here. Oh, my pen died. I'm gonna choke myself. I don't know. You can ask around, see what other people have to say. Now you just have to stare at Violet being sad. Yeah, I mean, look at Arctic. Like, they had a fine freshman year. I guess it's just different for everybody. Most people say that their sophomore year is the worst one. We just have to sit here while my pen charges. Ew, it's 1:30. I should really end the stream. Well, funny that you ask. I have a recorder next to me. And I used to know how to play Thrift Shop by Macklemore. But I forgot, so I can't play it. But I have it right here. Hold on. How do you play this thing? I totally forgot. Y'all don't want to hear it. You really don't. I don't remember how to play it. Y'all like my one note that I played? Thank you. Okay, we're putting the recorder up. I sang, does that count? Bars. Yeah, April is the only person ever who's heard me sing. And it's not, by the way. Yes, dude. I don't sing for people. Not online, anyway. No, you should feel cursed with having to listen to my voice. Wait, please what? I think I missed a message. Oh my god, I need glasses. No, that is not happening. Absolutely not. No! Nope. This is not going to be a thing that we're going to do.
You're right.
Nope. We're gonna change the topic right now. I don't even know why I brought that up. Oh my god, I want avocado toast too. Actually, not currently, but I would love some avocado toast for breakfast. I did give myself an avocado. Because of my bomb recorder skills, I know. My singular recorder note. That's so real. Like, I could go for something spicy right now. It is 1:31 a.m. I really think I'm gonna have to end the stream. I did a lot today, and I think it'll be fine if I save the rest for tomorrow. After this, right here, I have like 2 drawings. So I honestly think I might end the stream. Has it been 8 hours yet? Oh, it's been 7 hours, 45 minutes. I might stream tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. No, I can't do a late stream tomorrow. Because I have a meeting. Yeah, we'll just have to see. It's either gonna be like... Yeah, I don't know. I'll try. I know, important stuff sucks. What did you just call us? Wait. You're big-backed friends? Bruh. Oh my god. April's scared because it's currently 2:30 and she has to go to work at 8 a.m. in the morning. Am I wrong? It's crazy. Oh my gosh. Bro, you just called all of us big. And then said, am I wrong? Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Bro, banned. Somebody banned this person. No, that's a joke. I love food, bro. I'm not gonna lie. No, do not ban them, April. No, we're not banning anybody. I was quoting Queso. You never heard... Doesn't he say that? Banned. Immediately banned. Something like that. Hold on. Honestly, I might just... Yeah, I'm gonna do this. That's so smart of me. I'm so smart. No, I love queso. Guys, I think Arctic's hungry. I had some leftover rice, a couple like chicken nuggets that I made in the air fryer, and then I just had like a burger earlier during the stream earlier. That's what I've eaten today. It was really good rice. I don't know what they put in that, but it was really good. I put some soy sauce in it. Delicious. Oh, I love making cinnamon toast. I might have that tomorrow. Tomorrow. Today. I might have that today. Actually. My teeth hurt. Is this normal? Like, my tongue is sore. I need to stop yapping. But if I color this, then I'm like done. Almost. Yo, I love Minecraft so much. Minecraft is my boo. I don't know why I said that. I watch, like, whatever. I watch, like, playthroughs of Minecraft whenever I draw. That's what I was doing before I started my stream. I love Minecraft. I was playing it earlier. It's all me. I love it. Did I mention that I liked Minecraft? Although I have not seen the movie, which I don't think is bad. That's not actually a thing I can do. I can't friend people. I don't know. I play it on, like, my PS4. And, like, I have to, like, do something, like, sign in. I play on Bedrock or whatever. I don't know. I can't play on public servers or anything like that, so I don't think I can friend people. Dude, what's wrong with Minecraft? Minecraft is goated. I love Minecraft. Oh, PS5? No, bro, PS4 is goated. We've had this PS4 for, like, how old? Like 12 years. I don't know how long the PS4 has been out. It's me or the PS5. PlayStation Minecraft. Was that an actual song? That's so weird. Oh my god, can I be done with this? My AC still hasn't come on. Man. I have really long nails right now, and I just got them done. So you can like hear me tapping on the screen whenever I have to like zoom in and out. And it's really annoying. Like, listen to that. I can't even zoom in or out. It's really hard with like long nails. Yeah, you hear that? That's so uncomfortable. The only reason my nails are long right now is because I've had them done all summer. And if I'm getting them redone, yeah, I just had them done all summer, so I haven't been able to bite them like I normally would. So they're like crazy long right now. Oh, firework, huh? What a weird time to be setting off fireworks. Oh, I wish I didn't bite my nails. I know, April is obsessed with fireworks. You should talk to April about fireworks. I have to make videos of fireworks going off during the 4th of July every year for April. It's funny. Fireworks are cool, like I like them. I just don't like it when the debris falls on me and then stains my white shorts. Speaking from experience. Kinda sucks. Oh my god, guys, the last frame before I'm ending this freaking stream. We've reached 8 hours. Oh my god, no, we haven't. It's been 7:57. We're close. It's gonna happen. Oh, hey, my AC came back on. I know that because it just shut off again. Can it come back on, please? Wait, I forgot her fingies. Stop. Yay, I'm done. Okay. Bro, AC is stupid. No, I'm gonna sit here until we reach 8 hours. Oh, we reached 8 hours. Okay, it's time for bed. I am so tired. I'm so tired. Please let me sleep. I'm gone. Okay. Bye, guys. Thanks for keeping me awake for the last, 6 hours. Bye-bye. Thank y'all.